have been fought. Now it's time for the Vikings, the most fearless warriors of them all.
Oh my God!
Fast, flawless, and full-scale gameplay guaranteed.
Oh, I didn't expect that.
As the best players in the world come together to define the new champion.
He's making it!
Only the most daring will earn the right to feast at Odin's table.
What a huge moment. What a performance in Red Bull Wololo.
This is Red Bull Wololo 4.
Hello everyone and welcome to live coverage of the Red Bull Wololo 4. What a great pleasure it is to have your company this weekend, as indeed it was last weekend, as we continue the action and explore the very best in gameplay from Age of Empires 2. What's up everyone? My name's Riley. It's great to have your company. I'll be the steady hand guiding the tiller as we get through the weekend. So much to get across, of course, as 16 of the best players clash for their share of a $30,000 prize pool. Of course, 4 players have already been sent home. We have 12 people remaining, and that number is going to grow ever smaller as we continue throughout today and indeed the next 2. Of course, Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition brought us Empire Wars, and that's the format that'll be played this weekend. And it, of course, by the best players in the world and with some of the best talent in the broadcasting team here in the booth taking care of things. You'll have T90 and Dave and TheMbL and Nilly. It's the same team from last week. And then, of course, you know, old bloody Bonehead here is going to come in every now and again with a little bit of history for you. Don't even worry about that. That was my great pleasure to feel as though my history degree is in some way relevant, even if it is talking about a video game on a Red Bull stream. Look, I'll take it. It is great to have you, of course. We do hope that you'll stick through us throughout the entire weekend. We are finishing off our coverage of the group stage today. And then it's the playoffs starting tomorrow. And then, of course, on Sunday, we will crown a champion with a total, as I said, of $30,000 being given away. But as I mentioned before, the format here is Empire Wars. If you are new to Age of Empires, or if you need a bit of a refresher on what this exciting and action-packed format involves, we've put together a little video here to explain exactly what Empire Wars is and how it works. So let's learn a little bit about this format right now.
The Red Bull Wololo is played using an altered version of Empire Wars, a game mode introduced with Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. Players begin in the feudal age, with a 27 villager economy already working and the corresponding drop-off points. Unlike the first edition of the Red Bull Wololo, players begin with a standard scout to explore the map. Due to the quick start nature of the game, players can pile on the pressure from minute 1, resulting in fast-paced, aggressive gameplay. Each player begins with a barracks, blacksmith, and houses to accelerate the player's choice of strategy. Loom has already been researched, as it's an extremely aggressive game mode. Each game is set to a 900-year time limit, roughly 1 hour 15 game time. If the time limit is reached, the player with the current highest score wins the match.
It was great to see this format put on display last weekend. We really did have some sparks fly throughout our featured matches. And of course, I don't expect things to be any different this time around. It's going to be some really exciting gameplay for you to enjoy, my friends, throughout the entire weekend. Anyway, I already mentioned what is at stake. We have a huge amount of money in the prize pool this time around, $30,000, if you'll believe it, to be given away in total to these players here. $8,000 to our Red Bull Wololo 4 champion. The runner-up will receive $5K. Third and fourth, of course, $3K. 12.5 for 5th through 8th, 850 and 650 for 9th through 12th, and 13th through 16th, respectively there. And as I said, we've already seen 4 players go home. We've already seen 4 players cash their check for that $650 prize pool. So today, unfortunately for them, 4 players will also be resigned to the scrap heap. Now, so far in the group stage, as you can see here, that we have secured 4 slots in our playoffs already. Mr. Yo, Leary, the Viper, and Hera are the respective winners of their groups there, Group A, B, C, and D. And it is the names in the middle that we are looking at today. Daut versus Nicov will open the action for us. ACCM and Dogao following that. And then later on, Jordan versus Vinchester. And to round out the day, Villese versus TheMbL. Now, a little different from last week when we were playing best of 3. All of these matches, these decider matches, will be played best of 5. So first 3 wins will take it out and move through to the playoffs. And of course, the one who is on the wrong side of that, they can pack their bags and go home. Although with $850 for their trouble, not too shabby a deal. Of course, plenty of action coming your way, and we do hope you'll stick around throughout the entire weekend through to our, of course, crowning a champion on Sunday. But if you need more persuading, if you need more of a reason to stick around here, we've compiled a highlights video from our first weekend, just in case you want a taste of the action that's to come in throughout today and, of course, tomorrow and the next day. So here are some highlights that we enjoyed over the last weekend. Let's have a look at them right now.
It's getting closer, and for the first time in a long time during the game, the numbers in military are even or even better for Sito. Whoa, 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 whoa. Just in the last second, oh, he got it. He got it, and now with the Rams, you see, right? The monks are going to convert. One knight converted. Probably a second knight is going to be converted. No, that was a bad micro for Daut because he should have converted 2. Oh, wow. How are doing any damage? Well, handcart Villier. This is Usain Bolt Villier, actually. It was almost faster than the Cap Archer, nearly.
Oh,
Pike
and the
upgrade.
Pike upgrade at the perfect timing.
Oh, but wouldn't be surprised it's going to be very soon because with the cast there is now 17 galleons, 26 longboats.
6 play from Vinchester.
Just look at the military in Song Sun's face. Look at the mini-map. There's red all over the place. The timing on the Rams from Vinchester was impeccable.
Close, and is it gonna go up? He just didn't go for the bills there, Dave. He was worried about those knights, and actually, at the same time, oh my god, you've got to be kidding me. 99%, and Vinchester knows what to do. No, excuse me, knows what to do, and he's gonna stonewall that bad boy in. Wow, what a turn of events.
Dude, there's no universe in which Song Song could have denied a castle at 99%, and then Vinchester denies a castle from Song Song at 99% with a TC in Song Song's base that he made with villagers. He was collecting food from the pond on Song Song's side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, that seems like a dream.
Oh my god, this could be game-changing! Viper through the wall into the wood line! These scouts have forging T90. These scouts are so strong.
And end up getting the... Oh, there you go. That's good for Jordan. Castles along the center. Easily the best mountain range game we've seen in this tournament.
Yeah, Viper needs to keep those trebs safe. Another big battle lining up here, Tristan. Oh my goodness. You know, casual Age of Empires fans, when they see competitive, they oftentimes say, I want to see the big battles, that's why I play this game. Well, here you go. There's a gigantic battle about to happen. Tons of SRs, some Cav Archers backing it up, and of course for Viper, the Halberdiers, the Siege Onager, the Arbalists. Here comes the Flood.
What is this fight, man? Probably the craziest fight we've seen so far. Remember the Hussars? We just get tickled by those Arbalists. And is there a world where Jordan... Big Colossus for Hera, who actually now... Oh my god, I'm sorry! I was a split second ahead, but Villese says you will not have my number. Just gonna need an answer.
But he has 3 TCs now. That's the unfortunate bit, right? He has 3 TCs. He's got some farms. He's got villages.
Really incredible stuff last week, and of course, it's going to continue this week as well as part of our coverage of the Red Bull Wololo 4, and you're not going to want to miss a moment of it. Now, an interesting thing to keep in your eyes on throughout this weekend is the points and the overall standings that these players are accumulating and working towards as the matches progress. You can see here that our group stage is feeding points into the true ranking system, and this true ranking system is based on past performances at previous Wololo events and is used to determine who will be re-invited into events in the future. Players that do very well stand up gaining invitations to future Wololo events, and all of these players, of course, are jostling 4 top positions and the points that come with them. I want to point out here in particular players like the Viper, players like Hera. These are players who are world-class, world-beating players at age. However, they've never picked up a Wololo title and have kind of escaped the limelight a little bit as a result of that. Because of this true ranking system, because of the points that they get, they are still in a very high position, right? Even not having won one of these events because of their consistently high finishes, and that speaks very well for their chances to appear in future tournaments. You can see here ACCM, Villese, Vinchester, TheMbL, and Nicov rounding out our top 10 with their respective positions outlined in the previous tournaments, and aggregating those finishes that they've got, assigning point values to those finishes, gives us a points ranking. This points ranking will be used to determine, again, invitations to future events and an overall standing for these players that gives you a good idea of their respective positions in the ongoing series that is Red Bull Wololo 4. Now, there are future events. There'll be details to come on what these future events are, but the important thing to remember here is that these players are scrambling for position to gain as many of these points as possible to make sure that their true ranking is as high as it can be, so their future as part of the Red Bull Wololo tournament series is assured. It's an interesting dynamic, and it's something that provides a little bit of continuity to these events that are otherwise a little bit separated here. So the tournament series is made all the better, I think, thanks to this ranking system that gives us, again, an idea of who's doing well, who's falling off the wagon, who are the up-and-comers, and the people who aren't necessarily in the spotlight holding the trophy. They're still rewarded with the accolades and the praise that they deserve for putting up consistent results. So very interesting to keep an eye on that. We'll be checking in with people's rankings and their points as the weekend continues and as things change, chop and change, thanks to the results that come in. Anyway, it is time, my friends, I'm very happy to say, for us to turn our attention to our first game. The chat is flooded with 14s, I can see, and it is time now for us to get underway and start the game already. Our first matchup here is between Daut, the Lord himself, facing off against Nicov, the Serbian, taking the charge to the Argentinian here, both of them fighting for their tournament lives to stay afloat and find a way into the semi-finals. Let's learn a little bit more about our players here, starting with Daut, of course, the Lord. He's very, very well known as one of the greatest players on earth. And I'll tell you this, he is coming up on a 6-figure lifetime prize money earnings situation here, which he may achieve this very weekend. He was the champion of the last Red Bull Wololo event, Wololo 3. Daut is defending his title this weekend, and with $94,000 in prize money throughout his entire career as an Age of Empires player, he certainly is an opponent to be feared and respected. But Nicov, no slouch himself, almost 30k in the bank from Nicov, so this is a bloke who certainly knows his way around a game of Age of Empires. Although it has to be said, a very tough match for him facing someone who is undoubtedly one of the greatest of all time. Things have changed a little bit from last weekend. I mentioned that we are playing best of 5 rather than best of 3, but there's a further twist in the tale here as well, because we are now getting stuck in with Civ and map picks and drafts, which involves all sorts of details, including bans and whatever else, that we're going to explain to you right now. It's something that for new players, it's important to understand as part of the fabric, the texture, the landscape of competitive Age of Empires. And I'm very pleased to say that our 2 casters are standing by, ready to go, and they're going to walk you through exactly what this pick and ban phase means and how it will impact games, and then it's going to be straight onto the gameplay. So if we are ready, it's going to be Dave and T90 in the booth, standing by, ready to take you through match 1 of our first game here at Red Bull Wololo 4.
All right, happy to be back and happy to be in our little booth here for day number 3 of Red Bull Wololo 5. Hello, everybody. Dave, how excited are you for the next 3 days? Of course, we're starting it off seeing a champion on the brink of elimination.
Yeah, I mean, this first match is going to be amazing. We're starting off with Daut and Nicov, arguably the best matchup of the day, and it's the opening one. So I hope everyone gets to the stream quick. We're going to have a banger here. And Tristan, I'm really excited about not only best of 5, I mean, best of 3 is refreshing, but obviously best of 5, we get to see more games, more skill, more strategy, everything like that. But also for the map picks and the Civ draft, because I feel like last weekend, while it was great, it may have gotten a little bit repetitive after a few matches of Ethiopians versus Vikings,
Yeah. No, you're spot on that. I mean, last weekend it was exciting. It was somewhat fresh, but near the end, you just kind of know what people are going to go for. And maybe for the theme of the whole tournament, because I think it's the Vikings theme, it made sense to have that free pick for the first 2 days. But I don't think we're going to be seeing too many more Vikings, Dave. We will have the Civ drafts up and the maps in a moment, so you can see what the players prioritize as far as those things are concerned. But what we notice is that Vikings seem very dominant. And so you have a Civ that 90% of players played with that's probably going to be banned out from drafts. You now need to have different civilizations, different strategies, and then you're going to have more maps as well. So, I think, and I don't have the exact placements memorized, but when Riley showed the overall rankings of Red Bull Wololo, both these players are in the top 10. So this is really going to be close. There's going to be best of 5s coming up today where some of the players are not in that top 10, but hoping to be in the future. So I'm very excited that we couldn't have picked a better set to start off our day.
Yeah, I think Daut is sitting, number 5 or something like that. And that's all because he won that tournament, the last Red Bull Wololo 3. And Nicov, of course, always getting solid results, always getting placement, never quite getting to the final stages of a tournament, be it Empire Wars or Standard RM. But he is a competitor, and he definitely has a chance to take down Daut. For me, going into this series, I would definitely consider Daut the favorite, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Nicov take the win.
Yeah, I think that Daut is, he's definitely my favorite as well, but he does struggle a little bit against what Nicov is capable of, and that can be the fast-paced early aggression style. I think with Nicov, the thing that sometimes separates him from maybe the other players that come to mind when you think high aggression, high speed, like let's say Leary, for example, is sometimes he gets that aggression in, but the follow-up isn't quite as swift, or the economy isn't quite as clean. And I recall we casted his set together where he delayed castle age by about 90 seconds, things like that, right? And so expect Daut to have the better overall decision making, but have Nicov to have the higher peak in terms of what he's capable of in small moments. So, and that's what you want, man. You want a strategist versus a nerd, basically. And best of 5, it's probably going to be a long one.
Yeah. And Nicov, like we talked about it so much, once he gets going, it just feels overwhelming. Like he's such a fast player. He can snowball things, but once that snowball is stopped early, that's where he may struggle. And you were talking about that before, the follow-ups not always being there. Whereas for Daut, he may not be super fast and he may not be really oppressive in his gameplay, but once the gears start ticking, he knows exactly where he's going, and the follow-up is almost always there. And that's what makes him so good. So I'm excited to see what he can bring here, because last Red Bull Wololo, we saw innovative strategies from Daut going into the later stages. And I think we're going to see some more here in the later stages of this one.
Yeah, Daut has kept a pretty tight lid on his confidence levels and whatnot going into this. Let's go over to the map and Civ draft now. It was funny listening to Daut. He was just like, yeah, I'm not that confident. I don't think I have that good a chance. Not that he was lying, but didn't really make it seem like he was going to have anything crazy. I think he will. And okay, on the left side, you can see everything you need to see for Daut. And on the right side, you can see it for Nicov. Just to explain this process to you guys, what happens here is you first have a map pick for both players, and that's going to be at the top left. Then they immediately go to a ban, and that's the one with the X on it, obviously. And then you see the final pick for the players, and then they go in with the draft, and they go back and forth with the Civs picks. And then after the draft, you have a snipe, and that also leads to an X over the Civs. So basically, Vikings was picked first. We saw them a lot. The Tars picked first. We saw them a lot. And we're not going to see them in this entire best of 5. So, by the way, the Runestones does definitely not look like acclivity. Overlay guy, come on. Runestones is more like Arabia, but apart from that, everything there seems correct, and we are very excited to see this series start soon.
Yeah, and look at the amount of land maps here. Nicov tried to mix it up there, Tristan, going for Northern Isles, but it's not gonna happen, as all of these maps are basically standard land maps except for Frigid Lake, which has a little bit of water, but we don't really see all that much action usually on the water there.
Yeah, you're right. You don't see too much water, but it does offer something. It's actually surprising to me that the second one with Northern Isles was actually a ban from Nicov. So him being scared of that against Daut of all people is interesting.
Okay,
Maybe
so
he
it's
just had rough experiences.
Nikov's ban on that side then.
Yeah.
For everyone to understand. Okay, so everyone in the chat, you can start to understand this graphic along with me. I'm gonna hold your hand to
Yes.
that was Nikov's ban, not Daut's ban. So it looks like Nicov doesn't want to play on the water. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, not a lot anyways. Frigid Lake is there, but not too much. But Daut, Marketplace and Meadow, one land map, doesn't have so much distance between them, one does. I'm excited, man. But big things I'm thinking of is, and players need to incorporate this into their mindset when they draft. When you're picking civs, you got to make sure that you kind of foresee the ban. So, for example, Vikings. If you wanted a strong archer civ on land, you better have a strong archer civ that you could use in that spot if it's removed. And I think Daut's okay. He's got Britons, Saracens, Mayans. Granted, he could go archers on all the maps, but I think that that's going to be a solid spot for him. And then for Nicov, he has Chinese, Byzantines, Ethiopians. It's somewhat doable for him too.
Yeah, I think pretty standard civs here. There's not a single civ I would look at and say, wow, that pick kind of came out of left field. Like, everything is fairly predictable for both players.
Yeah. It is very interesting to see Daut with Bulgarians, though, because, like, we haven't seen a lot of Bulgarians in this edition of Red Bull Wololo, but we did see it. It was actually a really solid Inca pick before Incas got nerfed to the ground in these settings. So we haven't seen it too much. I think maybe one time, Dave. It would be fun to see Daut with Bulgarians. We know he loves his Krepos.
I mean, it was a pretty good civ in the last Red Bull Wololo. We saw, if I remember correctly, a fairly high win rate. Like you said, they were countering the Incas. And now that we're into best of fives, we're going to see him more often. We didn't see him last week because best of three. And best of three is extremely cutthroat, right? You have to go for the tippy top civs, what you feel gives you the best chance to win. Now we can mix it up a little bit. You have the options. And I believe we're going to be heading into Runestones fairly soon here.
Which we will be in soon, but what type of style do you think Daut's going to adopt here for game one? He could go for his Magyars pick nice and early. He could try and go scouts, but we've seen a lot of players in the first 2 days go for Ethiopians and Vikings and always go archers. So archers or scouts? Are you expecting anything in particular here?
I could see him picking any one of these civs except for Saracens on game number one. So I really don't know what to expect. And then for Nicov, I could see him picking basically everything but Byzantines, to be honest. So, both players with a really great civ draft, and I do see the civilizations now. We're about to start the game. I see it's Britons for Daut and Chinese for Nicov. So a classic matchup here.
I was really hoping it was going to be Saracens. I was really hoping Daut would pick Saracens to start it off, but man, okay. Dave got something right here. Britons versus Chinese, Dave, before we go into this, because there's so much we need to talk about right when the games start, remember, people, that Chinese were a tricky civ for people to balance out when they implemented these settings, because you normally start with extra vills. It is a strong civ, but maybe not seen as strong in these settings as in regular RM, Dave. And here we go in the yellow. You can see Nicov playing as the Chinese. You start with the same amount of villagers as the enemy with Chinese in these settings. And then Daut is Britons, and we see a range opening for Nicov. And I imagine it's got to be the same for Daut on the other side, the reigning Red Bull Wololo champion, who needs to win today, Dave. Move on.
He's trying to harness the power of Dogao here. Daut sitting in the darkness.
Oh, he is.
Starting Red Bull Wololo 4. I love the player cams here. Gives us a good perspective.
What?
On where
Do these
they
guys
are and
not
what
know how bad that is for their eyes?
I think at this point, they're trying to win. You know, they don't care about the eyes. And we see Nicov going for an archer range opening, Daut going for an archer range opening, Daut keeping his archers at home right away as well. So maybe he's going to try and wall up, get to the castle age a little bit quicker with the Britons and take advantage of that range.
Yeah, I mean, you're in these archer v archer wars, it is a player preference thing, but the most aggression you'll see is normally 2 or 3 archers moving out with fletching, and then after that, it's just try and get castle age and make sure your eco's right. Both players getting fletching right now, and so maybe some aggression will come in. And Nicov did scout the front of Daut's base there. He has an idea of what's exposed.
Yeah, Nikov's coming across the map with a couple archers, but they're pretty exposed. They're not even grouped together right now.
Right.
He's fortunate that Daut didn't see those archers. He could have taken a really good engagement against those. He's going to go past a reinforcement, but just keep walking. And now Nicov is in on Daut's woodline here.
Yeah, this is going to be fun to watch here because Daut will obviously be in trouble, but Nicov should realize, wait a second, why doesn't he have anything at home? Is he going to come to me right now? And so we could see a villager and an archer go down for Daut. Looks like he has an out. Oh, man, sloppy stuff for Daut as he's in on Nikov's base.
Yeah, Daut really should have done better there at his own base. He lost a villager for free, easily savable, that villager, and he lost an archer for free.
Oh man, Dave, his scout as well. In those moments, it's so difficult to deal with both, but his scout as well is very weak, leading to skirm defense being possible. And Daut, oh man, falling apart here in the first game, Dave.
Yeah, another villager
But he'll be able to
down.
push it away.
It feels like all of that was so avoidable, right? Like one house on the other side of that archer range, keep your archers at home or move the villagers back to the TC. And suddenly you haven't lost 2 villagers, you haven't lost an archer, you haven't lost an extra skirmisher. I think he lost. It's a rough start to the game for Daut for sure.
Do you remember when Nicov played before and ended up losing the set we were casting? He would get ahead and then he wouldn't be able to follow it up with a faster castle age. And there's been so many times where faster castle age just could make differences. So we do have to pay attention to their resources. I don't think Nikov's going to be hurting there, though. Just things to point out. And Nicov did a really good job behind the scenes with all of his eco. Even adding a mill there. You don't see that too frequently. Building a new mill for farms in the back. The Daut's on the back foot here, Dave. No real potential for him to counterattack. He's got to hope that in Castle Age, with the extra range the Britons get, that he could win this game with crossbow.
Yeah, and I see Nicov coming in with another army here. He's going to hit the berries now from Daut. Like, it feels like, why are you walling the back there, but not patching the holes at the front?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
If you're Daut, right? Like, the back should be the last priority for you. And manages to get that villager in, which is fortunate for him. He's still only 3 villagers behind here, as both players should be clicking up to the castle age soon, but Nicov is still back here with an army.
Don't you just love how active Nicov is, though? He's the one being pressuring, and when he got pressured, he was able to defend. You see the runner archer micro there, so he doesn't lose that archer. Nicov must be loving life right now, and knows it'll be a long series, but if Nikov's going to do well here today, this is the type of stuff he needs to do against Daut. Daut is a player who needs a little bit more room to breathe, a little bit more time, as Nicov loses an archer there, which shows the problem with being this aggressive sometimes. He's on his way to Castle Age faster than Daut after the 2 villager picks. Exactly where Nicov needs to be.
Yeah, that was great stuff. And he also pushed him off the berries, which delayed Daut even longer from going to the Castle Age. He's been waiting for food this whole time as he clicks up to the next stage. But Nicov is going to be there quite far ahead, and Nicov has the positioning as well. So he's going to get his units upgraded, and he's going to have potential to do damage in Daut's economy before Daut gets to the Castle Age.
Look at that archer behind the woodline from Nicov. He put it right behind that woodline, being so annoying, and he's still trying to pressure on the other side at the same time with the other army, even microing that archer. This is a player... I know that Nicov hasn't had any big top 4, top 2 results in tournaments, but there's a reason everyone always fears him. He is incredible and well-practiced, one of the most prepared players in our game. always playing with different players, different teams, unlike other players who will maybe just play amongst their own team, Dave.
Yeah, Nikov's about to hit the Castle Age, and this is going to be a really messy defense for Daut. Nikov's going to have the range advantage for a few seconds until Daut gets to the Castle Age as well, and there's that wood line there. So military, villagers, all mixed here. The gold will probably be rangeable at certain parts as well, and a second army is coming in from Nicov. He's going to go and try and hit that southern area of Daut's base again.
Daut still hasn't finished that stable there, and he is going to need some knights because Nikov's committing mainly to skirms. If you can get away to committing mainly to skirmishers, it's amazing against Britons, and it all comes back to the faster castle, like we said, as Nicov might even be considering a dive here.
Yeah, I think that's the right decision there. He sees the army numbers, and you know, you have to assume that there's not too many garrison in those archer ranges, and you're going to have the upgrade advantage for a while. So Nicov comes in here. He's going to take out some military. He's going to force a lot of idle time with these villagers and potentially get some picks. This is a big moment really early into this game.
You know, what's crazy about this, though, is Nicov does not have a lot at home. So he's gone forward with most of his military. While this could be amazing for Nicov, it might be too risky to really be worth it. It'll kill some villagers, and trust me, this is going to be good. But Daut is moving out right now, so there is a chance for Daut as he's losing so many villagers.
So many, man. So many. What was that, 6 on that TC? 6, 7, 8? Like, how many did he lose there? Oh my goodness.
All Nicov needs to do is hold now. 12 villagers in total have gone down for Daut in this game. All Nicov needs to do is hold. If he holds, this game should be won, and it's the confidence that he'll need to move forward as he is still killing villagers at Daut's base as well. Daut still has a lot, though.
Yeah, Daut has a big military. He's, you know, knocking at the doors of Nikov's base. And remember, Nikov's main gold, all his gold income, is coming from that front area, which is easily rangeable by the Briton crossbows. So maybe Daut could stall out military production and try and snowball. But saying that, Daut is off of his gold as well. Nikov's still camping it, and there's no response from the Lord as he loses 2 more villagers here on the farms. Oh boy, this is looking really bad for the Serbian player here.
Yeah, and then the skirmishers pop out. Nicov still had food because he made those farms in the back earlier, which was an excellent foresight. I think this is the first game, Dave. There's no way Daut won't have any military after this. He definitely doesn't have the eco, and the GG is called.
Wow.
Just breathtaking stuff from Nicov. And he is such a big confidence player because he can get stressed in tournaments that I think this is going to do wonders for him.
Oh, yeah. And I love the decision there to dive. That was so good. He took the calculated risk, right? He knew that there was a potential for Daut to basically ignore the dive and send the military forward, and he would have nothing at home. But he thought that it was worth it. And at the end of the day, it was. From Daut's perspective, it felt like he didn't really react to the early stuff that Nicov was doing, right? He didn't pull the villagers away. He didn't wall up his base. Like, he didn't keep his military at home. It was a little bit lackluster, I think, in defense from Daut.
Possibly Daut takes a little more time to get warmed up. I mean, he is significantly older than most of the competition, that has to be said. Just seemed like it was slow, and Daut gets memed. We talked about his micro, blah, 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 and it really is still a fast player. All players have to be at this level, so he's going to have to pick up the pace a little bit and just improve his reactions as well. We'll move on to one of his home maps next, Dave, and you can see through the statistics there, Nicov leading in pretty much everything. The scouting, the resources brought in, the techs, and there you can see the APM graph for those curious about that. So no complaints for Nicov, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's keeping up with Nicov there. He's not that slow. Like, everyone who memes about Daut, like you said, all you need to do is go to his Twitch channel and watch him play, and then try and replicate that yourself. It's going to be extremely difficult. Trust me. He's slow compared to the top guys, but not so slow compared to everyone else. And we're going into his home map here. And if we could see the civs and map screen, I think that would be really helpful here as we try and figure out what map he's going to pick and what civilization he's going to go for. Okay, here we go. Nicov up 1-0, obviously, after that first game. And now Daut has Meadow and Marketplace, Tristan. Which map do you think he's going to go for here?
Well, I know it will be Marketplace. So it would be rather interesting if we actually see a Civ which abuses the market on Marketplace, and Saracens is there. The reason it's called Marketplace is because there's actually Gaia markets in the corners where that sandy terrain is, and you can trade with it. And I know that like a few viewers out there and Crazini, who created the map, really wants that to actually be a factor, Dave, but it will never be. It will never be. So like the only person who would ever do that is probably Viper if he's already winning, and do he do it for the fans? So I think that the Civ I've seen have a lot of success on this map is the Aztecs. And it would be a solid go-to punch after you've lost a game to go for your second pick. Makes sense to me. We see Aztecs or Mayans actually for Daut. I for some reason thought Nicov had Mayans, but no, Daut's got both of those Mesosivs.
And if you're looking to counter the Aztecs, what's a good pick for Nicov here? Ranks?
Do you go Byzantines here? I mean, Frigid Lake was one that made me think Byzantines because there's some water, but then again, we've seen mainly Khmer on Frigid Lake. Byzantines, if it goes late, can destroy Mayans and their eagles and Aztecs and their eagles with Cataphract and Skirm and all that, but it's still, we just don't see that frequently, Dave. It doesn't feel like Byzantines would actually be a hard counter.
Yeah, Aztecs feel super dangerous on this, especially after, was it Vivi against Dogao last week? That amazing performance on Marketplace from Vivi, showing the strength of the Aztecs, opening Eagles and just continuing the flood into Jaguar Warriors later in the game. And Dogao couldn't really get anything going. I believe he was the Britons in that matchup. We saw the Britons last game, so we won't see a similar matchup here. I'm thinking potentially Ethiopians on this for Nicov, because you start with the archers, and then if you get yourself into a good position, which you often are with Ethiopians having a really fast start, you can shift into Shotel warriors. And if you have the archers and the Shotel warriors, that's a fairly decent counter to what the Aztecs can bring to the table. It's just whether you win those early fights, whether you get the momentum, because if the Aztecs ever get rolling, you might not have so much of a chance to come back.
Yeah, I think whatever Nikov's Civ choice is, he's going to be up against Aztecs or Mayans. And if you're up against Aztecs or Mayans, you can't play a boomy game because they're so good at that themselves, and then they're so good at massing military while they do that. So I think it's got to be an all-in style. I've seen the Civ now, Dave. It's actually going to be Huns for Nicov. So would be kind of interesting to see Nicov try Cav Archers against a player who shocked the world and won everything in Red Bull Wololo 3, utilizing Cav Archers.
What do you think about potentially going Hun Longswords? We've seen that before in a Red Bull event.
I don't know if he's awake
You're not
yet.
impressed.
He might not have heard that joke, Dave. You're in the clear. No, I don't think Hun Longswords would do very well. Sorry. Man, for the people who don't understand that, there was a time, and there was a fail. Huns versus Aztecs. This is going to be exciting. Just one thing I want to bring up here: when you have these Civ drafts and these home map picks, you're almost always drafting a little bit more towards your map first, which means that you are slightly favored going in towards your home map. That's how it tends to play out. You're going to have throughout a whole best of 5 situations where this Civ is slightly better. And I've oftentimes made comparisons to maybe like tennis, where the person who's serving has the edge. It's kind of like that. And you got to see who can break that, who can break the home map when the series is going to be so close. And Nikov's going to try here with Huns, Dave. And I like it because it's one of his late picks. If it doesn't work out, he still has great civilizations and his maps prepared. But if it does work out, he's canceling out that number 2 pick from Daut, one of his best strategies. And here we go.
And Huns have a lot of options. If you get the military advantage, they can deal with the Aztec push. They can deal with the Eagles. I mean, you could go into Cav Archers. There's a potential going into Knights with Huns as well. It's just getting to those mid stages of the game, getting to Castle Age where Huns really, really shine.
Yeah, tricky thing here is Daut going to go for your standard archer opening, or is he going to try and get to Eagles right away? And he did add a second barracks, so Nicov hasn't seen that yet. Nikov's taking an engagement, though, and Nicov is going to win that ever so slightly. And so that's a good start for him. At home, Nicov made a range and a stable, so he's going to be making a little bit of a mix here to start off the game. People are calling Daut my bad. Just saying, people are calling Daut the Dark Lord right now. The Dark Lord. It's perfect. Oh my god.
Was that the starting eagle for Daut? I don't believe so, right?
Nah, there was a red dot.
Follow up? Yeah.
Yeah, follow up eagle. And that might give Nicov an idea of what Daut's going to do here. Daut actually went forward with the eagle, and now he's running home. He's going full wall. It looks like he has no intention of playing this in the feudal age. I think he's going to try and protect himself, get a lot on gold. And once you get to Eagle, Scout, and Castle, you have 7 base attack as opposed to 4. And then you, of course, could get the Eagle Warrior upgrade, make the monks. Castle Age is where this game's going to matter the most.
Yeah, and it looks like Daut's going for a market here as well. So just trying to get up to the Castle Age as soon as possible. Nicov also going for some walls. Both players just going to settle in here and wait for the Castle Age to truly engage with each other.
Yep. If you see a market here, it is most likely to buy and sell resources as Daut sells all of his stone. Yeah, Dave, he's going to try and up very quickly. And there are a few moments here for Nicov as he's going to run forward and see those eagles. If he gets fletching archers aren't going to do too bad against these eagles. These eagles get really strong in Castle Age. So as Nikov's clicked up to Castle Age much faster than Daut without having to use the market, Daut has to defend himself, and he can't make a tower right now. He just sold all his stone.
Yeah, Daut with quite a few eagles here, though. Nicov probably needs to leave. I don't know if he's going to get out of this alive. Like, he would love those numbers getting to the Castle Age, but yeah, he's going to sacrifice these 4 archers as the eagles are right on the case, and he's not producing any more behind either. So it's definitely a Cav Archer or Knight play.
Yeah, it looks like one is it going to be? Ah, okay. It seems crazy, but I actually would have preferred to see Cav Archers from Nicov. But Knights, if Daut never switches into Monks or never switches into Pikemen, are going to be the best thing to fight straight up against the Eagles. I think Nicov was hoping for a little bit more value from the Archers. He did research fletching. Weird to me that he didn't even try and get any hits in with them.
As Daut chases down the remnants of that army, I was looking at that villager walling, and it looks like Nicov is going to get that complete. So the Eagles, I said, uh-oh, and then we shifted away.
Yeah.
And the villager did get the wall down at the end. I love how Nicov has hidden the stables. The extra ones he's made behind. So Daut has no vision on those currently, and he's kind of in the dark on what Nicov is going for. Nicov could have 3 or 4 archer ranges in his base, or he could have 2 more stables, and Daut just doesn't know yet.
Yeah, Daut playing in the dark in more ways than one right now. And I just don't know if Nikov's going to have the eco to be able to sustain production from these 3 stables, but he opens up with a knight. Daut should click that knight. He should see that it's got upgrades, and now he should know what he's up against. Yeah. And so he'll know. And he was doing a good job at not making any spearmen, because that would look really bad if he was up against Cav Archers. But he was also going to go forward with a Vil. All these plans change. He thought he would have had time, Dave. The early Knights giving Nicov some space.
Yeah, giving him space and maybe coming out a little bit too early. Daut, imagine if Daut had placed that Siege Workshop forward, Tristan. And Nicov, there's no way Nikov's going to know this, but if he had already built that and then Nicov comes out with the Knights and pushes him back, that's a huge wasted investment from Daut. So a little bit unfortunate, I think, from Nicov to push him away that early before the villager could get started.
That's funny. Yeah, it's like it almost benefits you there to wait a little more.
Yeah.
As we have 8 Knights on the field for Nicov, and there's 16 military for Daut, and those Eagles are running forward. But these knights are about to have chain barding. Oh, little moonwalk. Okay, there you go. And they both go into the fight. I think so as well.
That's a bad start for Daut. Look at him pathing right through all the hits from Nicov. Getting a lot of free hits there. Knights are very strong. Eagles need a firm numerical advantage, and I think Nicov is going to easily clear this up here, Tristan.
Such a weird fight for Daut to take when he could have just run back and brought in a monk. Such a weird fight. And now he's lost 16 units. KD's 19-9, and he does bring the monk forward. He does get a conversion, but that means the monk is going to die as well, and Nicov will struggle to make more, I think, because knights are heavier on resources right now, but that's exactly what he needs, Dave. Remember that Nicov has stone, so if he wants to go for a second town center, that possibility is going to be there for him. Daut is going to have to mine stone to ever boom this one out.
What do you think about switching sides here if you're Nicov? Do you agree or disagree with it? Do you think you need all your military here to potentially counter the eagle push?
I think switching sides with cav archers maybe because you could stop the walls, but
yeah,
if you just switch your knights over and Daut makes house walls behind, then you're out of position and Daut will be very happy with that.
Ooh, look at the scouts
my
from
thing
Nicov.
is,
He produced a couple extra. He's looking for monks.
Ooh, he might find two actually. Looking around, there's one in the north there with a relic. Okay, just passing, nothing. Yeah, he knows something's up there. Daut was inside the relic, and that bug needs to be fixed. Daut should have stayed in there, honestly, but that bug needs to be fixed. I don't know how that's a thing, but I think Viper shared his knowledge of how to do that with his teammates. Still two monks there. So if a fight happens, that could make a big difference.
Yeah, and the monks are going to kind of push the knights back here, yet Nicov deciding to go back to his base. Nicov going for a second TC, it looks like, and Daut, it appears, is going for a second TC as well. So both players kind of developing their economies at the same rate here. Unfortunately for Nicov, it's much easier to produce eagles, though, while producing villagers at the same time that it is to produce knights. But if Nicov takes this fight, he could wipe up the eagle numbers from Daut again.
Oh, you're kidding me. Daut doesn't get a single conversion. He was very late to the reactions, and he loses another expensive army again. Dave, I just think it's the multitasking aspect, right?
Yep.
Nicov, we know, is the faster player. He's on 2 TCs. Daut's going to 2 TCs. Daut's trying to manage his eco, and in these moments where he's got to put a little bit more attention to the front, Nicov just pounces on him. And this is huge because I think Aztecs are the much better civs. The civ here, I think Aztecs can give Huns big problems, but not like this, as Daut has fallen all the way back and Nicov stampedes forward.
Is Nicov just going to go in against 3 monks here? He is. He's taken the risk. He's done the calculations. He's in through there. He gets knights converted.
Wow.
But it looks like he's going to kill the monks. It looks like he's going to clear up the eagles now, Tristan.
This is huge, man. The struggle against Aztecs is they can mass units so quickly, and their monks will snowball on you. And Nicov has not allowed any of this to happen. Every time he sees a monk, he dives in. He's taken the first good engagement to the second, to the third, and to the fourth, and he's all over Daut's economy. He's spread out in different areas. If Nicov can keep his eco right behind this, I think Daut's going to have massive problems in coming back in this one.
Nikov's playing like an absolute beast right now. He's taking the risks, he's taking the fights that he needs to, and he's winning them. He's got knights in on the woodline, pushing villagers back. Another monk comes out for Daut, potentially getting a conversion here. Looks like no! And Nicov is through again!
This is just should never end at this point. Daut has 3 army. His university, or sorry, that's not a university. His monastery is just going to go down. And he's going to try a switch here, Dave, but you would need a lot of pikemen to be able to take out this many knights with this many upgrades. I see him getting the upgrade now. I don't see Daut having the food eco. He's got 4 on food right now because of how many villagers are idle.
Yep.
Nicov can win this game right here if he just continues to make knights.
Yeah, and you look at the economy behind this for Nicov. I mean, 27 farms, Tristan. He's got 3 TCs now. He's going to be pumping villagers out of all of those. The monastery will go down here, so there's another line of counter units that Daut cannot make. And I don't think he can get the pikeman numbers up enough to kill this fast. Like he'll defend it eventually, but by that time, I mean, Nikov's gonna have such a snowball built up and could even switch. It looks like he's switching into Cav Archers. Okay, here we go.
That's a perfect switch, right? You have the range from earlier, get a few Cav Archers out there to range anything over the walls, and most importantly, take care of the pikemen. And Daut is in a spot where he's bleeding in 3 different areas, but he can only stop 1 at a time with the amount of military he has. So for Nicov, you just got to be a little attentive here. And most importantly, make sure your economy is working like crazy behind this. And he's doing it, Dave. He doesn't have a lot of TC idle time. He has a 20 villager lead, and that will probably grow as this game continues.
Yep. We were talking before the series, Tristan, you know, things we'd like to see from Nicov. It's that oppressive pressure. The snowbally military. Look at him go. He's got so many knights now in Daut's base. Cav Archer's following up behind. He's just going to dive under that TC. He doesn't care.
Yeah. Even if the fight was 50-50, which it's not going to be, it's going to be well in favor of Nicov. Nicov knows that he can afford to make more. He's untouched at home. And Dave, we have had 2 games where Nicov has truthfully dominated Daut. There wasn't a real moment in game 1 where Daut had a foothold, and there wasn't a real moment in game 2 where Daut had a foothold. And this was on Daut's home map with his best civilization on the draft. Nikov's looking amazing right now. This is peak Nicov. This is the Nicov that everyone knows it could possibly show up to tournaments, but doesn't always come to the table.
And I think, like, Nicov is playing amazing, but also Daut, he needs to judge his fights better, I think, because he's taken some engagements here where you're looking at it and you're thinking that you're not going to come out on top. You know, like that first fight against the Knights, he just didn't have enough Eagles there, right? He was unfortunate a couple fights not getting the conversions he needs, but if you're playing with Eagles, you need to have, you know, a certain percentage more than the Knights on the field. You definitely need to have the numerical advantage, and he didn't have that in 2 of the fights. He had maybe like 1 or 2 extra Eagles compared to the number of Knights on the field. So maybe Daut needs to think about his engagements a little bit more before he takes them here in game number 3.
It's a little weird. Aztecs have been around since the beginning. Daut has been around since the beginning. Knights have been around too. It's not like any of this is new. Those engagements did not seem like they were coming from a player who's been playing this game for 20 years and understands the Civ. 88 kills and 29 deaths for Nicov. That's a 4-1 KD. That is very rare in Age of Empires. So I'm with you. But I think the most important thing, you can't happen to hear any like noises outside my mic. Can you, Dave? We're good?
I can hear a little bit. I don't know what's going on. I'm
Okay, don't worry about it. I just want to make sure. But I think the important thing to note for Daut's case there is once the first fight is awful, good players are going to make sure the second and the third fights are awful too. So it really was just that awful engagement against the Knights that snowballed things.
APM, Nicov peaking. Woo! Oh my goodness. And we were talking about him being a fast player for a reason. He's crazy once he gets going.
Yeah, Daut just needs to weather these storms. He cannot fall behind early, and he's falling behind early in all these games. So I've heard that Daut needs a second before we continue. He knows what it's going to take to come back now. He would need 3 wins in a row, reverse sweep. Going to be tough, but take it 1 game at a time. Players do draft out 4 or 5 games. So there are plenty of civs available for Daut. I wanted to see more than 3 games in this best of 5. I don't know about you or the viewers, Dave. So hoping Daut will be able to take some better fights here and make the games go a bit longer.
So his final home map, I believe, is Meadows, correct? Yeah, yes. It looks like we've got Meadow. Is it Meadow or Meadows? Singular or plural?
You're putting me on the spot. I think it's singular. I think it's Meadow.
He needs... Okay, Meadow. Here we go. Going into Meadow, are we expecting the Magyars pick from Daut? Are we looking at maybe Bulgarians? I mean, we've seen Vinchester go with that civilization. But we've also seen how good Eagles can be on that map. So maybe Bulgarians, Mayans, Magyars?
I think process of elimination is the best way to do this. So Mayans will probably be saved for Acclivity if it happens. Magyars, I believe, will be saved for Frigid Lake if it happens. I'm pretty certain on those. So actually, I think we see Saracens or
Saracens?
Bulgarians for Daut. Yeah, and I think a player who maybe deserves a little more credit for his creative thinking at times, the player that I saw in the qualifier use Saracens really well was actually Spring. You and I know him well. Get some archers out, use the market, get to Castle Age, and I was surprised at how well Saracens on a map where you normally see scouts would work. So I mean, Bulgarians is not bad either, and I think Bulgarians is more well-rounded, but that Saracen YOLO does have potential, and it needs to for Daut.
Could we see Saracens on a map like Frigid Lake, though? If you wall up, you ignore the water in the middle, you go Castle Age, and then you hit them with crossbows early, use that Saracen market potential. I mean, I believe something in my mind is telling me that we've seen that before from a player like Daut or a player like Tato. It seems like a very GL sort of thing to do. And then Acclivity, the final match, I mean, you probably want an Archer Civilization there too as well. So potential for Saracens to be picked, a lot less likely though.
Yeah, remember Daut won on Acclivity with Mayans in Game 7 of Red Bull Wololo 3 Finals. And we hadn't seen Mayans on that map too frequently leading up to that point. And he made it work. So I think Mayans definitely for there. Saracens, it's all about how you want to YOLO them. It's a little bit of a shame, actually, that when we think Saracens, we think the market. It is cool that it introduces some variety, but like, no Mamelukes. Come on, man. We see so many cool things with Saracens in later stages of the game, but here especially, snowballing early, and that's what the game plan tends to be. And Dave, it will be Saracens versus Franks on Meadow, and I guess we should probably bring up the fact that apart from the market, apart from the Mamelukes, Saracens have excellent camels, so that could be a good counter to Franks.
I mean, it could be a good counter, but we saw for a long time how Indians matched up against them, and a lot of the times the Franks just add some monks, add some pikes, and they're looking fine against camels, right? So I think for this one, like, do you just wall up completely really, really early and try and get to the Castle Age like we've seen from Saracens in a lot of other maps? Or do you go for some unexpected sort of early pressure if you're in Daut's position?
Well, the gold's always around your town center, and that's your number one resource of your Saracens. There's not a lot that people can do to take you off gold here because it's right next to your TC, basically where a farm would be. So I think it's going to be a little tricky. I mean, you could conceivably get to Castle Age faster with market abuse and just go camels instead of the crossbow play, which we normally see. I would like to see that because I want to see how Saracens match up. There's supposed to be a camel civ, and at a high level, that rarely becomes a talking point, but I don't know, man. For Daut, he's Red Bull Wololo 3 champion, and he's down 2-0, so he's got to make whatever he goes for work well here. I think it will be slightly passive at the start, and then he will snowball that into some later aggression in Castle Age, and here it is. Yeah, immediately walling up, Dave. Yeah, so he's going to wall out any scouts on the wood line, and I'll pay attention for the market. I'm sure it will come up soon.
Yeah, the problem with Meadow, though, there's a lot to wall. We see it right here. The wood lines are pretty scarce. As
Nicov just beat him to the market with Franks.
Yeah.
That's actually sick. So I would need to reiterate this. Saracens have a better market rate. So when you buy and sell resources, prices change. It's not always the same. First person to sell gets a better return. But Saracens have better return rates. So that's why you tend to see Saracens go for it. Saracens also have the cheaper market. So you don't normally see someone who's not Saracens use the market, but I guess this kind of weakens Daut's play and maybe gets Nicov to Castle Age faster as well.
And Daut saw that market with his scout really early, and he did not look impressed.
That's actually so sick, though, from Nicov. Like, to expect very little pressure is the correct thing. To use the market to compete with Castle Age is the correct thing, because Saracens being faster is how they can get a lead on you. And now you're a Civ who gets the farm upgrades for free. Daut doesn't have that. And you're going to be in Castle Age faster, and Daut's not going to have that available either. So what a clutch play there from Nicov.
I really like that read from Nicov, and he did it all super open here. Like Daut immediately walls his wood line, right? Invests the wood into that. Nicov invests the wood into the market because he knows that Daut is going for no early aggression, and he can get.
Can we
away
talk
with
about Nikov's
And-
walls though?
up first.
Those are some tiny
Yeah,
walls.
this
If
is-
archers show up,
Yeah.
like that would be brutal. But I guess he's expecting Camel then? I mean, he's looking right now. He really wants to see what building is Daut going to make. Hasn't seen anything just yet.
Dude, that was sick from Nicov. Like, he knew there
So
was going to
smart.
be no pressure coming from Daut at all. So just completely open, naked FC with the market, and you're not only taking the resources away from your opponent, you're going to be up to the next stage faster than them. So you're essentially doing their strategy better than they are.
Yeah. I don't think you just do this, Dave, on a whim. I think this has to be practiced to some degree.
Yep.
Because doing that and resulting in an awful FC time compared to Saracens would lose you games. So this just seems so well calculated from Nicov, who will wall in his villagers there. I mean, they won't survive very long. And Nicov, update on its scout. Oh, yeah, he's seen the ranges from Daut. Daut's going to go Cav Archers.
Daut is going Saracen Cav Archers here. I really, really like it. We'll see if it's going to pan out. I mean, Cav Archers did wonders for him in the last tournament. Obviously, he was our champion. So maybe he's going back to his roots a little bit. Maybe wants to grab the relics in the middle as well, as I saw a market coming up from... Sorry, not market, monastery coming up from Daut. So trying to snowball that pressure into some map control. But here come the knights immediately from Nicov across the map. Tons of open areas in Daut space that they could potentially hit before the Cav Archers get the numbers up.
And Daut pulled villagers away from berries. So all the villagers that were not in the wood line or on this hill were pulled away. And there's actually not many areas where Nicov can hit, especially when the TC is going to have Bodkin Arrow. So I think it's more realistic that Daut could do eco damage to Nicov than Nicov doing eco damage to Daut right now, which is the fascinating thing. Because that wood line could obviously be hit by Cav Archers. Whereas the wood line here, as you see Nicov coming over, can not be damaged by knights.
Yeah, Nicov went for 3 stables, and I don't know if he can keep up the production. Like, I think he underestimated how weak his eco was
right?
going to be if he just used the market and go up to the next age. I think he could have gotten away with maybe 2, but perhaps he wanted that extra knight on the field really quickly. This is going to get worrying for Nicov soon if Daut builds up these Cav Archer numbers and he can't produce knights.
Daut's going to try and go for conversion here on the front in a bit. He was a little unlucky, perhaps, in the previous game with that. And here he goes in. He wasn't converting for that long. Loses a monk, as he also loses a Vill on the gold. So there's an advantage for Nicov. But that is a worrying number of Cav Archers. And we saw in Red Bull Wololo 3, if the Cav Archer number gets to a certain point, you just can't stop it. And it's not like Nicov has protection. He doesn't have a town center. But what does he do against this?
He's only got knights. Only has knights, and like we said before, he's sold his stone to get up to the castle age earlier, so he's not even going to be able to place a TC. And I think like Daut's going to do so much damage here against this wood line. He's just going to run him with the Cav Archers. Nikov's going to be chasing with the knights constantly. Daut can micro the knights down, and Nicov doesn't have the eco to produce more.
Let's see how creative Nicov can be here. He hasn't lost a villager yet. He does have chain barding armor. Daut's going to have to prioritize the knights first when they show up, and they'll show up in a moment. If he clears the knights, he'll clear the villagers, and he will probably win this game and keep himself alive. But that is a lot of knights, and maybe not quite enough for Daut to stick around here. So good from Nicov.
Yeah, counter raid from Nicov there. Really nice stuff, getting a couple knights into the gold, delaying that gold income a little bit more. He picks off 1 villager, and he's going to have to run away. Meanwhile, the main army's still fighting, and Nicov getting husbandry quite quickly. So he is catching up with these Cav Archers. It makes it tougher for Daut to micro against his knights. And he's going to lose
such a big deal.
Some numbers here. Yeah.
It's also not having bloodlines. The thing about Cav Archers is when you get them to 70 HP, they're tanky and they're strong. But 50 HP, they always seem a little bit weak. I still do think Daut's position is going to be hard for Nicov to stop. Nicov needs to continue to get trades. He needs to make sure he takes out monks, Cav Archers, and everything. and does not allow this to snowball. I'm going to say no on that one. And if he goes for the next one, yes, because he probably clicks ahead of time. That's my guess.
Yeah.
Conversion. There you go. Comes in. Daut backing way to his hill where he actually has another monk. Yeah, Nicov has to run from this. So, Dave, the problem for Nicov is simple. He has the eco lead, but he cannot kill 25 Cav Archers now. It just feels impossible. So I guess he's either got to add TCs and protection or mix in something else like Scorpions. Daut in a good spot, I think.
Yeah, this is going to get really snowbally for him. And Nikov's still having trouble with military production. Just trying to build up that farm count, trying to get enough villagers on gold to produce the knights here. And he's just chasing constantly, and he's going to lose this military here. He's going to lose all these knights if he doesn't pull them back.
Nicov did everything he could to compete with this. He got to Castle Age faster. He had the knights out. He had quick +2. And that doesn't seem to be enough here. I doubt. The confidence with the Cav Archers, maybe going back to his roots, is just moments away from possibly winning the game. If Nicov doesn't have military, that whole wood line's dead. So Nikov's got to throw everything he can here, and he's losing it all.
Yeah, we were going on about the counter strat here at the beginning of the game, but I think Daut is just showing that sometimes you can do something so well that it can't be countered so simply. Yes,
okay,
simply selling res in the market and going up. Nicov trying to produce the knights, but he just never got to the numbers that he needed.
I don't think Nicov played that bad at all. He had excellent damage control when necessary. He, of course, did everything we said to get to Castle Age faster. I just think that's a really hard strategy to stop. So Game 2 didn't work well for Daut with his planned strat. Game 3 did, and I think we'll see more of that either today or throughout the rest of the tournament. Because, my God, I mean, Daut's got 2 farms. 2 farms, and he's just won the game. How can you argue with these results, man? So, Daut needed it. The Dark Lord is still alive. He gets another win, and suddenly it's a best of 1. So, Nicov also, of course, will still feel confident. We will see one of his home maps coming up for the first time in the series. I'm excited for that, but thank God Daut got one on the board.
Well, you got to wonder, you're saying that strat is too hard to stop, but we'll see how hard it is to stop if anyone goes for feudal pressure against it. I'm assuming people have tried, and that's why Daut's using that strategy, because it's fairly good against early feudal pressure. But once again, Nicov did not produce any units in the feudal age, didn't put pressure onto Daut's economy early, let him get into the Cav Archer production while he was trying to produce knights of his own. So that gave Daut time, maybe time that he's not going to have in a future matchup if he goes for that same Saracen pick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's easy to say now that Saracens seem unstoppable, but players will know and players will practice. You could see clearly there with the eco a moment ago how Daut prioritized things. He had 2,200 less food, but he had about the same amount more in gold, and all he needed was wood and gold for monks and Cav Archers. Got the win, easy. And now let's go over to the other screen here, maybe talk about the maps a little bit. But Dave, one more thing about that, I don't want people to forget this. I think someone will try to instantly go forward against Saracens and tower the woodline, because the Saracen player will have to sell their stone to do that. So there might be an instance, that's what I should say, where someone, when they see Saracens on the loading screen, go, okay, and send 4 villagers and tower the woodline. If you don't have wood, you can't just sit there buying all of it, but not saying it'll work.
I think the problem with that is that woodline is so long, right? So even if you tower one side, I think you can shift to the other. I mean, it is key to lock down woodlines and meadows, because there's only, 4 of them on the map. So key to take that map position, but we won't know until the next set, and we won't know if Daut gets kicked out here. And Nicov has potential to do this. He is still up 2-1, even though Daut getting the victory in that last map. And now we're going on to Nikov's home maps here. We've got Frigid Lake and we've got Acclivity. What are you thinking?
I will bet all my salmon money that this would
Okay,
be
so you
Khmer
already
versus
know
Magyars.
what. Yeah, so you
No,
already know
I have
that.
not looked.
Okay.
I have not looked. I have not looked. I think it will be Khmer versus Magyars. There's no doubt in my mind because it just doesn't make sense to do anything else. Maybe Byzantines, actually. Maybe Byzantines have a shout, but Nicov picked Frigid Lake as his first home map. Oh, you said the next map is Acclivity or Frigid Lake? I'm sorry.
I just asked what you thought, and you've been
Oh,
talking
oh,
for
oh,
a minute, so
Sorry. I think a lot. Yes, it is
it's
on the graphic there.
It's on the
Frigid Lake.
graphic.
I'm so focused on the
It
civs,
is.
but it's got to be Khmer Magyars.
Yeah.
Dave.
What did you bet again?
All my salmon money, every dollar in my bank account, everything I own, from my phone to my car, everything. I'll sell it all, give it all away to Twitch chat if I'm wrong here.
Okay. Well, I can see that we have roughly 40 seconds to get into the game here, and I see that you were indeed correct. It is Khmer against Magyars, and the map, of course, is Frigid Lake, as we saw in that overlay there. What are we going to see here? Is it going to be another instance of walling up, or are we going to see early pressure?
So, bit of a tricky one because Khmer do tend to play with walls into farms into fast castling a bit. But Magyars are dangerous to do that against. So I could see both players going for a stable opening, and we could see more scouts here than you would normally see. And we could see very little water pressure as well, because when the scouts are moving around, you don't necessarily want to dock. It's an even civ matchup. I can't say any civ is way better than the other, Dave. But Daut is very, very strong with Magyars. That's just one thing I'll say, as he needs this win in game number 4.
Yeah, you just kind of have to feel that once the Khmer get rolling, especially with the farms on Frigid Lake, it's so much easier, you know, to have a safe economy with them. And it's so much harder to do damage if you're the Magyar player here. But here we go. Game number 4, Nicov versus Daut. Daut needs this to stay in the tournament. And if Nicov gets this win, that's a huge result for him, kicking out the Red Bull Wololo 3 champion here, as we see Nicov opening with an archer range and Daut opening with his stable. No surprise there.
It's pretty crazy how many of our returning champions have not had a lot of success in the following tournament. Like, Yo won the first one. I don't think he went too deep in the second one. The only one really is Leary, where Leary has been able to return and go deep in the tournament, making it to the finals and losing to Daut last time. But yeah, I think the big thing you mentioned is the farms with Khmer here. But my goodness, this is so much more open than earlier versions of this map. This is not going to be just a wall fest. We will see lots of military.
Yeah, fortunate for both players, their gold is in the back, so they can secure that area. It looks like Nicov has a nice little wood colony back there as well, already pre-walling that entire area. And all he really needs now is probably something to protect that gold, because I think Daut is going to be looking at that for places to hit.
Daut just spotted the range. So when you see that, you should know it's going to be Archer and Spearman with fletching, because that's the normal play. Nicov did really well with that game 1. And Daut at home will need something more than just scouts. It looks to be like the choice is archer range for skirmishers. So pretty standard stuff so far. Nicov doesn't have a real good awareness on where to hit Daut. He doesn't see the berries. He doesn't see the woodline. All he saw was the production buildings, and there's Daut looping around. But I think Nicov is protected for now.
Yep. That was a good pre-wall on the woodline.
Is there a hole? Sorry, is there a hole between the archer range and the barracks there? I think there is. And I think Daut is going to react too late to this hole here. At Daut's base, trouble. Trouble. There's a gap there, Dave. He doesn't have enough skirmishers yet.
Yeah, and it seems like a little bit of a repeat of game number 1, doesn't it? Daut in the woodline. Or sorry, Nicov in the woodline. Daut refusing to pull the villagers back. It looks like he's going to lose 1 here, but he does have the skirmishers behind, so he should be able to clear this up. He's also got a few scouts. So this forward army from Nicov, it's going to get 1 pick and then walk away. Sorry, 2 picks.
Yeah, 2 picks. It hurts so much because Scout Skirm is so dominant in these instances. It's just that you have to defend early. And I mean, Nicov could even get this villager, but I think that he'll just choose to run away to buy time. See if Daut has a follow-up to this. Nicov did add a stable at home and has his own scouts out already. So suddenly the skirmishers are looking a whole lot less effective going forward for the Dark Lord.
Yeah, and the scout opening for Daut, I mean, looking a little bit underwhelming at this point. He hasn't managed to do any damage. He's been fully chased away from Nikov's base now. And let's look at the resources here. Both players looking fairly similar. Should be up to the Castle Age, clicking up in a few minutes time. I don't think they're really going to invest super hard into military production here.
Oh,
We're going to see that food count for the Khmer soon start to skyrocket.
Oh man, dude, Nicov, stop being so annoying. Look at that. Yeah. He runs away. Daut goes, okay, I'm good. I need to go forward now. I lost 2 villagers. And then Nicov says, nope. And he arrives again. Good thing for Daut, he does have quite a few scouts coming. So I think he could still win this fight, but he hasn't been able to do any damage to Nikov's economy. And Dave, one more thing to bring up here is Nicov says, forget the walls. He didn't wall as heavily as Daut did early. He had all of his focus on aggression, where Daut was sitting back more. Just another game where we're seeing the differences in styles between the two.
I think they walled similarly, actually. Daut just
now Nikov's walling, yeah.
in the middle. And he didn't wall at all in the south either. So like Daut's picking his places to full wall and then leaving the other side of his base completely open here as he chases the military from Nicov across the map. And we can see the Khmer bonus just coming into effect. Look at that food count skyrocket for Nicov. He's going to be clicking up to the Castle Age pretty far in front of Daut here, as Daut had to set up all his mills and everything. Nicov could just drop those farms wherever he wanted.
So cool. Do you remember how bad Khmer used to be and how boring a civ it was? And how good the devs have done with it now? It's just, honestly, hats off to the devs for getting this to be such an interesting civ for tournaments, whether it's maps like Hideout and more standard tournaments or this map here. So cool to see how Khmer can play out. And Nicov using the bonuses wonderfully. He's going to get some good hits here, which is important because those scouts, while they're weak, is still enough to get a villager or two, which Daut needs.
Yeah, those scouts could certainly be annoying, but now they're pretty low HP, so Nicov should be able to deal with them. He's got a couple spearmen just constantly patrolling on his farms. He's had them there for the last few minutes. He knows the danger of Magyar scouts coming in, and the spearmen are going to see these scouts and kill 2 of them right away, so no threat whatsoever from those anymore.
No. Daut has 6 skirmishers, Dave. 6. Is that going to be enough for him when crossbows come calling to his base? He's making more.
The escort. The box formation escort in the middle there. We saw it for a second.
Yep. And Nicov has played this so clean. It's crazy to see a former champion on the back foot like this, but Nicov is a player to fear, and I see Daut adding more archery ranges, so he's thinking that cav archers might be the way after some skirm defense, I guess. And that could work well here. Magyar cav archers are insane in late game, but they have no bonuses to really utilize in Castle Age. It's worth noting.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like Nicov, to no one's surprise, is going to be making a few knights here.
Yeah. Yep, I like that. With the crossbow. Elite Skirm does take a long time to complete. So Daut needs to be in Castle Age and then complete Elite Skirm. But I like how he pushed Nicov back just a little bit. It bought him a little more time. It'll take Nicov a little bit longer to break through the palisades, but that is inevitable. He's going to be through.
Yeah, but by the time Nicov gets to a position where he can truly do damage here in the back of Daut's base, Elite Skirmisher is going to be in.
Yeah.
And Daut will be able to push this army back. Assuming he doesn't lose his skirmisher numbers early, I can't see Daut doing that. It would be very, very risky to take an engagement early, as he's just kind of pulling back from this area.
Elite Skirm's still 13 seconds away, so he panicked up that TC to stop this. Could argue a little too panicky, but it is hard to judge those situations. And Nicov was going to follow that up with Knights, so he knew, and Daut hoping for cav archers to give him a foothold in this game, and Nikov's going to have insane economy, I'm sure. We'll keep an eye on the eco upgrades. Nicov does miss those from time to time, but looking pretty good compared to Daut's.
Yeah, Nicov going for the 3 TC approach here. Hasn't really lost many military in these engagements either, so he's keeping his numbers up, keeping the pressure up on Daut's base right now, and Daut not finding an opportunity yet to go for a counter.
Just insane micro from Nicov. He already has ballistics. He's picked off skirms before and after the upgrades. He's going to get another villager here, and he's picked off a cav archer already. And look at the Vil count. It's going to start to rise and rise and rise, I think, as Nicov will have 3 TCs. But, and again, cav archers still have that point in mid-castle age where they just cannot be stopped. So it's important for Nicov that he gets a lead before it gets worse.
Okay, now the skirmishers are there in defense, and Daut can start thinking about potentially going for a counterattack here, Tristan.
Yeah.
I like the fact that Nicov has fully walled the front of his base so that the cav archers can't sneak in there, but some of those walls are just palisades. Oh, he hasn't fully walled. There is a gap that Daut could potentially go through if he were to go for a counterattack. So Nikov's got to get that sorted out.
I think at this stage of the game, Nicov will probably add houses there, and Daut's going to just assume when he sees the other walls, it's fully walled. But my thing about Nikov's position is you don't get real excited about 3-range crossbow with Khmer. You're not Britons, you're not Ethiopians, you're not Mayans. You do get Arbalest, but that is not one of the best things you can do with Khmer. So,
oh, there's a hole in the gold. Oh, on the villager's idol. Nicov.
Why is there a hole? He deleted it for a house. Okay, and now he sees. He could hop inside the houses here. Great reaction.
I'm confused as to why Daut didn't just kill that house and then go in, but I guess he was nervous about a potential army coming from behind from Nicov.
Yeah.
There is the crossbows there. But now Daut's going to head back to the same location again. Like, you could have been in there.
He patrolled into the house too. You give Nicov a heads up. You cannot do that. Davey doesn't have bloodlines right now, so he's going to be really hesitant. He knows the opponent has ballistics. And so I think that is why he was so nervous. But in the middle, he's got to be careful as well. He's going to try and switch sides on Nicov.
Oh, he's running right into the army.
Wow. And great positioning from Nicov. Daut is really struggling to keep up with this game. Behind by 10 villagers. Nicov with the military lead and eco lead. But Magyar cav archers. And Daut's coming back again? Sneaky stuff here from Daut. Wants to take Nicov off the gold, and Nicov does have the much slower force. So if Daut can find a few areas to run over to, Nikov's going to spend a lot of this game chasing.
Yeah, it's going to be all about mobility for Daut. He's going to have to force Nicov to be chasing him the entire game. And we saw Nicov with those crossbows. He went all the way far left to try and cut off the cav archers, and Daut just keeps coming back to the gold. Nicov is trying to find an angle that he can kill these things from. Hasn't found it yet, but might get a good engagement with ballistics if he patrols into these cav archers here. And it looks like he's going to take one, but Daut is going to run away.
Yeah, I just love good all-around play there. Daut didn't lose too many cav archers, but he's kept that whole group from Nicov at home. And there's going to be a point where Daut's cav archers are going to be significantly stronger than the crossbows, and I think we've arrived to it. So he finally gets some freedom maybe to move elsewhere in the south. This is what cav archers can do for you. Daut just needs to make sure that his micro's on point. He's been wasteful today as a whole. So keep your army alive, Daut. It is probably the strongest army that could be fielded for you.
Yep. And we saw Nicov going for 2 more stables. So he's going to make his way into more night production and potentially think about going into the next stage. I see his gold count there, Tristan. And of course, with Khmer, you could be sitting at 100 food, and all you got to do is wait 40 seconds, and you got enough food to go up to the next stage. So at any point, he could stall out the night production, maybe think about going Imperial Age, getting those upgrades.
Yeah, he's flirting with the idea. He does have stables making knights. So you want to have enough so Daut can't snowball push on you. And this is getting real terrifying now. And Daut has a big blob of red, technically 4 blobs, to make 1 blob there in the mid. And you're right, Dave. Resources climbing for Nicov. I think he's going to try and click up. But he also is starting to struggle a bit with dealing with this force. So he's hoping Imp will be the difference for him.
Yeah, I like how he house walled everything. So it's not going to be an instant entry here for the Cav Archers. There are a few little areas there with only palisades potentially, but Daut is going to opt to just, he's just going to run away, look for another area to hit, maybe engage against the main force from Nicov, as Nicov is up to the Imperial Age and still producing Knights here.
Nicov just now getting the first armor upgrade on the Knights. So to go imp at that time means he is to sacrifice a lot, but he does feel like he has enough, and maybe if it's a decent enough trade, he's going to end up an imp and Daut won't be anywhere close. And so he takes the fight anyways.
Yeah, that's a fantastic surround from Nicov. He had one group of crossbows coming from the south, another group of crossbows coming in from the north, and Daut, losing the skirmishers quite easily, is forced to run away. And I think we're going to be in another, we're in another instance of Nicov looking for Daut and Daut coming back to that main goal.
But back to your point, Nicov housewalling this was so clutch because it buys him just enough time to react every time. That would have been in so many different times. I still feel as long as Daut can get away with this army and keep the mass up as he takes a fight, I don't know if that's a fight you want to take.
Yeah, that's not the greatest engagement. We've seen it all set, Tristan, where he's taking fights where in the long term, it's just not going to pay off. Like, sure, you'll get a one-to-one trade, but you're going to have to run away with those Cav Archers, and suddenly your deadly mass that Nicov had to be worried about is gone.
Now, big moment on the other side. Daut finally gets an army over to Nikov's eco elsewhere before Nicov completes Elite Skirm as well. So actually, Daut gets some good kills there. And Dave, he does still have, how many is it? 30 Cav Archers. He is going to drop a castle when he's an imp. I don't see Nicov pressuring Daut an early imp too much. So maybe there's a chance Daut gets to the ultra strong Magyar Cav Archers with the recurve bow upgrade. And then this shifts back towards him a little bit more. I mean, he's at 107 villagers. Nikov's at 113. Very even game overall.
What's the win condition here for Khmer? If you're against that Magyar death ball of Cav Archers, what are you making? Are you just spamming skirmishers and you're trying to raid with Hussar? Like, what's the game plan?
You basically have to fight until, I mean, this could go to the time limit. You have to fight until Khmer or Magyars are out of gold, and you have to use your farms to bring in a lot of food to go for Hussars. So, Hussar skirm. But like, in terms of peak strength here, Magyars are way stronger. And Cav Archers and Magyar Hussar, or Cav Archers and Hussar is going to be way better than a Cavalier or Hussars Nicov might make. So maybe Nikov's going to go for the kill now, Dave, but it's going to be tough.
Well, I like how he's coming forward with buildings here. If he could secure this gold on the front, like, Daut's going to run out of gold options. He's only got 1 4 tile in the back of his base. He's basically expired his main gold. So if Nicov can hold this position with trash and maybe build up a little bit of a defense around it, prevent Nicov from getting that gold income, and he could starve out the Cav Archers.
What I'd like to see from Nicov here is also expanding to the north and the south. Castle positions are going to be important, making sure you're fortifying. As you're pushing here, which is a crazy push, he's got so much military, make sure you're also taking other areas, because I do think it's not inevitable, but it's very possible that Daut, as recurve bows coming in, will clear everything you have currently, and you're going to want to have some fortifications at your base and in the corners when that happens.
Look at him killing the production buildings. He wants to stall out the momentum for Daut as long as possible.
Yep.
He wants Daut to have to make more production buildings in the back of his base rather than the ones in the front, closer to the action. And of course, waste wood on that as well, as he's still in here with this army. Daut, though, with a huge Cav Archer army behind. He does have the recurve bow now.
Should Daut be fighting before Parthian? Should he wait a little bit more, or is it just too much pressure?
I think it's too much pressure, man.
Yeah.
See, Nicov took out 2 archer ranges, so now Daut, only with 3 archer ranges in his base, he's forced to make more for production. Nicov now with some rams. The Cav Archers aren't going to do too well against those. They'll soak a lot of damage. And behind this, Nicov is expanding, Tristan.
Yep, still no castles in crucial areas, but he has kept this Cav Archer mass at bay. And these are insanely strong Cav Archers, people. Recurve Bow gives them +1 range and +1 attack. So they're looking at 6 + 5 attack and then 8 range. But Nikov's he's been able to field lesser units, but more of them, Dave. And it's working. Daut is stuck in a corner right now. His castle's behind his starting TC.
Yeah, it was a very defensive castle. He knew he needed it because he needed it back there because he didn't know the army location from Nicov.
Yeah.
But it's really hurting him now at this stage of the game as Nicov has the forward area that he has secured in front of Daut's base and taking, to be honest, not a terrible engagement against these Cav Archers. I mean, he's whittling down the numbers.
As good as it gets, and he's getting Siege Ram now. Daut he hasn't had the time to make any type of tech switch to get melee units out. Normally you're thinking Magyar Hussar and how they have a bonus against Siege. Daut's going to make a few of them, but he can make a ton of them here. And Nicov has continued to pressure that production. 33 on gold for him, that's double what Daut has. Farm count's actually kind of similar, Dave. I still feel like there's a chance that Daut holds and ends up pushing back. It's going to be tough, though.
Yeah, if he ever gets into Cav Archer and Magyar Hussar fully teched up, that's a really, really tough matchup. I mean, the Magyar Hussar will shred the Siege Rams, and the Cav Archers will shred everything else, as we see Daut going for a second castle, still in a fairly defensive spot, though. And he's on a timer now, Tristan. He's running out of gold. He's almost out of gold.
If he's able to get the unique tech, as we see, is Nicov going to go Elite Battle Elephant? I see elephants in the middle of the map. Villagers are being chased down there. I think Nicov might choose to go for elephants, or it was a misclick, Dave, but...
there it is!
Daut, oh my god, he's gonna... Well, never mind, people. When I said Khmer strengths, and I talked about how Khmer are weaker than Magyars, technically, Elite Battle Elephant, if you can get there with the Scorpions, are actually stronger than Magyars. It's just... You just never see it. It's too expensive, typically.
Yeah, but Nicov has control of all of the golds on the sides, as we saw Daut trying to go for a TC in the north there. He needed access to gold, Tristan, but Nicov was already there, and he tracked those villagers all the way across the map with Cavalier. Nicov is playing out of his mind here today. He's got pressure everywhere, but Daut, with this deadly, deadly composition, still alive. The Cav Archers, the Magyar Hussars, doing work against the military from Nicov.
The thing is, all momentum's been lost when he tech switched to elephants. It's very expensive. He doesn't have any of the attack upgrades. He doesn't have a lot of defensive castles, so he has a few. Daut's going to take the gold in the front. Daut will probably get to Magyar Hussar, or Elite Magyar Hussar, and I mean, you're seeing in the KD now how strong these Cav Archers can be. So yeah, I think Daut still has plenty of opportunity. I mean, the south, there's gold to take if Daut needs to expand there. This is why I said this game could go to the time limit, man. Like, both players have really strong techs right now.
Yeah, look at the gold in the bank, though, for Nicov. He's got 1,400 gold in the bank, and Daut has to now relocate all of his gold villagers to that front area. And it's not even efficient with the siege workshops there from Nicov, so I think Daut's going to stall out a little bit here. He already stalled his production because they didn't have any gold coming in, so wasn't increasing the Cav Archer number while Nicov was switching to Battle Elephant. And now Nicov coming back across the field with Battle Elephant. Skirm's following up behind. He's going to hit that gold, Tristan. If he gets Daut off of the gold, suddenly there's no production at all for the Serbian.
Yeah, and also the Daut fight in the middle is not too great. Never want to be trading your Cav Archers against Skirms.
These things are so strong, dude. Oh my goodness.
Tusk Sword's on the way. Again, so cool how we're seeing the upgrade. That will give these Battle Elephants additional attack. And that's before the Blacksmith upgrades will come in. The strongest Battle Elephants in the game. By far, I don't think Burmese and Vietnamese elephants even compare.
And now Daut, no gold income whatsoever at the moment anyway. I see him coming back out for that gold with a ton of villagers. On the back foot, Nicov with the momentum once again.
Yeah, Daut going to be in a position where he can almost always make Magyar Hussar. I believe he got the unique tech, so they don't cost gold. I would assume so. So that's going to be good long-term. Nicov cannot make elephants long-term unless he has all the gold control. So I'm just thinking what will be, if this game goes on for another 30 minutes, who's going to be in the better position. And Daut is going to get a second relic now. He does seem to be keeping some of the Cav Archers alive. I still think, in some ways, Nicov still needs to go in for the kill.
Does Nicov... Oh, I don't think Nicov sees that gold in the south. He's going to castle the gold at the front. He knows how important that is. He's going all in on this. He's saying, if you don't have gold, you're not going to be able to produce Cav Archers, and I can whittle those down with the skirms. But he doesn't see the gold that Daut went to in the south.
Oh, these elephants, though. They're so tough to kill. The Magyar Hussars certainly aren't going to do it. And Dave, maybe he'll see that gold. I think with the castle, he might be able to catch a glimpse of it. Or maybe he'll send Bills down there. That's the only area he hasn't scouted. Raid attempt from Daut. And that's going to be annoying for Nicov, as he will not have farms around many TCs back there. He doesn't need that. He's going to have the garrison in houses, and that's a distraction that Daut needs to send towards Nikov's way again, I think. Nikov's had too much focus on the front.
Dude, look at this pressure on the front, though. For good reason, he's had too much focus on the front. He's got elephants, he's got skirmishers, he's got siege rams, he's got the forward production buildings, he's got a castle there now. Daut has to keep his Cav Archers at home. This is fantastic play from Nicov, forcing Daut to keep that huge ball of deadly units at his base and not raiding his economy or pushing forward.
One of the most frustrating things when you're ahead against Magyars is trying to treb down their castles, because the Magyar Hussar do so good against your siege. So Nicov needs to keep a close eye on that treb and any future trebs. Obviously, taking out the castle's huge, but what's being created out of that castle shreds your siege. So maybe instead of raiding now, you just camp the hill as he's doing and start to take that out. Crazy game, Dave. 175 pop versus 150, and Daut, the champion of the previous Red Bull Wololo, could lose this series and be out of the tournament here if he doesn't step it up a little bit more.
Yeah, I think Nicov might want to consider relocating his trebs to attack the castle in the south as the Magyar Hussars come in here, like you were talking about. Nicov trying to get the skirmishers in front to block, but they kill the trebs so quickly.
Yep.
And Daut is just going to run away now.
Yeah, Nicov just needed more trebs there. I call it trickle trebbing. I think if you're going to show up and show the Magyar siege, you show them 4 trebs instead of 1, because they're almost always going to be able to snipe one of them. But he is going to switch now to the south. He knows that Daut's taking that gold. I think even sending some of your army there to the south is good, because Daut doesn't have siege to take out your middle castle. He only has army. Just get Daut off of gold right now, Nicov.
Daut's really struggling with gold income and production. He's been struggling for the last few minutes, but now it's hitting its peak as Nicov comes over here and is going to attack his gold once again.
Nicov has 0 on gold. I just want to point that out. Elephants are very expensive, so are rams. 0 on gold. And 0 relics, though he does have some relics around. Pretty crazy stuff we're seeing here.
I didn't realize that. I'm surprised he hasn't come forward to take this
the
gold.
Trebs.
Yeah.
Trebs aren't cheap either. Daut's going to go in, and I think Magyar Hussar will be able to take out those Trebs. Magyars are the ultimate cockroachy stay-alive civilization. The population's higher for Daut. The position is Daut has 3 castles.
Hussar Tech is now in for Nicov. And we're going to start to see the flood, I think, into the economy from Daut. We can already see some Hussar coming in here. This is going to be a huge distraction for Daut. If Nicov can hold this forward position, keep the Cav Archers here, and snipe any siege coming out from Daut, he could just raid him to death in the back of his economy.
Nicov needs castles in his eco. And actually, I think he's thinking about it. He's just placed the foundation in his farming eco. Dude, this game's going to go on for a while longer, people. This game is going to end anytime soon. Both players are very difficult to kill right now because of their castle positions and also their armies. Do you think that Daut's army is stronger right now, and he also has 25 more military? Loving it, man. This is amazing. And there's the Hussars going in. And Magyar Hussars going in at the same time. What a good castle spot for Nicov.
Yeah, great stuff.
That'll help protect from the raids. How do you end this game, Dave?
I mean, if you're in Nikov's position, I guess you have to... You know, there is a world in Nikov's position where Daut has no wood.
Yeah, maybe.
Hitting every single wood line, like everything looks exposed for Daut at the moment. If you're in Daut's position, though, it feels tough against Khmer. It feels really tough, especially with the map control that Nicov has. Everywhere you hit, Nikov's going to have a different option to go to.
Is this the correct play from Daut? We'll see how much damage he does. But before, his Cav Archers were doing really well because, well, A, they're beastly, but B, they had Hussar support. Now he's running to the back of the enemy base. He's killing Eco, but he doesn't have Hussar support. And I know he has gold mining now, but this is a lot of Cav Archers. I think that Daut's made a big mistake diving in here. He's going to lose all of his massive Cav Archers.
And this was the army that was keeping Nicov at bay for 20 minutes there.
Exactly. That just feels so weird to me. So weird to me. It does not seem like a very Daut thing to make that decision. And he is maybe going to make it out alive with some, but in terms of military now, Nicov has the lead, but more importantly, Nicov with a lot of trash and Daut with a lot of trash.
Look at the villager numbers. Both players losing some to raids. Nicov at 92 right now, and Daut up at 100, so not the most robust economy behind either of these players' military.
Yeah, and just awkward stuff. And Daut's gonna... What he did do was buy time with that army, Dave, and he's gonna be able to treb down that castle that's on the front and actually escape with some of these Cav Archers, I think.
He might be turning
not
the
a gap
tide here,
there.
to be honest. If he gets access to that gold at the front, this could be really, really bad for Nicov as he's still trying to deal with these raids.
Now, Dave, he still has solid Cav Archer numbers. He's produced a lot more as he was losing them. He just maybe had confidence that if he distracted Nicov like that, he was going to be able to free up that gold in the front of his base. And he's going to do that right here as the Magyar Hussar storm forward. They're still not elite, which hurts to see, but they are still strong and a unit that is stronger than a regular Hussar and does not cost gold.
I'm just wondering, like, where is the Hussar production for Nicov? He's been producing out of 2, 3, maybe 4 stables. With Khmer, you want to see that queue up there.
Yeah.
You know, you want 10 plus stables rocking Hussars into the enemy economy, but he hasn't hit Daut's eco in quite a while here.
Yeah, Daut did a good job of shifting focus, man. And now, as we see 195 population for Daut, elite Magyar Hussar on the way for Daut. It only gets stronger for him, and the trebs are there. And the difference here is Daut, he's not up against someone who has a good unit to snipe siege. It's Hussars against Magyar Hussars and CA. Daut's force is significantly stronger.
This is a nutty comeback from Daut.
Nutty.
He held on for so long. Nicov really stalled out there, couldn't quite shut down the gold income for Daut, and was having gold issues of his own, unable to produce the elephants. And suddenly, Daut is here with a gigantic military at the front, these super strong Magyar Cav Archers, some treads to take the castle down, and here comes Nicov.
Dude, get the trebs, Nicov, and hope for the best. Get the trebs, hope for the best, get a few more farmers out for more Hussars. If you can trade against the Cav Archers enough, and granted, the KD won't look pretty. Maybe, just maybe, Daut will get to a point where he cannot field anymore. Nicov holds Dave. Somehow, he pushes Daut back to his base.
Yeah, that was a really good engagement from Nicov, especially to make a few extra elephants, even when he's struggling on gold, right? And bring him over there. They really turned the tide in that battle. Still, though, not many opportunities for him to hit Daut's eco with all these Cav Archers in defense, and Daut with a superior Hussar unit in the elite Magyar Hussar.
All right, so I'm going to remind viewers, because I said 20 minutes ago, this might go to time limit. It's very rare. We have not had it happen yet, but Red Bull wants this to be a fast tournament. And occasionally, when you have Magyars and Khmer on this map, or other situations too, the games go on for a while. So at the bottom right, above Nikov's face right now, you can see the years. If that hits 0, the game ends, and whoever has the highest score in-game, which is based on kills, techs, a bunch of different factors, will win. But if we're talking about that, Dave, surely the person who's going to get the most kills is going to win. And Daut just needs to hit and run with his Cav Archers and keep his eco alive or something. Big fight in the middle.
Yeah, Nicov trying to whittle down the Cav Archers with, 8 skirmishers there and flanking with Hussars. Daut wins this fight every single day of the week here. And Nicov, while he has raids going into Daut's economy, we can see 3 Hussars heading in there. He's got nothing to deal with this main force at the moment.
I have seen post-imp Mongols in a 1v1 with Mangadai and Rams struggle against Magyars. Mongols of all civs. And Daut, the Dark Lord, we're not going to get to the time limit, Dave, ties it up 2-2. What a hold from him. It was looking so bad for him in Feudal, so bad for him in Castle. It's 2 straight games where he's gone back to his roots with Cav Archers. We actually get a game 5 here.
That was a really impressive defense from Daut, especially considering all the gold issues that he had with production. Only Magyars, I feel like, can pull that off with their insane Magyar Hussar and Cav Archers. Though, you got to question some of the things that Nicov was doing there when he had such a great position. You mentioned the trickle trebbing that he was doing. Like, if he had brought out 3 or 4 trebs at once and targeted one of those castles and kept his units around to keep that safe, suddenly Daut has less castles to produce Magyar Hussars out of, and Nicov has areas that he can enter into Daut's ego to do some damage, which he really struggled with. So maybe Nikov's going to be looking back at that game and thinking he could have done some things differently. However, Daut, amazing defense, and he deserves the win there.
Yeah, seems crazy, but I think the best play for Nicov there is never make a single forward castle, never make a single forward building, pressure with the army like you are, and then castle all 3 corners. Like that southern corner, just hold and just, the KD is going to be awful for you, but if you hold the position, you somehow have a chance, because he invested so much gold into trying to kill a civ that is clearly unkillable if they get to that comp. That was the mistake for Nicov. But any other civ matchup on this map, and Nicov wins that game. It's just Daut held on. I got to credit Daut for his castle positions, Dave. He knew that if a big push came in, he would need his castles, and he placed his first 2 castles so passively behind his town centers. It worked out, man. Game 5 is going to be a nail biter now, because Nicov was riding the high of confidence after the first 2 games, and now he's got to be a little shaky, and Daut just seems to be warming up.
Yeah, we said domination in the first 2 wins that Nicov had, and that one, I mean, Daut just refuses to go away, Tristan. He's refusing to go out. He knows that he is the previous champion, and he wants to continue the streak here, and the only shot is to beat Nicov. So we were in a game number 5, reverse sweep potential here. The last map, I believe, is Acclivity?
Acclivity,
is the last map?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. And we've got Archer Civs for both players available.
Yeah, Bulgarian's definitely not an Archer Civ, but we have seen them before. It has surprised players before. I think the big one I remember was when Vinchester did it against Hera last time. But I think Daut's got to go Mayans, right? He won Red Bull Wololo 3 with Mayans here. Seems pretty comfortable. And then for Nicov, I know people want to see Byzantines, but I think it has to be Ethiopians. Again, a solid Archer Civ, and you just see a whole lot of archers on this map.
Mm-hmm. Oh boy, this is going to be a tense one. And I fear for Nikov's mental here going into game number 5, because like you said, he was up 2-0. It looked very convincing. The first game he lost, the one on Meadow, was basically really quick game, really decisive. But this last one, like, he had a really great position. And it looked like he was going to win the game, and Daut managed to pull it back. So going to game number 5, I hope Nicov is in the right headspace and is just kind of resets everything. I only need to win 1 game. I'll give it my best shot. And for Daut, I mean, Daut has the momentum coming in here. He's working on the reverse sweep. He hasn't quite got there yet, but he's working on it. And he has to feel comfortable going into a map, Acclivity, and a Civ, Mayans, like you said, that he won the last tournament with. It was a big moment for him, and now another big moment as he attempts to get out of the group stage.
If you're the biggest Nicov fan and you're looking for any reason right now to be really confident for your guy, Mayans don't get Cav Archers. Mayans don't get CA. Every game that Daut has not made Cav Archers, he's died, I believe. Game 1 and 2, no CA, right? I think he died. Game 3 and 4, he died. It wouldn't be the best reason to look for because Mayans are top tier, and Daut probably played Mayans more than any other Civ over the years. But you've got to be reaching now for some hope, clinging to some hope if you're rooting for Nico. But in terms of the matchup, I think that Nicov is favored with his technical ability. As we've seen every time they've both gone for Archer openings. It happened in game 1, happened in game 2. So Daut's got to be careful here, and he has to make sure he's tracking Nikov's army, Dave. We were giving him a hard time about taking bad fights and not tracking army. He needs to do that here, and then I think Mayans are probably the preferred Civ in the mid game.
Yeah. It's just whether Nicov can put him down early, because we saw the fight that Daut can put up later on in the game. I think if I were Nicov, I'm not going to want to see another Cav Archer for a month after
for a
that
long time.
Last game there. Yeah, on paper, Elephants should be able to tank Cav Archer fire, but Daut was just shredding them with those Magyar Cav Archers. So I see a look of surprise on your face, and I'm going to assume that we have an unexpected Civ pick in Bulgarians here for Mr. Daut. Am I correct?
Yes, you are correct. You know me well. Huh. How do you open here? This is going to be a messy one. I think you expect the Archer opening from Ethiopians. You go for skirmishers and fast blacksmith upgrades because they're cheap. And then you get into scouts. This is going to be a wild game. I don't think this is going to be like any of the acclivity games that we have seen so far in this tournament, except maybe that one crazy win from Viper against Jordan, if you recall, with Tatars. I think he went all in.
Ooh. Well, he kind of went all in, but he only went all in because he did the damage early, right? Yeah. It wasn't. I don't think it was a planned all in. Maybe we'll see something like that from Daut. Who knows? You never know with Daut. We might see a full wall into Krepost rush. You never really know with this guy.
The chat's freaking out about the fact that Bulgarians have good Cav Archer upgrades. I know that that's the case. I don't think that will matter here, but it is true that he's playing with a Civ that can make Cav Archers. That's funny. Oh, God. But
we should be into the game soon here, folks. I see the countdown is pretty low here. This is game number 5. It's only our first series of the day, and we've already gone to a decider. I'm not going to lie, Tristan. After I saw the 2-0 from Nicov and the dominating performances, I was fairly certain Nicov was going to take this set. But Daut proving me wrong once again, just like he proved all of us wrong for the last event.
Yeah, just typical Daut fashion. Slow start, and then he says, hey, my strategy's good. I can prep for the late game really well. I think he'll need to do the same here. If he survives the early rush, advantaged out possibly after what we've seen over all 4 games here today. Big moment to start off day 3 of Red Bull Wololo. There is Daut in the red, opening up with a range. And he's up against Nicov, of course, who we're expecting the same from. I do see some sneakiness from Daut. He's actually making some men-at-arms, which is very, very rare to see in these settings.
Men-at-arms are it's a big risk, isn't it? Like, you're investing your resources into them. You're going forward, but if the map isn't in your favor, or rather, if the enemy's map isn't so open, you find no places to hit, suddenly it feels really slow. You can't catch up to the archers from them. It's just a lot of wasted resources, as we see the first men-at-arm from Daut getting picked off by the scouts from Nicov.
Nicov opened scouts, I think, expecting the skirm opening. So you've pretty much got to think, what Civ will they go for, and what's opening will they go for? And I think Nicov guessed it perfectly here, as he gets 2 very quick and easy kills. Those men-at-arms were nothing except a waste of resources for Daut. Rough start for him.
Yeah, Daut's face, once again, not looking super impressed with the outcome of those initial fights there. He's going for the wall-ups around his base. I don't know if he's going to get them down fast enough to prevent the scouts from coming in, but he does have some spearmen, so he should be fine here.
I wonder how aggressive Nicov's going to be here. I think he's going to be sending everything forward, right? As for how many scouts he makes, I'm not so sure, but I think you see the berries are exposed and you see spearman defense and you have a range at home making archers, you're going to be here pretty quickly with that. Daut needs to make sure the walls get down. It seems like he's able to do that. No problems here for him, but oh, wait a second. Tile gap. Nicov goes in, and Nikov's going to run past the town center. Oh, man.
Yep. Oh, Daut, that's for another player, man. Daut attempting the quick gate against the scouts from Nicov. Not getting that one done. He's actually almost going to finish the gate. No, he deletes it now, and Nicov is being so annoying with these scouts, Tristan. Refuses to get hit by the spearman.
The patience is the biggest thing here, because if you just dive in and lose your scouts, you're in trouble. Then Daut doesn't have to focus on it. But the fact that he's being so patient is so impressive here, as he hasn't even received a shot from the two spearmen. And there go the archers. Daut's range is also on the front, which Nicov will see. So Nikov's going to know that there's really nothing that can protect the berries for Daut right now. But Daut is also in a position where he could move out, and maybe Nikov's going to get caught out with any trailing armies. So this is still a really close game, as Nicov tries to loop back towards the berries here. There's Daut going forward. We'll see the archers. This is what I meant. But now at Daut's berries, big problems. Big problems.
Yeah, Nicov keeping those scouts alive, doing such a good job with that. And now he loops around to reconnect with the archers over here, and villagers going down on the berries. That's less food income for Daut. He's going to struggle to get up to the castle age. Meanwhile, look at Nikov's resources. Oh boy, Daut's going to be in fuel age for a long time here, and Nicov is going to click up.
Nicov just... Can we say flawless here? It wasn't flawless. He lost the archers, and Daut's looking for a counter. But my goodness, was that smooth. How did he keep those scouts alive? How did he end up getting everything together with the berries?
Yep.
The only thing rough for him right now is really his eco at home. What are these villagers up to? Did he click them to the woodline or something?
Problems. Big
oh my god.
Problems.
Yeah, well, that's not perfect. And Daut's still with decent resources to click up soon, Dave. It's great for Daut that he's able to defend himself now, and that he has a counter. So him having a counter in and doing some type of harassment is important. It's just unfortunate to lose 3 villagers and then be locked out and be so late to Castle Age.
Okay, Daut is finally on his way to the Castle Age here. Nicov with 2 stables with Ethiopians. Is he going into knights here, or is he going to add another archer range?
I think both. I think both. It would make sense to go for both. I'd be very surprised if he tries to boom here. Knights makes sense, and also Daut might not be expecting as many knights as Nicov is planning on. Nikov's economy is really, really messy, but Daut's isn't looking too clean either, as he's sitting there next to the woodline with the skirms, sees the archers moving. Nicov is going to pick his spots and hit the other woodline here. Rough spot for Daut again.
Yeah, suddenly Nicov not the only problem or player with woodline problems here.
Yeah,
he's on the woodline from Daut. Daut bringing over the skirmishers. That'll be enough to chase them away, at least until Nicov gets the crossbow upgrade. But Nicov can just loop around and hit that gold now. He's going to have bodkin arrow. He's going to have crossbow. That gold is going to be awfully exposed. And here are the knights from Nicov as well. So potential to hit on multiple sides. And we saw how much Daut struggled against that in previous games. And we saw how good Nicov is with multiple groups of units.
Daut is so experienced with Bulgarians. He was probably the only high-level player who fell in love with the Civ before all the buffs. The people who know Daut know that. If there's ever a player to bring it back with Bulgarian strengths here, it is the Lord. But this pressure is just insane, Dave. He doesn't have any gold income. And he's getting pressured from all angles here, and it feels like it's only going to get worse. Nikov's getting thumb ring and getting armor for his cav right now. What is this?
Yeah, full-on 1TC play here from Nicov. I mean, he doesn't really have the gold income. His economy is still very, very messy, but he's doing the damage in Daut's base. Daut, though, with some decent micro from the skirmishers, pushing back the crossbows, so good stuff from the Lord there.
That was a really good moment for him, because if he didn't get gold right there, it could have just been GG. Still big struggles, of course, as Nikov's going to break in, and Daut only has skirms, but Ethiopian Knights are not something you need to worry about too much long-term. It's more so Ethiopian archers. So if Daut has skirms with upgrades, and those upgrades are cheap, and then gets armored knights, which he's also getting because Bulgarian upgrades are cheap, this is doable for Daut to push this back somehow.
Honestly, I feel like the biggest thing hurting Nicov right now is his building placements. He can't take the gold efficiently. He's had problems taking his wood lines efficiently. His base is so packed in there that he can't keep up with the military production. Like if he had placed his buildings a little bit differently earlier, his economy would be so much more efficient, and I feel like he'd have more military on the field right now.
I think he was doing so well in feudal to hit the wood lines, and then he got so caught up in the gold and breaking in. Why not have crossbows behind the wood lines on the left? It's the only spot Daut can get wood.
Yep.
Now Daut's at a spot where he might be able to take a decent fight, and that could lead to a counterattack. And is Nicov going to expect this? He doesn't expect it originally. And this is amazing for Daut, I think, Dave.
Yep. Losing everything and still not hitting that wood line at the front. He's seen it, and he's not hitting it. He's so distracted by everything else. Microing 2 archers against, 15 skirmishers.
I cannot believe I'm saying this, but advantage Daut. After losing the first 2 games in this series, and then having to come back, advantage Daut now, as he has 18 or so military versus 7, and a lot of the military that Nicov has is knights with a civ you don't really want to have knights with long term. Right, more archers has to be the play then for Nicov. He does have ballistics. He's missing a lot of eco upgrades. To be fair, Daut doesn't have any stone to make a TC, so it's military, military, military. Still will need knights. And there's actually a town center on the front for Nicov, and he's got another one too, but I'm with you, Dave. I actually get very claustrophobic just looking at Nikov's eco. It's so cramped.
I kept looking back and seeing, 10, 12 villagers idled because they couldn't collect the resources. They were bumping up against buildings and everything. You got to wonder with that villager lead, how much of that is just a number and how much of it is actually come into play in this game with the economy being so idle here. But Nicov has some knights on the field trying to counter the knights and skirms from Daut. If he clears up the knights from Daut, he should have a decent engagement with the skirms. He's microing his heart out with these crossbows.
There's no way Nicov should ever get close to winning that fight with the amount of upgrades and units Daut has, but Nikov's micro was actually so sick there. So impressive from him to get as much damage in as possible.
He's trapping himself in even more. He's putting a siege workshop next to the gold now.
It's more about how quickly can you get the buildings up than where they're placed right now for Nicov, I think. That's probably the thought process, and I don't think villager numbers are going to make a massive difference in this game. Of course, if it goes on longer, it will. But when you're adding more villagers on acclivity, the most important thing is having the military to protect the vills, something Nicov doesn't really have just yet. So he needs maybe a big Maginot shot. He does have the siege workshop, maybe a sneaky counter, but my goodness, is this messy as the game is so close on the score. Love to see it. It's a perfect game 5, Dave. Exactly what viewers would want. I'm sure the players don't want this, but sorry.
No real military in defense here from Nicov. He did a good job not going out with that Mangonel and not revealing it, because the knights from Daut could at any moment just turn around and snipe that thing. So he's going to build up a little bit of military of his own. Has made another archer range start producing crossbows just because he doesn't have the food income to keep producing knights.
Okay, remember questioning Daut's reactions in game 1 and 2 when he lost? Let's see how he reacts to this gold here in a moment, because Nicov is doing something that could save him. He's sending crossbows around. He's actually going to see those villagers which are going to additional golds.
Oh, boy.
Big moment for Nicov.
He could kill all of these.
Daut's reaction was good, right? But now he's down by 15 villagers, and all Nikov's going to do is dive for more with the crossbows. What a way when the pressure's on at your eco, to come back into a game. Huge move.
Yep. A fantastic play there from Nicov. Really heads up play. He could have used those crossbows in defense, but they would not get anywhere near the value they got from going forward.
Wow.
He looped those all the way around to the gold. So great play there. And now he's going to defend at home.
Oh my god, dude. That was insane. That was 5 crossbows or 6? I forget. Oh my goodness, dude. And now, I said, what, 10 minutes ago, eco doesn't matter? Oh yeah, eco matters now. Nicov has 3 TCs to produce villagers if he loses some. He just needs to get a proper number of crossbows with mangonels and knights. And then Daut might have no answer. And oh my goodness, I see villagers on the mini-map, Dave. This is the answer. And this is so Daut. If this doesn't work, this is his reputation. Oh god, you've got to be kidding.
It is a Krepos, so it will go up quicker, and that's a lot of knights. And now the skirmishers are looping behind. I don't know if Nicov can stop this. He has a couple mangonels, and he's got some crossbows, but there's so many knights on the field from Daut. This seems like a pretty good play. Now, what you can follow up with after this is another question, but the Krepos is definitely going to go down.
If he would have been able to get this in the heart of Nikov's eco, Nicov wouldn't be able to use any buildings, as Daut's going to dive here to take a fight, which I'm surprised by. I don't think he needs to do this right now.
Repair? Repairs? Oh,
Daut
it almost survived. But Daut lost all his knight numbers for that. All of them.
What? Why run into a choke point against mangonels and Ethiopian crossbows? I guess maybe he feels like he's on the clock, Dave. He knows he lost the villagers, so that would be the explanation.
Yeah.
But Nicov, who has to expand, don't get me wrong, this is messy. I feel Nikov's going to be able to get another counter in. And Daut's got 14 on food, 16 on wood. He can't really make many more skirms and knights at this point.
I wonder
Might
what
be
he's going to do
all
with
in
those forward
Krepos for
villagers.
Daut.
Yeah, I'm sensing another Krep. Oh, here we go. Another Krepos following up from Daut. That one's going to be able to range, I think, a farm and potentially that gold from Nicov. But if, at the end of the day, Tristan, like these Krepos, I think they might do Nicov a favor. It might force him to expand his base a little bit.
Oh, God. You're not wrong. That gold is so inefficient. There's Nicov on the left now. And that's what I'm saying. I don't think Daut can stop that now. There is gold all along the edge of the map here, so I'm surprised Nicov never sent any villagers to the mining there. No doubt was doing it already. Crossbow's moving out for Nicov. Daut needs defense. He's now in the worst spot you can be in. You're committing everything you have to defend when you're behind an economy. Normally, when you're in these positions, you're going to end up losing the game because you need to be offensive, and you just simply cannot and stay alive at the same time.
Yeah, Nicov finally expanding his eco. He's going to have a TC up along the back there as he has these crossbows forward, and there's not much military hanging around his economy. Right now, the only pressure from Daut is 2 Krepos, which aren't doing too much at the moment.
And players will use the score and their game sense to understand their position. Daut really trying to track this. He's doing a good job at that. Nicov should realize that his economy is much stronger now after the Vil kills and seeing the score. Don't know if Daut is going to be able to do much offensively with Krepos now. So it's all about getting enough knights and skirms on the field.
He is going to be able to clear up this crossbow mass at the back. No amount of micro is going to be able to save you here, Nicov. I think Daut will just chase with the knights and clean it up with the skirmishers. So that's military that Daut can send forward. Unfortunately for him, it's only 2 knights and 3 skirmishers. So as he goes for another Krepos.
And that's the one that would have been the killer blow the first time, but he couldn't place it. That is in the middle of everything. This is the new town center for Nicov. Sorry, Nicov, your town centers don't count as that anymore. The stable, the university, the siege workshop, everything. Will it go up, Dave? The crossbows are coming in. Is it enough crossbows, and is it in time?
Krepos build fast. That'll go up, yeah.
How annoying is that? Do you ram that down now if you're Nicov? I don't even know what you do. This is so cluttered.
Well, the thing is, like, it can range your TC in the north, I guess, but you know you have a firm eco advantage, even with all of this over Daut.
Yeah.
Just keep expanding. to the outside of the map, right?
The thing is, you cycle through your town centers to create vills out of them, and like 2 of these TCs shouldn't be creating vills now, but they still will because that's just how it tends to go when you macro. So if Daut can annoy for the next minute or two and somehow get TCs up of his own, he still does have a chance here. There's no way Nicov's idle is efficient. He's got over 2 hours of eco idle time with villagers alone.
He's getting horse collar right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's I've seen worse timing. Oh, jeez. Dave, Daut's military force is stronger. Nicov is not countering. Daut has 2 TCs at home. The Krepos are all over Nikov's face, making it stressful. And there might be more of them here in a moment. This is actually, this is one of the best games I've seen in this tournament so far. And it might even be one of the best games I've seen in all the Red Bull Wololos, because I thought Daut was going to win twice and Nicov was going to win twice now. What is this?
Yep. Now Nicov repositioning his army over there to potentially counter this. He just doesn't have the military production he needs. And a big reason for that is a lot of his production buildings are underneath these Krepos here or have been destroyed by the Krepos. So he just needs to constantly be remaking them. He does have an impressive villager lead, but it's not as big as you would have thought, considering all the damage he did earlier and all the TC's advantage he had over Daut.
He does have a decent chunk of crossbows now, but Daut wants to drop another Krepos. Now, Daut has already dropped Krepos on town centers and production buildings. These are new archer ranges for Nicov. If this one goes up, Nicov could have a big problem, and so he might try and go for a big response here, Dave, with a castle.
I like this, and this will give Nicov more options as well. So that'll lock down the left side of his base against any future pushes from Daut, assuming the castle goes up, and then he'll have something to produce another unit as well if he wants to go for potentially showtells for raids or trebs once he's in Imperial.
But 30 villagers are building the castle. Villagers are dying as they try and build the castle. And suddenly it's 74 villagers for Daut and 76 for Nicov. Daut is going to have the lead here. This is unbelievable.
This is insane. He was behind by like 20 plus villagers at one point. He was down to 40 villagers in Castle Age. After that raid on the gold from Nicov, the Krepos have given him an avenue in, and Nicov just hasn't been able to deal with it whatsoever. Nikov's lost, what, 2 TCs to the Krepos? He just keeps repositioning over and over again, and Daut every single time shifts his focus.
Yep. Having villagers is great, but having villagers working in the right spots is greater. And that's what Daut's been able to do. And when you fall behind, you have to pressure. That has been Daut's MO here. As he's looping around there, he was on farms, and now he's hitting the TC, and this is a ridiculous game to end the series. I cannot believe this. It still could go either way, but...
It's advantaged out right now. Definitely.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, the villager count's getting up there, and as soon as he saw that castle forced out from Nicov, and as soon as he saw all of the military that he cleared up, he added 2 more TCs. So Daut is now going to be sitting on 4 TCs behind this.
Okay, so Vill counts are a little deceiving here, though, because Daut just reached 80. Nikov's had 80 for a while, and also Daut is spending a lot more food. So if Nicov is able to save the food and gold to click Imp, I think Daut's still in a forever Castle Age position, and fast Imp Arbalest could do a lot of damage, not to mention Nicov could make trebs. So momentum is with Daut, but Nicov might be intentionally just staying at home, conserving his numbers, and waiting for Imperial Age to kick. And that is not going to be anywhere close for Daut as he picks off a Scorpion with a Conic.
I think the key here for Daut, though, he's going to rely on the fact that Nicov will take time to clear up all these Krepos, and that'll give him the time he needs to go up to the next stage. Because Nicov, even if he goes Imperial, he can't really ignore this position. Like, that's just too many Krepos on the front side of his base to completely ignore.
Yep, you're definitely right. And so Daut will have to buy as much time as possible. And then Daut's farming eco should be way greater. It will eventually turn into a game where Daut has a lot of mobility and Nicov has to try and kill really fast with Imperial Age units. And we all know Arbalests are strong, but Daut his eco is spread out all over the place. It's not like Nicov can hit all those areas when Imp arrives. Loving this, man.
Daut being really annoying with the Conics and the Knights. He's constantly hitting farmers from Nicov, and Nicov is trying to respond, but there's one or two here, one or two there, and his crossbows are definitely just too slow to keep up with it.
And the more time Daut buys, the better his position will be. And I guess we should talk about composition long term. What do you think about just elite skirm against Ethiopians? Is there really anything else you want to prioritize?
I think you've seen how messy the economy is from Nicov, and you know there's avenues for you to get in. I think elite skirm is viable, at least to start.
Yeah. Even just elite skirm hussar long term could be so sick here as Daut's resources are spiking. I know the idle time's not showing on the screen, but I have it behind the scenes here. 4 hours and 21 minutes of idle villager time for Nicov in this game. Daut has had 46 minutes of idle villager time. Now, to be fair, he didn't have a lot of villagers for a while. But he's caught up now, and his eco's been so efficient.
Yeah, that's insane. Absolutely insane. And that started early feudal age, early feudal age. Of course, everything's early feudal age in Empire Wars. But that started early in the game with Nicov, walling his villagers into inefficient positions.
Right.
And it hasn't really stopped.
Dude, I'm feeling for Nicov.
Has more production buildings. He has more production buildings at the north, so he's going to continue pressuring that location. And he's got singular ram making its way towards that castle.
Funnily enough, it's just another distraction, another thing Nicov needs to react to, and another reason Nicov will not look forward. Daut has 2 minutes until he's an imp. His economy will be significantly greater then. We know his position's greater with the Krepos. This is one of the best comebacks I've seen in these settings. Truly insane.
2 in a row.
2 in a row.
2 in a row, amazing comebacks. Daut refuses to die. he refuses to die after some really bad defeats too early in the set. He's making it count, and how is he making it count with freaking Krepos, Tristan?
With Bulgarians, with the civ that he loves so much. It's just so fitting. Double the amount on food. He's got more on gold as well. He's got the whole map. I'm sure if you look at Daut's Fog of War, you can see how much he sees. Score will tell him everything he needs to know. I don't even know if he wants to make Cav Archers long term or if these are misclicks, but he's got a few of them. And no, he's making more. He's going to be getting the ranged upgrades anyways, right? So you might as well mix in some Cav Archers, which are a little bit more mobile and have worked well for you. I think the reverse sweep has almost completed here, Dave. Nikov's just now getting Orb.
Great value out of those Cav Archers there.
Oh, God. I spoke too soon. Whoops. Sorry, Daut.
Great use of the mobility there, running right into the arrow fire from Nicov.
Everything about this game has been so Daut. Fall behind, they come back with Krepos. Now, the skirms don't have upgrades yet, but there's going to be more of them, and he's not going to be able to get it out of here. Yeah, this has reached a point where Nicov cannot transition into anything else. He doesn't have the economy or the civ to go hussar, and Daut could just go full skirm, and then he has Nicov completely surrounded right now.
Yeah, we see Daut with skirmishers on the southern side of Nikov's base. Potentially could deny that TC. One knight from Nicov not going to be enough to clear that up, and Nicov focusing right now on clearing up the Krepos with his trebs.
I feel so bad for Nicov right now. Up 2-0. Up in this game! After Daut brought back 2 games and losing 3 straight to lose the series when you're so close to beating the former champion. I mean, it's... Truthfully, Dave, we've watched a lot of Nicov games over the years. Kind of a Nicov-ish thing sometimes to maybe crack under the pressure, but I almost cannot believe that Daut is winning in this game after everything we've seen. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's just
finally a counterattack.
He took the initiative, he got those Krepos down, and he never looked back ever since that. As Nicov attempts to come across the map with some Arbalists, but that's his main army, Tristan.
Yeah,
and there's nothing there.
I don't know if Stirrups is in, but it won't matter Hussar with Blacksmith upgrades will trade against that number of arbs, and it's also worth reminding everyone who maybe follows the age scene as the GG is called! And Daut with a big sigh. Oh my goodness. I'm really happy we're seeing... I don't know. It happened because of pressure. And you put good opponents under pressure, they're still going to have some struggles. Nicov had some big struggles, Dave. Krepos won him the game. Truly. Daut's Krepos won him the game. And I don't think many other pros would go for that there. I think they'd just try and boom it out and play standard. Not the Lord. Not the Dark Lord, excuse me.
Yeah, I think, I don't know. I still keep coming back to how messy Nikov's space was set up. Like, that Krepos push did so much damage against him. He couldn't really, he never got to a point where his military was organized or was feeling smooth, right? It was always like small groups of units. They were pathing weirdly around buildings. He wasn't expanding, and yeah, Daut took advantage of it to an extreme degree.
Nikov's mindset in the games he won were kill fast and get big leads. It was the same mindset that he had here in Game 5, Dave. It just didn't work out. And Daut's mindset was survive. And the surviving paid off 3 times. Extraordinary. Also, worth reminding people across the scene that this is the second big tournament where Daut has gone down 2-0 in a best of 5 and come back to win 3-2. He did the same thing in Hidden Cup 4, Dave. He was down 2-0 and won 3-2 versus Villese in the first round.
Yep.
So clearly he takes a little bit of time to get warmed up, but my goodness, what a series.
There's a reason he was the champion the last time around. We didn't see it in the first 2 games, Tristan. It seemed like Daut was in for an early exit from the tournament, but he's proving that he deserves to be here, and he's proving that he has a shot at winning number 4 as well with a stunning performance. Nicov looked good today too, especially early in the games. Like the pressure that he was able to put on was fantastic. His control with multiple groups of armies was stunning, and Daut showing that sometimes all you need is a little bit of faith, and you just need to hold on until you get the opportunities.
Well, I will remind people that the winner of this series, of course, moves on. So Daut moves on, and Daut will face up against Hera, if I'm not mistaken. I'm looking at everything right here, so I don't think the information I have is wrong. That will not be today. That will be tomorrow. So maybe some good practice for him, Dave, against that early pressure. Because you know Hera's going to bring that. Nicov brought it here. Maybe he can go back to the drawing board and try and eliminate some of those early mistakes and clean up his overall play moving forward. Unfortunately for Nicov, that means he is out of the group. You guys just saw how amazing a player he is, but he fell shy, and I feel for him, but the best players deserve to move on, and Daut was the best in that series, Dave. What a series, man. I'm almost bummed that was the first series, because how are we going to match that with the next 3?
That was one of the closest series I've ever seen, I think, for a best of 5.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to the 5th game, but not only that, the last 2 games at both points, we had points where we thought Nicov was like 80% to win the game. I think when he had that forward position in Frigid Lake, it looked so dominant for him. Daut was running out of gold. The Cav Archers, you know, he wasn't taking the best engagements, maybe losing 1 or 2 here. Nicov with the elephants, with the siege rams, with all that pressure, Daut managed to hold on. And then this last one, Daut down to 40 villagers after he got raided on that gold, and Nicov, you know, 3 TC looking in a decent position, but Daut pulling it back there. It was really good Age of Empires, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, maybe just one more point. I think maybe we saw a little bit of the flexibility of having a Knight Skirm Civ versus having one of those straight Archer Civs. Because when the straight Archers don't work out, you're out of options then. Your Knights are normally terrible if you think of the Great Archer Civs, or you don't have them, and then you're stuck. So, what a series, yeah. And we are going to hear what Daut thinks. I'm sure he needed a moment to pace around his room or his house or whatever, just to take a mental breather and realize he's done it and has moved on. We will have an interview with the winner with Mr. Riley, I believe now.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the desk here. Riley Knight, joined by the winner of that 5-game marathon series. Daut, congratulations. You had us going there for a while. What was it like coming back from 0-2?
It didn't feel too good, I must say. It was a really bad second game. Like first game, Nicov had a really good plan. He surprised me with Chinese there. Counter my play, he was absolutely prepared. His execution was amazing. I didn't expect to win that one. The second game, that one got me hard. That one was, I felt, going according to my plan. Then I got too greedy with Eagles. My monks were off, like everything went wrong.
Yeah, it looked disastrous. Honestly, at the end of game number 2, but you've come back. But the game I want to talk about, obviously, is game number 5 here. That galactic brain Krepost push there. Talk to us about your thought process with the Kreposts as well, because obviously that's what won you the game. So what led you to make that decision and commit to it?
Well, something like losing like half of my economy before that. Yeah, it was like do or die. That was my only chance, like pushing me to Krepost. I had better armies, so I knew I could drop down. Again, I got too greedy. I started the fight even when I already got the Krepost. That's where I started throwing again. I would be so mad if I lost game after that. The Krepost push was working amazingly, and then I was like 10 knights all skirms for nothing, instead of just controlling his map while pushing with Krepost. But yeah, the second third Krepost was good enough to push him away, and after that I started booming, and then game stabilized. The Bulgarians are really, really good too.
Yeah, I mean, look, getting across the line there in exceptional circumstances, it was a joy to watch. I guess we turn now to the future. I believe your next opponent is Hera. Hera has been playing some incredible Age recently. What are your thoughts heading into a playoff match against Hera here?
Well, Hera is probably one of the biggest favorites, with obviously Viper and Lyri. I know he's practicing. Like before we saw the brackets, Hera was actually my practice partner. I know about the way he thinks. We use his plans, our plans, with Aztecs and Resolutives. So I'm sure he prepares something else, and I will need to start preparing as well.
You'll have to be on your toes if you want to, beat Hera, because, again, one of the greatest players in the
Definitely.
tournament here. Well, Daut, listen, mate, congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
And we'll see you in the playoffs.
See you. Thank you, man.
Well, great to hear from Daut there, of course, the winner of Red Bull Wololo 3, in addition to that best of 5 marathon we've just seen. Before we move on to our next match, of course, there's been a new segment that's, kind of just like shoehorned into this broadcast because, I don't know, I got a background in history and I want to use it and I want to contribute something to it. So it's time for Riley's Ride Through the Ages, my friends. It's time for you to learn a little something about my very favourite discipline, and that is history. I want to talk to you about a civilization that doesn't get a lot of love, not just, I guess, within this game, or maybe more so within this game than within the broader historical community, at least in an academic sense. And that's the Khmer. The Khmer is not a civilization or an empire, really, that gets a lot of attention. And we're going to fix that right now. You may not know too much about them. That's about to change. The Khmer were an empire that existed between the 9th and 15th centuries on the Indo-Chinese peninsula. This is the area that today is Vietnam, Cambodia, Myanmar, right? And it was established after their king Jayavarman II brought together he just conquered a bunch of squabbling kings in this area and established what would go on to become the Khmer Empire, which peaked in the 12th century. And even if you didn't know this already, you've probably heard of one of the crowning achievements of the Khmer Empire, and it's not the fact that they strapped ballistae to the back of elephants, although that is potentially something they did. There is evidence that this is actually something that the civilization did in real life, not just in Age of Empires. But they built a massive city. It was actually potentially the biggest city, not just in Asia, not just in the Eastern Hemisphere, in the entire world in the 12th century and 13th century, Angkor. You may have heard of Angkor. Today, it holds Angkor Wat, of course, the largest religious structure, or, complex of structures, the largest temple structure on Earth. Today, in the 21st century, Angkor Wat is still the biggest one, and it was built by the might and the power of the Khmer Empire, which combined culture, architecture, art, literature, all sorts of things, and also just so much money. Oh my goodness, they were so rich, the Khmer, right? A regional superpower. They had a lot of influence throughout the Indo-Chinese peninsula. But of course, They're not around today. The Khmer Empire did not stand the test of time. Into the 15th century, they began to fall into a gradual decline, which was due to a range of things. Historians still argue what led to the fall of the Khmer Empire, principally civil war, religious conflict with the ruling classes, pressure from other hostile neighbours, particularly Thailand, who were behind a couple of well-placed political assassinations. But there's suggestions even that droughts, floods, even the bubonic plague led to the fall of the Khmer Empire, even though, in the last game, we saw them go down to the Magyars, which certainly was not a historically accurate representation of what happened. It just goes to show, my friends, that if you're in the business of empire building, it takes a lot more than a large temple and strapping ballistae to the back of elephants if you're going to stand the test of time. The Khmer didn't, but when they burnt hot and they burnt bright. A 600-year civilization, ultimately, in this universe at least, brought low by elite Magyar hussars. So maybe, again, the historical accuracy of Age of Empires 2 potentially being called into question there a little bit. Let's have a look at what is next on the docket here, my friends, because we're going to move through to our next segment pretty swiftly here. You can see that after this five-game marathon between Daut and Nicov, we're going to move on now to ACCM and Dogao. We've seen both of these players dominate so far this weekend. They've done very, very well for themselves, although both picked up a loss in their Group B stages and therefore are facing off to save their tournament lives. Of course, a loss here spells the end of the tournament progress for any player at this point. So will it be ACCM? Will it be Dogao? Time will tell. Right now, however, we are going to chuck it to a little cartoon video that we've prepared. On the other side of this, we'll go into more detail about the matchup. So stick around, everyone. We'll be back with more Age of Empires in just a second.
Gotta love that animation there, Tristan. I don't know what sort of Wheaties that villager was eating, but he's bulked up a little bit here and able to defend his gold pile. So you love to see it. And you also love to see the matchup that we have coming here. ACCM against Dogao, two players that may be a little bit underrated for the casual fan base of Age of Empires. Neither player really getting a big tournament win, but both players getting very respectable results, especially in the last year or so. Dogao placing well, I believe, in Hidden Cup 3, ACCM doing well in the Red Bull events too, and really proving that he belongs here at the top. So I'm excited to see what they can bring for this series. I don't know if we'll have the map draft and Civ draft here soon, but it should be pretty interesting to see. Dogao, more of a kind of defensive style player. ACCM, you never truly know what you're going to see with this guy. We've seen the aggression in the past, but as he gets better and as he rises through the ranks, we've seen him really adopt, that defensive play as well. And it's helped his gameplay out so much.
Something that was not mentioned earlier, by the way, Daut and Nicov was a rematch from the very first set of their group. So they had played each other before. Daut ends up winning. ACCM and Dogao did not play in the group. This is the only set today that is not a rematch of the first 2 days of this tournament. Jordan Vinchester later will be a rematch, and so will Villese and TheMbL. So I just find a little note there, and here you see the civs, and here you see the maps. And I'm pleasantly surprised to see Northern Isles there. But to explain the order again, you go for a pick first. That would be Acclivity and then Marketplace for both players. And then you go for a ban, just to get rid of a map so it cannot be picked in the future. And then after that, you do your second pick, and then you do the civ draft. Then the civs alternate back and forth with picks. You obviously want to select your best civilizations first. And then after that, you get one snipe, and we are going to see a lot of Vikings sniped out. Vikings gone for ACCM. And whoa, ACCM sniped Japanese from Dogao. That's pretty low there on the list, and that's a surprise to me.
Yeah, Japanese, not a civ we see all that often in Empire Wars, but maybe he was looking at that Northern Isles pick, Tristan, and thinking, ooh, I don't want to match up against those Japanese fishing ships
right
on that map. And Dogao sniping Greenland, maybe he was looking at, I believe ACCM played that against, was it Vivi in the earlier stages here of this tournament?
Yep.
And he looked very strong there. So maybe Dogao looking back and thinking, I don't want to play Greenland against ACCM. He looked real good on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a little side note here, just, as part of the broadcast, of course, we've had history, we've had games, we talk about the players, interviews, good mix of content here. My fellow team member here, Riley, excellent history lesson, by the way. He called me out on Twitter, and it was a screenshot from one of the users I see in chat currently, so thank you. It says, Riley wins Mustache War 3-2 over T90. Sorry, bro. At least it was close.
I just want to state that I have a beard to go along with mine, but I think my mustache is looking pretty good too. So maybe we could have a best of 5 mustache war later, potentially.
We have the time. Let's go. I don't want to know how that would actually work.
I'll get everything gone but the mustache.
Oh man. Yeah, I just thought that was funny. It's been so cool. I appreciate history, and I don't know what the viewers are like, but I appreciate history, but I don't retain information very well. So I might have heard information about the Chimera before, but I forgot it all. So it was wonderful hearing some fun facts, and I'm sure you guys will hear more. But Dave, who do you give the edge in this set? Both players experienced. ACCM and Dogao, who moves on today?
I honestly, Tristan, I don't know, because I have such high expectations from ACCM coming into this. I've seen his level of play rise over the last year, and it's gotten to a point where I feel like he can take a set from literally anyone. But there's always Dogao, and it feels like every tournament we go into with Dogao, he's kind of that dark horse pick. Players are very, very worried about matching up against him. He plays such a solid game. He's a very defensive-minded player, and he's good on maps like Northern Isles that we see in the map draft here. He's a great hybrid player, so there's definitely a threat there, and we're into game number 1. It is Franks against Ethiopians, so not the Archer v. Archer matchup on Runestone. We're seeing the Archer v. Cavalry matchup here. We'll see if ACCM can snowball that Archer aggression into some damage, and we'll see if Dogao can keep his economy rolling into the Castle Age where he produces knights. Early on, though, ACCM getting some good pressure with that starting scout.
I think those moments right there will be the difference in the series. I think overall, Dogao makes less mistakes and makes better economic decisions, but the starting scout, the first archer, the first spearman to come forward, those tiny little moments which matter so much, I feel like ACCM is going to be the stronger player of the two there. And Dogao has shown some weakness against that style before, but I don't think he'll lose a villager there. So far, so good, I suppose, for him. What do you think about seeing Franks here, Dave? We've seen a lot of archer civs typically, but we've got Franks instead for Dogao.
I like Franks. It's just, like you said, it's about staying safe until they really get into their stride, right? You got to feel like Franks in the Castle Age maybe have the edge over Ethiopians, but in the Feudal Age, Ethiopians you know, they're very, very strong. They start with the extra resources. You can get the archers on the field, potentially spearmen as well. And then early Imperial Age is where Ethiopians really shine, assuming you have that archer mass.
Yeah, we are still seeing players open up with archer range pretty frequently, even if they have the civilization, which is seen as a knight civ. Because it's more about the knights in the next stage. Players are walling pretty early. And Dogao's made skirms here, so investing more into defensive measures overall, both in units and walls, but then again, ACCM doing the same. So not the most exciting Dark Age, but important to note that skirms could actually move out because ACCM Scout's so weak now. And he's over on the right side of Dogao's base. You have a starting scout with full HP, and the enemy's making skirms, you could actually force that back for a time.
Yeah, both players walling up. They want to get to the next stage here. ACCM was a little bit annoying with that starting scout, is patrolling out here with some archers and some spearmen, but Dogao is going to be fully walled. So I don't think there's many avenues to do damage here for the Vietnamese player. ACCM now, I believe he's going for a stable behind this.
Don't love the placement of that stable because I think it could be ranged or seen by skirmishers or a scout, but I could be wrong. I think it might be a tile or two away. We'll see. We will definitely be seeing knight units or stable units in the next stage. No doubt about that with Franks here. And maybe a good time to think back to what happened in the previous series where Nicov had a situation where knights made sense, but then it got to the mid game and knights no longer was going to work for him. Keep that in the back of your mind, viewers, because I think there's only a short time window where making stable units with Ethiopians does anything.
Yeah, and I think he was assuming that Daut, I'm still in my headspace is still in that series. It's so amazing. He's assuming that Dogao is just going to overproduce skirmishers, and that's why he's going into the knights here, because he doesn't want a purely crossbow versus elite skirm matchup. As Dogao now sees the army from ACCM tracking that really well, and he's going to bring his other skirmishers over here. So it looks like a decent decision from ACCM to just add one stable in. It gives him a lot of options to deal with these skirmishers in Castle Age.
I think Dogao wants to find these archers, kill the archers, obviously, and then get home. Any player at this level will know what the opponent can do, and should realize that they're exposed to a knight switch of some kind. Might not even be knights, as Dogao's going to get 2, Dogao's going to get 3 archers. That was so well done,
Good
and
picks.
Even get the spearmen
really good
too.
picks.
Yeah, but
anyone watching this might be thinking, oh, he just killed 2 archers, but that's 2 archers that can be, you know, added to more archers in the Castle Age and then upgraded to crossbows. And the key to dealing with crossbows is whittling down that mass early. As Dogao goes back with the skirmishers, he is in the Castle Age now, immediately gets elite skirm, and is going to be able to kill these scouts from ACCM.
Do not like this decision from ACCM. I know it can sometimes pay off. I know some players are known for it more than others, but you've just confirmed any suspicions that you've added a stable. And what did you get from that? You did not get enough skirm kills to give Dogao the time. So I think Dogao, as he's got to be a little careful here. There's a spear. Okay. They trade the kills, but Dogao's just going to back up to his base. And Dogao already on the second TC, Dave. So his economy looking great.
Yeah, I think if you were to tell Dogao game number 1 is going to be Ethiopians versus Franks, and your opponent's going to be going double stable knights, I think he'd be fairly happy with that outcome, as his eco is going to be a bit farther ahead from ACCM, and he hasn't been touched.
Dogao will need to breathe. You can only sit behind your walls for so long, and maybe ACCM will back it up with something else. But I actually want to circle back to what I heard from some of the players who faced Dogao on his playstyle, and this was not necessarily in relation to these settings, but just overall, because prior to Hidden Cup, I wanted to make videos about what the players do. And every player said, yeah, nothing really special, except he does everything perfect. It's like all the TCs, all the eco upgrades. Look at that. Everything is exactly how you would want it. There's no real flair. There's nothing that stands out to you, except dominance with Dogao, and ACCM is here to try and break him, and Dogao reacts nicely.
And that might be the reason more people don't put respect on the Dogao name, you know, because there's nothing that truly stands out here. It's just phenomenal play. And we can see it right here. He's got the 2 TCs rolling. He has a foundation for a third one in the back of his base, successfully defending against the archers, or sorry, crossbows here from ACCM. And there's nowhere that the camels or knights can do damage yet. But I do see a siege workshop coming forward here from ACCM.
Yeah, that could be tricky for Dogao. Now he's trying to build up the knights, and he's trying to hide the fact he's building up the knights. The knights obviously will clear out the siege, and I'm not sure if ACCM has enough knights and camels here.
I don't think so.
But ACCM's diving, Dave.
He's diving, but that's a lot of knights from Dogao, and he's got 2 stables right there to produce as well. So the crossbows are behind, sure, but the camels and knights from ACCM are going to get cleared up here. Dogao still has those skirmishers, and now ACCM is going to have to retreat back to that siege workshop, and those mangonels that he produces are going to be very, very exposed in the middle of the map.
I like the monk, though. The monk could sometimes swing things. There's some weak knights in here for Dogao. He doesn't have an attack upgrade. He doesn't have final armor yet. And so ACCM will attempt a conversion on a full HP knight.
Nice job.
And the monk goes down. Oh, he needed that conversion, Dave. All these crossbows are going to get forced right back across the middle.
Yeah, ACCM now just placing a foundation for a 3rd TC, so he's trying to catch up with his economy. But like I said, that siege workshop, once you lose the military, now it looks like a pretty wasted investment, doesn't it?
So sick what Dogao's been able to do. All of his TCs are pumping out vills, and he's got the stables pumping out knights. He will know that siege isn't going to do anything against him. And the value he got from the skirms and feudal, killing 3 archers. The value he now got sniping a monk and the crossbows. I wish we had stats on what these skirmishers have accomplished, because they have been the MVP so far for him.
They really have, and they're actually doing decent damage to the camels with only +1 armor. They could take out camels.
And you don't get bloodlines. It's so weird to be making... Not saying it wasn't necessarily correct game sense, but to be forced into a spot where you're making this is tough, and maybe that's why Dogao opens skirms, is we're going to see ACCM flirt with the idea of jumping out with 2 scorpions, and that could have been better for him, but good shots. He needed that.
Yeah, really great shots. Yep, clearing up all those skirmishers. The MVPs are out of the game here, Tristan. Maybe they'll get a trophy later.
A
But
big
2 scorpions
thing.
backing this up, and now monks, camels, crossbow, knight, scorpion. It's a pretty mixed bag here for ACCM coming forward.
I talked about how good Dogao's execution was, but he was so much faster to the TCs, and yet it's only 68 eco versus 66, and you can see his idle TC time. Well, actually, it doesn't look like that's showing on screen unless I'm missing it, but it's 6 minutes for Dogao, 2.5 minutes for ACCM, so
Yep.
he's got to be careful. This is a little more even than we thought it would be, but he's looping.
Yeah, I like this decision from Dogao. He realizes with those 2 scorpions, if ACCM had mangonels, he'd be forced to engage this, I think. Because ACCM could potentially push the buildings, but with scorpions, it's not much of a follow-up, and the scorpions are going to get caught out here. The knights are going to clear those up, and now ACCM has to respond to the force coming forward from Dogao, and Dogao could potentially kill all 3 of these monks.
Oh no, ACCM converted 1 knight with 3 monks. 300 gold down the drain. He needed those monks, and now Dogao has +2 armor, and now I think this gets out of hand for ACCM. It looked like it was going to be okay, but I think the knights with these upgrades are going to dominate the camels.
Against camels with no bloodlines, yeah, they're going to win.
Yeah. Oh man, with conversions, that's maybe different, Dave. Still though, Dogao just in firm control here. He's so solid, and normally will not ever lose a position like this.
This is what you were talking about before, Tristan. When you saw the stables from ACCM, you're saying, sure, it works initially, but then it starts to feel real bad halfway through Castle Age, right? You're trying to build up those numbers, and your opponent just has better cavalry in every sense than you.
Yeah, we saw Viper
to sit here, though.
A little bit, yeah. We saw Viper die with Britain Knights. We saw Nicov die with Ethiopian Knights. We've seen a lot of instances where players are maybe enforced. It's not always a bad decision, but forced to go for tech that just doesn't work for their civ. And it has many times led to losses. Good movement from Dogao. I like how he switched sides there. He's keeping ACCM on the back foot.
It's actually super impressive that ACCM is keeping up economically with Dogao right now. It's been so clean from Dogao.
Yeah, it's a tough one to measure here because while the numbers looking good, the efficiency's been real rough on that front and right-hand side. And for Dogao, he hasn't had to worry so much that he's actually added a 4th town center. So his eco will be even stronger. So many monks have gone down. What is it, like
He's
6 monks? 7 monks?
He's adding in more skirmishers too, so he can range that stone. It just looks impossible for ACCM at this moment, and he agrees. Oh my goodness. A quick victory for Dogao. That looked very comfortable. Ever since he hit Castle Age, that looked extremely comfortable for the Brazilian.
I'm trying to think this through strategically. You maybe expect Ethiopians, but let's say he doesn't. He gets into the game wanting to go scouts into knights. He sees Ethiopians. He then goes skirms, which forces the obvious stable choice, which is just a poor move. You know, like knights.
I think,
are going to win there. It was, and also the value he got from the skirm.
One stable for ACCM maybe, and then you produce crossbows because you have the knights to counter the skirms. Like, do you really need the double stable approach?
I agree. Just enough knights to be able to get the skirms out of there, and then you rely on crossbowmen, which is going to be your best answer to the enemy knights, maybe. Yeah. But I mean, the level's so high here, and Dogao made that look so easy. We'd have to see other examples of it. But there's the stats for you, the KD dominant for the Brazilian. Economically, no surprise, he's leading in almost every category. Oftentimes, when you're being pressured, you're going to have vills, but you're not going to have them where you want them, and that was the case for ACCM. He had a lot of wood.
Also, coming forward with that Siege Workshop while you're going double stable knights, like, it's a big investment. And he had an extra TC behind that too. Like, you're going to struggle to keep up that production. And then, obviously, what gave Dogao the clear edge there was taking the good engagement against the 2 Scorpions, and then the monks only converting 1 knight from ACCM and getting completely caught out there. Once that fight happened, it was basically a snowball to victory.
Yeah. Like, if you go crossbow Maganel, Knight Skirm can struggle. But the way that played out, it did not work too well at all. I also think ACCM lacked the game sense to recognize that Dogao would add the Knights there, because the Siege Workshop tells me he thought it was just Skirm defense and boom. So shaky start for ACCM. Luckily now it's a best of 5. And luckily for him, he'll be able to take it to a home map. And I'm excited for this next one. It will be on Acclivity. So probably more aggression than we saw in that game.
Well, I don't know if he lacked the game. He was making camels, and it doesn't take much game sense to know that Franks are going to make knights, you know?
True.
I think he saw it coming. It just, he got overwhelmed by it and didn't keep his military together. Imagine if he had those camels with the 3 monks behind, rather than having the monks all alone in the field.
You do not out-strategize Dogao. It just doesn't happen. You outplay Dogao. There have been many situations where people have out-strategized, but in the case of Dogao, when he lost to Leary in the group stage to make it here, it was because he was outplayed by Leary. You have to outplay Dogao here, and I think if you're going Acclivity, oh man, ACCM's got Aztecs and Mayans, which could actually be really strong, Dave. You know, I was thinking archers, but do we see eagles or something wacky here? Maybe, sort of, kind of. We'll see. For Dogao, he's got Britons and Tatars, 2 top-tier Acclivity picks, and we will find out soon. I feel as though both eagles and archers have windows. It's just a little more awkward for the eagles in that situation if we see it, and then a little more the peak is higher, right? If you can get 30 eagles, it's a lot more difficult to deal with than 30 crossbows sometimes.
Well, I see the civs right now, and we have a Britons versus Aztecs matchup here. So to no one's surprise, Dogao is playing the meta here, going for Britons on what is widely considered to be a heavy archer map, and then ACCM mixing it up a little bit, going with the Aztecs. We saw this Civ matchup, I think, at least once, Vivi versus Dogao on the Marketplace game. He was Britain's, and he kind of got snowballed by the Aztecs. But Acclivity is a bit of a different beast than Marketplace. So we'll see how well ACCM can do it and whether he can accomplish something similar to what Vivi did, getting those Eagle numbers up and just pressuring into early Imperial Age.
Big thing here is you see a lot of early Barrack Eagle production and range skirm production. Whereas for the Archer player, they make the range and they just make Archers, which means that the Archer player will have fewer units at the start. So in terms of the aggression, you have the starting Eagle, but then a follow-up Eagle and an Archer or two. This is big because Dogao's going to want a wall. So right when we get into this game, that's what ACCM needs to look to. And if he's able to weaken the Archer numbers, lessen the Archer numbers, or just harass, it could lead to the faster castle age he needs for the Eagles to work.
Yeah, Dogao's got to be careful about, he's got to be really careful about going out too early and getting caught in the middle, because that's where we see the Britons struggle a lot against civs that are going for Eagles. It's when their Archer numbers get cleared up early, like you said, and then there's nothing to transition with, and suddenly you're matching up against, 30, 35 Eagles in Castle Age, and you just cannot stop the push. We're assuming, though, that ACCM is going to go for Eagles. There is a world in which potentially he could go for Archers of his own. Here we are, though. Game number 2, ACCM versus Dogao. ACCM needs a win here on his home map to stay competitive in this set, and he's going to open up with a second barracks here, so he is indeed going Eagles.
Interesting that he's not opening for that range, and you know what? It'll work out for him because Dogao has opened stable, expecting the opponent to open skirm. And Dogao also is looking for the building. He's not been able to locate anything beyond that starting barracks yet. He doesn't really have a strong idea, but there is an exposed villager making the wall, as we just saw. And maybe an opportunity for Dogao. I think if he sees 2 Eagles, though, he should know at this point what the play is.
Yeah, I mean, ACCM's had enough time to make an Eagle or a second Eagle from that starting barracks. So he's not 100% sure, but he definitely has an inkling of what's happening right now.
Yeah. Scouts are slightly better than the Eagle scouts in feudal. So advantage Dogao in any of those engagements. And villager left exposed. Yeah.
He's going to get it.
Just such a passive opening when you go for Eagles because they produce so slowly and they're not as fast as scouts. I was surprised to not see any Archers or skirms or anything else mixed in, as we're going to see Dogao go in for another fight. And his micro's been really good so far, Dave.
Yeah, and I think he's got some Archers following up here as well. Yeah, Archers, only one Archer following up, and he's decided maybe not the greatest idea to just hit him with one. So he's going to keep it around that middle area of the map and loop around with the scouts, try and find some openings here. ACCM, though, fully walled, so he's going to be safe, and he's going to try and make his way up to the Castle Age. Dogao, though, with similar resources, so they might be up around the same time.
Yeah, double range production, though. So in terms of the military and feudal, as long as Dogao keeps those scouts alive, that hurts so much. That actually really hurts his ability to push out right now, but I do think the Archer numbers are going to mass before the Eagle numbers are too terrifying. But I think you just mentioned a market, Dave, or maybe I was talking to my alter ego, but market abuse is huge here with Aztecs. Send a lot of villagers to gold for the Eagles anyways. You'd expect that ACCM should have a faster castle age.
Yeah, you're not going to need that stone if you're going 4 or 5 barrack production. As ACCM hitting the walls here from Dogao, and I think that's an underreaction from Dogao. The Eagles are in here. Dogao, with Britons, when you're massing crossbows, you want to be really stable going into the next age, right? And not stable as in the building, but stable economy and safe at home, which he is not at the moment. Has to come back, has to deal with these Eagles. It's a big annoyance for him, and the Eagles are just going to say, nope, we're running around to the other side.
He lost a lot of scout HP. At one point, he had 4 scouts. Now he's working on 2. But those 2 scouts collectively have 57 pop. Or no, sorry, I got it wrong. 27. not pop. I meant to say HP. So that was the moment where Dogao wanted to push out Dave. That's why he was out of position. He was relying on walls, and ACCM bought him some crucial time here so he can get to Castle Age very greedily, I'd say.
Yeah, and like you said before, the double archer range production has kind of put him behind here, and ACCM is going to be in Castle Age by the time Dogao clicks, basically. It's going to be really rough once he gets that Eagle upgrade. He can continue production on the way up as well, which is such a good thing with Eagles. ACCM probably needs to wall behind this, prevent the archers from getting in to do any damage. Still looking for openings with the Eagles, and he does get the market wall behind. Great stuff from ACCM.
I like how he delayed it, because if you make the market earlier, Dogao's just going to switch position. Yeah, so he made it. He got Dogao's hopes up, basically, and said, nope, sorry. And Dogao, he's going to have to run home with his tail between his legs, and he is not going to have a good time here. These Eagles are going to be everywhere. Hopefully, Dogao can save his archers before these upgrades come in.
Yeah, I think he timed it perfectly. Like many of the things Dogao does, it's just timed so perfectly. He retreats so that the Eagles get no opportunity whatsoever. He's going to delete the wall and then finish it behind with a villager. I'd love to see ACCM coming forward here with a siege workshop. I think this is the way you kill Britons. You flood with Eagles and you follow up with siege. And I think even... I see the double stable from Dogao. I was going to say some rams to kill the archer ranges from Dogao, but he does have 2 stables at his base, so he has the potential of going knights to supplement this.
ACCM also did scout the double stable, so he should have an idea, and this will be full-on military from both players. Eventually, some monks would be really good for Aztecs, but you also do need to remember that extra range for Britons means that they can snipe the monks a little easier.
Yeah.
We have a fun Castle Age coming up. I love games where there's booms, don't get me wrong, but I love to see 4 production buildings, 5 production buildings from both players.
This Civ matchup has always been really cool. Ever since they added, back in the day, adding Eagles in the Feudal Age, it's really changed the complexion of Aztec versus Britons. Like back in the day, it was Archer v Archer, right?
Yeah,
in the opening stages. So it's really fun to watch the Briton player try and hold on, and the Aztec player desperately trying to finish them off before they can get that crossbow mass up to a deadly number.
Crossbows with 8 range. I mean, you could make arguments that the siege doesn't always even contribute against this Civ because of that. But I think you still need to make it. Scorpions still get heavy value if you get passed through on the whole group. And then you have to mass the Eagles to the point where you can surround. What great defense from Dogao. He can be as patient as he wants here. Nothing's really threatening him to the point where he has to react.
Yep, and he has the knights too. So even if ACCM follows up with some siege, the knights are there to snipe it.
That's what it seems like. He's using the crossbows right now. He goes in with the knights. He doesn't need the knights for the siege. This Civ is stupid, man. But what great micro and patience from Dogao, who I think is really nervous about advancing up that hill.
Ooh, there's a hole there at the back, but I think ACCM was targeting the house. He doesn't see the hole with the Eagles. If he got in there, it could be really, really annoying for Dogao. And he does get in there through the houses, but Dogao smartly sends his knights back. Dogao, the timing is just there with so many decisions. But ACCM attempting for some good timing of his own, going in against the crossbows. The knights now out of position. The crossbows forced to go back. I think once the knights come back from the back of Dogao's base, he'll be fine.
What a close game. What a close game. You're right, the reaction from Dogao was spot on, but then ACCM realized he was out of position and took out some crossbows. There's a lot of weak crossbows. It's 243 HP out of the possible 455 for those crossbows. So 1 or 2 Scorpion hit
away.
Yeah. Conversion. Nope. Crossbows will get him. Great micro, Dogao. Been so sick with that this game. See the Scorpion again. And he's going to get another one, Dave. And will ACCM fight this? He knows the crossbows are weak.
I think he's coming in to fight this. I mean, the Knights only have +1 armor. They don't have bloodlines. And I think ACCM can take a really good trade here. The crossbows are weak, like you said. Just a couple pokes from the Eagles. Oh boy, it's looking kind of dicey for Dogao now.
Couple misclicks there from Dogao. He pushed his crossbows forward when I think he meant to click the units. He tried to click the unit, and instead he walked towards the units. And now his crossbows are disappearing. It's 13 military versus 3. Eagles are going to... that's true. There's no crossbows. Thank you for clarifying. There's no crossbows anymore. But if it's just knights, the monks are going to start to look awfully good for Aztecs. ACCM on the gold, and Dogao is fleeing now.
And this is the danger with this Civ matchup, right? The Britons need to turtle. The Britons need to turtle until they can get their eco rolling, until they can get the numbers up. And the Aztecs need to flood and kill. And right now, ACCM is flooding, and he's killing everything in Dogao's base. These knights just aren't upgraded enough. Briton knights, very underwhelming here.
Yet Dogao still finds opportunities to take decent fights, which I'm surprised by. And he has a second TC. So I think he's going to... While he lost a lot of villagers, I think he's going to get more of them. What do you think about ACCM adding a ram here? Just to take out the building?
I really like it. I really like it, yeah. Take out the archer ranges so that Dogao can't mass even if he wants to. I think the stables... I don't know. Do you go for the archer ranges or the stables first?
I think you go for the archer ranges because you have if as long as you keep making monks, he'll just donate the knights to you at this point. Eagles go in, knights are there. There's just so much more from ACCM. Dogao has to do a lot more with less, and it's just not possible.
Monks coming in looking for conversions right in the middle of his base, but there's a crossbow, the one crossbow that survives, picking off a monk, but it's not enough there. Dogao takes a sip of water and kind of reconsiders going into so many knights maybe with Britons, or maybe opening a hole in the wall. It was just... Once that initial army got cleared up, ACCM snowballing his way to victory.
Who said you go archer civs on this map? I surely never said that. Apparently it's Eagles. My God, that was really well done, Dave. Do you think that there was a period where that swung? Because it was looking so good for Dogao for a bit, and he had stone for town centers.
I think he just got a little bit out of position on one of those fights, and that's all it takes against Aztecs, right? Like he took the fight with the Knights against the Eagles. Like if he had pulled his crossbows back beside his archer range and then fought with the Knights in that little choke point between the archer range and the house, I think it's a much more effective meat shield, right? You're not looking for the Knights to do damage output. You're looking for the Knights to be a meat shield and protect your crossbows. Your crossbows will wipe up the military behind. So he just kind of overextended a little bit, and ACCM took advantage of that and just carried it home.
I can't wait to see the eco difference because ACCM probably had so much on gold. You normally do when you're spamming Eagles and Monks in Siege. Yep, okay, that helps. 1,100 more gold collected. Wow. Also, 2 straight games where we've seen players making knights with civs that don't have bloodlines and dying, just saying.
Yep.
Now, granted, longswords are a tougher switch than maybe they should be there. Adding a second barracks, getting supplies, getting men-at-arms, getting longsword, those upgrades, I think, is the same amount of resources as making 4 knights. So Dogao's issue was probably just not wanting to lose momentum, and like you said, he wanted a meat shield for those crossbows. But seeing a lot of knights, man, and it doesn't always work out. But what do you think Dogao goes for now? He's just lost on a map kind of similar to game 1, truthfully, but I'd say it's closer quarters, high pressure. He also knows the enemy has Mayans, so if he's scared of Eagles, that possibility's there. He has Marketplace and Northern Isles. Does Dogao keep this on land, or does he take it to water to respond?
Well, we can see right there that the next map is indeed going to be Marketplace for Dogao, and I'm interested to see what civ he goes for here. And same with ACCM. This map has a lot of options.
Let's see, ACCM. I think he's going to go Mayans on Marketplace. I think he's going to go Chinese on Lowland, and I think if we get to Northern Isles, I think he might go Byzantines. That's my guess for him. Yeah.
What about Huns on Marketplace?
Well, and honestly, going into, like, when he woke up this morning, he probably would have said no to that, but then he saw Nikov's performance.
Yep. Yep.
And he's like, maybe that would work really well for me. So I think that is something that happens when one player figures something out, when one player shows the potential, other players will see it or play against it, and then the meta will start to shift a little. And considering we're seeing different maps because we have best of fives and we have civ drafts now, Huns looked good when Nicov used them against Daut.
Yeah, Huns are very versatile too. You can go into the knight line, you can open scouts, you can open archers, go into knights, go into cav archers, just really strong civ, especially if you think the game is going to be won in Castle Age. Huns one of the strongest civs in Castle Age, so always an option there. And they match up decently against Mesoamerican civs too, like the Mayans. If ACCM were to go, or no, sorry, ACCM has the Huns and the Mayans. Never mind. Don't pay attention to me.
Yeah. It's okay.
You got both of those.
You're not completely wrong, but it will be Mayans for ACCM. And I think something that is kind of weird to me after everything I've said about Dogao is how I don't know where his civs fit the maps. And for ACCM, it's clear as day for me. So maybe he's practiced some strats, maybe he has some strong ideas, or maybe the draft as a whole was weaker for him. I see it will be Mayans versus Tatars next. I don't see Marketplace as a map where Tatars stand out to me as top tier, right? You haven't seen them a lot. I don't think there's a ton of elevation, but I know there is some. No extra sheep or anything. So maybe Dogao will have to do some work in Castle Age with the Cav Archers and Knights. Stop the Mayans from massing those crossbows, plumed archers, eagles. Mayans are a tough civ to stop.
If you're Mayans versus Tatars here, do you open archers and then continue archer production and then shift into eagles? Or do you start with the eagles and continue on?
I think you open archers. You hope to get to crossbow elite skirm. Because if you get to crossbow elite skirm, cav archers are not as dangerous. So yeah, that would be my answer to that question. And then if the opponent fully commits to archer line, switching into halberdier and eagles is, at this point, to me, I don't think something Tatars can stop. I know that the Keshiks are available and they are underrated and there's a time and a place for them. But yeah, Dave, open archers with Mayans.
Okay, we're about to see. Here we go. Game number 3. We've got a great series going on right now. 2 decisive victories so far. So maybe we'll see another one here. ACCM playing as the Mayans, Dogao playing as the Tatars, and ACCM opening archery range.
Opening archery range, I like to see it. I think that's probably a expected play if you're Dogao, as he comes over here to scout things and scouts it. Villager walled in, well played ACCM. And at home, we actually had a stable opening for Dogao. Is it just me, or are they much closer than other map generations in this map?
Oh yeah, much closer. Like
look at that.
There's basically no room there for them to react, and we can see it already. ACCM already heading in towards the gold from Dogao, and Dogao already sending scouts towards ACCM's base.
Yeah, that's awkward, man. That eagle could pack a punch here, and that range being delayed also means that skirms will be late, but good fighting there from Dogao. He ends up weakening them. Now he sees the archer. Gets a little more difficult now. Still think he'll be able to delay things enough here, Dave, as the scouts are going to try and pick off any reinforcements for now.
Yeah, that's a good move from Dogao, looking for those archers potentially coming across the map. If you can clear up the numbers for free, even just one at a time, it's really worth it. As ACCM continues to be annoying, that lumber camp maybe not generated in the best place for Dogao,
right.
And ACCM taking advantage of that. Meanwhile, Dogao not finding really anywhere to hit with his scouts and ACCM's economy, and he decided to go forward. He decided not to defend and kill these units. He wanted to go forward to see what he could do, and he's kind of being punished for that decision at the moment.
So much idle time. It's not going to show in the idle counter because the villagers technically have a task. But the fact that these villagers have been pulled is so good for ACCM, as he'll want to transition into the next stage. And it was just with an AI army composition. Honestly, it was just with 3 units, which he'll lose. But If he's able to
And
get
the
walls
thing
down the
is-
defend, he'll be okay.
Yeah, the thing is, he pulled all those scouts back to Dogao's base, and now Dogao's sending them.
Yeah.
But by the time he gets there, ACCM might be fully walled with archers behind. So suddenly the scouts look like a little bit of a wasted investment if he is walled. If he manages to get in here, it's a completely different story.
If, Dave, and he might think that woodline extends to the edge of the map because he doesn't have it scouted. I
think with the way the terrain is, you have to assume that there's you can see the little greenery behind the trees.
Maybe. Well, Dogao didn't have fletching, so he didn't want to take any fights. He's splitting up the scouts and the archers, and there's one tile where those scouts could go if they were to attempt to. And again, you also know that ACCM might come to attack you, so...
Dude, if I know high-level players, they will never find that. They will see the walls and then say, nope, he's fully walled. I'm gone. I'm out.
Yeah.
And indeed, he goes back to try and counter the army from ACCM. This is going to be an interesting fight with this hill here. It's going to be all about positioning.
I think the composition is better for Dogao, but the positioning is worse. And the micro from ACCM, insane. Oh my God. And now he's going to take this hill, Dave. I just love the patience from ACCM. ACCM of old would have gone in for villager kills and lost his army. But no, he's controlling the game. It will get a villager anyways. Sick, man.
And this is what you want to do with the Mayans and the Aztecs, right? Especially if you're thinking about potentially going into Eagles in the next stage. You want to keep your opponent's army at home, keep your economy safe, and get up to Castle Age faster, which he is right now.
I'm rather surprised as we see this micro to notice at ACCM's base that he's adding barracks. So I think crossbow would work really well. You already are doing well with archer numbers, but maybe the fact you're up against Tatars and they have the hill bonus and the free thumb ring coming up makes it
excellent micro.
Leery of that. Seriously.
He's just staying out of range. He's being so annoying. Like, he's picked off the scout. He picked off a few villagers. His positioning has been immaculate.
Always on a hill, Dave. Always on a hill. And buying time to still leave that hole in his wall. But be walled as far as he knows, so... I love to watch this. It's very fun. Dogao's micro is not too bad either. But ACCM has completely outmaneuvered him in this game so far.
Yeah, and he's keeping the army at home, which is the biggest plus of this. This can't be pressuring his walls. And ACCM, dude, he might win this fight, Tristan.
Stop it. Stop it.
No way.
Like Riley said, more like APPM.
Dude,
oh my God,
how do you
dude.
win that?
Just double checked. It is indeed ACCM. He's just out microed Dogao hardcore, and he will have archers behind the woodline then. That is a tilter right there for your Dogao. Both the woodlines are there. Remember how bad his lumber camp generations were? He actually had to make another one, and now these two could be harassed. It's not even that important that they're here beyond just what Dogao has to do. And okay, well, he's done microing now.
And here comes ACCM at the front side.
Uh-oh.
You can see, big surprise, Eagles in another siege workshop. How strong is this composition on Empire Wars? It just seems insane, especially once you get a good few initial engagements. As Dogao tries to wall the Eagles in here.
No
Another
way.
house, he's done it. They're trapped.
No way. What? You
Beautiful.
micro, I trap, and that's such an important trap, Dave, because he still doesn't have the armor upgrades, and he still doesn't have, he needs to get that mass going. So well played for Dogao there, as the Eagles will still kill a villager and get some trades against the crossbows.
Now I think Ram is a good addition. If you can add one in right away, add a Ram and kill that stable potentially. He's gonna go with a Mangonel initially, which is decent, I guess, because it could range the crossbows and could range that gold as well.
I love how ACCM has played this. He is not... So last game he went all in, and it won him the game. So Dogao has to fear that. He has to respect that. And now ACCM is making Eagles, but he's macroing. He actually has the TC set up at home. So the expectation here is Dogao will try and all in him, and then maybe he'll have the greater economy.
Oh, that was a good hit.
Very
That was a
big hit there,
really
Dave.
good hit.
I know there weren't many units that died, but half that army's weak now and one hit away from death.
Yep. And I love the fact that ACCM is focusing that stable. He doesn't want knights on the field to snipe his mangonels. He wants to keep the numbers as low as possible. Perfectly fine with the archer ranges being this far forward, producing units.
Yeah. And there's patience to this, you know? You don't have to go for the kill. He knows that. He's even blocking this front of the stable, so I don't know if units could actually pop out there.
Yeah.
Dogao does have a lot of ranged units and a lot of knights, but it's not, and he doesn't have any open space. Eagles like to clump up.
There's a lot of eagles here too. There's Scorpion and a Mangonel behind. He's also has a monastery there, so he could potentially convert any knights coming out from Dogao. This is just insane pressure from ACCM.
And Dogao loves to sit back. He loves his meta. He likes to play calm, relaxed, and calculated. ACCM has not allowed Dogao to get to his sweet spot. And right now, Dogao, while he does have some gold in the backside...
Remember, those crossbows are weak if the Eagles ever engage.
They should clear that, I believe. I know there's a few knights, but the siege is going to follow this up. There might even be a monk out there.
Big Scorpion shot. Oh my goodness.
Everything's just gone for Dogao, Dave. And I think this might be the end of the game. I'm almost speechless. We're 15 minutes in. Dogao is nothing.
Oh my god, dude. ACCM cleared all of that. What an amazing fight for him, getting a great shot with the Scorpion, having the foresight to kill that stable. It gives them a way into Dogao's base and also denies the Knight production. Just amazing from ACCM. And all of this, Tristan, stemmed from the fact that ACCM had military in the back of Dogao's base. Dogao never got an opportunity to pressure ACCM whatsoever. He gave him this forward position for free, or rather, ACCM forced him to give it to him, and he never looked back. That was phenomenal.
It was everything you'd want to see from a player right there in ACCM. For Dogao, what did that stable opening do? Nothing. Did it buy any time? No, it didn't. The scouts ended up coming home. The army comp in general contributed very little. The Civ felt very uninspiring long-term, even in a closer game. So perhaps you have to question his preparation, and I don't know, you can't question it with ACCM. It was without a doubt the Civ we thought he would go for, and I was still thinking we'd see Crossbow Dave, but man, Eagles worked twice in a row for him. I guess the only bad thing for him is that he doesn't have any other Civs that can make Eagles. So he's going to have to win the series with something else.
Oh, you should have picked Incas.
Yeah, right?
Gone Incas, man. Yep.
Right.
I mean, it's working well. And so far in Red Bull Wololo 4, we've seen Aztecs and Mayans just do wonders. And that snowball is so deadly. Players are going to have to figure out a way to stop the Eagle push in early Castle Age. Maybe it's just, preventing armies from doing damage to you in Feudal. If Dogao had killed that initial force of a spearman and 2 archers with his scouts before moving out, maybe it's a different story. But it forced him to go back, and then by the time he got to ACCM's base, it was walled and there was another army.
Yeah, it's tough civs to deal with, right? There's almost a guarantee you're going to get to Castle Age with some semblance of eco in these settings. Granted, that's Age of Empires in general now. And when you start with all those villagers, and we tend to see a lot of market play, slap some villagers onto gold, make a bunch of barracks, mass the Eagles as you're on your way up, and just go for it. It's granted, that was perfect execution. It wasn't sloppy by any means, but you can afford to with Mayans and Aztecs. And I think we're going to see, I'd like to see the win rates at some point. I have no promises we're going to have all the stats for you tomorrow or Sunday, but I think the Mezzo win rate is really high. I think Mayans, Aztecs have won a lot of games. I don't recall many losses except for the one earlier today with Daut and Nicov.
The one where, the one where Hera went all in Eagles against Imperial Age push.
But that was against another Mezzo Civ. It didn't count if it's a Mezzo war.
Cancel it.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Last map was Marketplace. I guess Northern Isles would be the final home map from Dogao here, and looking at his civilizations, do you go for the Berbers here? Like it doesn't feel like there's a great civ for Dogao on Northern Isles.
So the thing about Northern Isles is I've seen games end with where the water doesn't matter. And the games that I've seen there have been with transports, and you start with one, getting villagers to the enemy island. And if you have if you want to all in somebody, and we've seen a lot of all ins in this series, having Berbers would be pretty sick, right? Because their knights are so cheap. I know the win rate for Berbers right now is top 5 across the whole Age of Empires community in 1v1s, probably because no matter what elo you are, you're always going to take advantage of cheap knights. So I could see, making Navy, but trying to turn it into a landing situation.
I mean, their ships are pretty good too for Berbers, so
yeah,
you have that option as well.
What's weird is Byzantines just make more overall sense. They're better defensively with monks and trash units on land. They are incredible on water as well with their fires and their water transitions. It's cheaper for them to go Imperial Age. I just, again, look at this map that's coming up. Granted, it's a home map for Dogao, and I just don't get too excited about the 3 civs he has remaining. I'm just assuming he's going to pick Berbers.
And that might have been like a calculated ban from ACCM, looking at all the civs there and thinking like which ones of these are going to be good on water, and seeing one standout, which is Japanese, and being like, okay, well, I take away your water civ. Good luck.
Yeah, and then you have to play awkwardly on your home map, but then you're maybe using a civilization in Berbers or Khmer or whatever on a map you weren't planning on. Drafting is very, very complicated. And truthfully, it's not fun. It makes games really exciting, and there's a lot of strategy to it, but sometimes afterwards you look at it, you're like, oh God, what just happened? And maybe that was Dogao sitting there in the darkness like,
Okay, so we should be able to get into this game fairly soon. Northern Isles, I mean, I'm excited for this. There was a few games in the qualifiers where this map just really popped off, and that's because you start with a transport ship. So a lot of people are thinking, the water has a big effect here, but if you get villagers over early to get a forward on your opponent's base, it could be, both players sending transport ships over to the other's island. It could be a base trade situation. So games like that are very, very exciting to see. And it looks like ACCM has actually crashed here. So we're just restarting the game. Give us a moment to get into it. What do you think Oh, go ahead.
Another thing, Byzantines get free town watch. So if you're expecting a transport, you have an edge in spotting that because you have so many buildings already set up at your base. So that might play a role because when you go for the landing, you don't know exactly where the enemy's set up. So that was just another thought as a pro for Byzantines.
Yeah, it's an interesting. I really enjoy the map, and I think the transport ship early adds so much to it. I hope that we don't just see a full-on water war, because it's fun at the beginning, but as soon as you get to Imperial Age, then you start counting. You're like, how many fire galleys does this guy have? How many galleons does this guy have, right? So I assume we're going to see some land aggression relatively early, and it should make for a fantastic game. Dogao going into this, probably considered the better hybrid map player, one of the best in the game, in the history of the game, to be honest. But like we said, looking at the civs, maybe at a disadvantage already.
This map's also it's a weird one. It's a bit like the other one they added, Greenland, where you don't see many fishing ships anyways, right? So it's not like the water's there, but the focus is on water for control, but not for fish. And I think that takes something out of the plus column for Dogao, because he's really good at judging how many fishing ships to add. Now, granted, we haven't seen a lot, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe other pros who are going to play later, like Jordan and Vinchester, are looking at me like, "Come on, T90, you're a pleb." That's just been my assessment. Could we actually ACCM is doing a PC restart. Could we just remind everyone of the civs and the maps again? Because we have to think long-term here, too. We're talking an awful lot about Northern Isles, which we know is upcoming. But if Dogao wins that, then we will have Lowland. And I've been talking Berbers a lot, but I think Berbers is actually seen more frequently on Lowland than any other civ that Dogao has. So maybe you use Khmer or Bulgarians instead for Dogao, just straight up out of process of elimination.
Didn't we see... Wait a second. There was a Northern Isles game. I think it might have been Bad Boy versus Song Song in the qualifiers. Didn't we see one player... I don't know if it was a game I cast with you or a game I watched, but one player went men-at-arms and attempted to transport them over to the enemy island with Bulgarians.
Yes, it did happen.
So
I think...
Didn't work. Didn't work.
Yeah, I think that player lost, but, I think if it's the series we're thinking of, the player also lost 4-0. So it wasn't the man-at-arms that necessarily lost the series. I mean, Khmer and Bulgarians both get Bracer chemistry and I think they both get Galleon. I guess Bulgarians was picked after Khmer. Maybe you go Khmer here. But this is my point. And you guys are going to get more of the vibe the longer we have to wait, and hopefully it's not too long. But I just don't like Dogao's civs. Like, why not have Italians available? Why not have picked another civilization? He probably was planning on Japanese, and ACCM just got rid of it, truthfully.
Yep. Well, the mindset was probably, I'll pick Japanese. There's no way he's going to waste his ban on that. He's going to ban one of the other great civs, right? Like, that's a low tier civ. We're just going to sneak it in there and hope that he doesn't notice. And he did notice. So great drafting, great banning from ACCM. Like you said before, it is a skill, and it's a skill that a lot of the players have been getting better at. It's something that players like Viper had a really good advantage for the early years when we started going into drafting, because he would put a lot of thought behind it. But I think a lot of the players in our scene are really catching up, especially with drafting being so prevalent in tournaments nowadays.
It's pretty much every big 1v1 tournament now, with few exceptions.
Even the little ones, dude. I've played in like lower elo tournaments that have civ drafts.
Bro,
it's everywhere.
A small side note on that is some of the smaller tournaments will try and switch up how the civ drafts work, and it's like there's like 3 global bans and 2 snipes. Everything explodes. Oh my god, it's very difficult if you play, trust me. But it makes it interesting. Now, ACCM, I can think of so many moments back in 2019, one event in 2020 where his drafts were a disaster. So that is definitely an improvement for him. Just some weird outlooks on the game led to some bad civ matchups, and maybe and I think some of the viewers are like this too. Age of Empires is a game where there's so many possibilities, and so sometimes you want a possibility to be the possibility too much. So you try and force it, and then you just have to lose a couple tournaments with a civ or a matchup and think, okay, fine. I'll pick Mayans and Aztecs, fine. I'll pick Vikings because the level's so high.
Vinchester Goth pick.
Yep.
It's a little bit forced if we see it, over the course of 4 or 5 years. But looks like we're just waiting for ACCM to get back. So we have a little video for you guys. We're going to take a short break here as ACCM just restarts his computer.
Man, these AoE 4 trailers are getting really realistic. Oh my god.
I want to give a shout out to, I believe it's Parsa who made the video, who's also made other content like that. So great job. There's a couple of those short videos and I enjoy watching them. It's a pretty unique
really
style
funny.
there. Yeah, it looks like ACCM is back and we're just trying to get into the game now, folks. So it should be any minute.
Looked like the Burgundian Revolution there for a second. I'm not sure about the villager in flight or tied to the tree. But it took some creative liberties. It's funny. There's actually an Age of Empires mode, and I don't know if it's on DE, sadly, but it's called the Kidnap mod. So, like, you could go up to an enemy villager, you could hit it with your scout, and that villager then goes, like, into your scout, and you could drop it off over at your base. That's what made me think.
The coolest thing about that is it was originally, the reason that can be implemented is it was originally part of the game. So they had coded that in and then figured out that it wasn't something that was probably good for the game. And if you've ever played that mod, you realize that it probably isn't the best, most competitive thing. So looks like we do have a game launched already. So we'll get into it shortly. And the Civ matchups, Tristan, as I check here, are going to be, Dogao is not going to go for the Berbers. He will be going for the Khmer, and ACCM, to no one's surprise whatsoever, will be going for the Byzantines here.
Yeah, it made a lot of sense. Speaking of, I believe the fact you can garrison in Khmer houses also stems from the fact that it was originally coded as a possibility in the game. I'm not sure if that was new. There's like all these different things. Age of Empires is just never ending. But yeah, it makes sense long-term for Dogao to go Khmer because he's going to want Berbers, I think, for the final game. But he, of course, has to win here or he's out. And ACCM moves on.
Yeah, we've got about a minute to go here. What do you think about Khmer on Northern Isles?
I haven't seen enough of it. And I don't even know if Dogao wanted to play Khmer on this map, truthfully. I do like the fact that you can, if you do transport villagers, you can hide in the houses because moments can be rough sometimes and you need to keep the villagers there. So that could be a big deciding point. That's really the only thing. And then you think Byzantines. Fires work faster, cheaper to go Imperial Age. You have higher HP docks and buildings if you get forwarded. You have, did I say cheaper Imperial? Town Watch. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. Byzantines is clearly the better pick here from what I can see.
Man, look at that picture we have for Dogao. Imagine playing him at a LAN. You know, you're frustrated because he can't get through his walls or whatever, and you look up and he's just staring at you like that. That would be...
Right.
Dude, he looks like a tough competitor. Oh my god.
So speaking of LANs and Dogao, if he were to play at a LAN, would he request the lights be turned off? Because he always plays with Look at that.
To set up, dude, we'd have to set up like a black blanket around him like you used to have on your stream. Like a tent or something. You know?
Yeah. He should get a tent sponsor, honestly, as we see the transports now for both players, and they're just going to scout out the enemy. This is funny.
Yeah, both transports just passing in the middle there. No villagers, though. Just scouts. They're going to figure out what's going on and then maybe follow up again. Looks like ACCM went for an archer range opening, and he's going to be making some archers. So you can use those in defense, or you can bring your transport back and try and get some raids in on your enemy.
Interesting difference on the water, because on the back sides you start with a dock and 4 fishing ships. Dogao, very typical for him, realizing they're far away, and he added 2 additional fishing ships, but ACCM added a fire ship. But the fire ship will take some time to make it over there. We'll see if the fish boom for Dogao pays off.
Yeah, no, that scout can pick off that villager too if it sees it. Kind of exposed there. No, I don't think he's going to see it. Yeah, ACCM going for a second dock. Now there's a spearman there for him. So the scout's not much of a threat anymore. A couple free hits. That's a bit sloppy there from Dogao to get hit by that spearman.
Yeah, that hurts. Probably distracted with, one of the 16 other things he's focusing on right now.
Yep.
But I like the approach from ACCM to go water. I am just curious if the fish approach from Dogao because he's going to have them for a bit longer, will lead to a faster castle age for him. Could also lose the fishing ships, right? So it's not like he's defending them fully right now, and ACCM's on 2 docks and the scout went down. Kind of liking ACCM's spot now because now Dogao won't be able to know what he's up to.
Well, Dogao only added 2 extra fishing ships, so it's not that huge of an investment. We can see him loading up some archers now in the transport ship here, and he's going to head over to ACCM's island, but it looks like ACCM thinking exactly the same thing. Both archer armies just passing each other. ACCM is going to see Dogao right now, and he unloads and gets a few shots off.
What? Okay, that was hilarious, but there's no world in which you ever take out that transport. ACCM going for the big plays here. Oh my god. And I mean, they're both pretty well defended against this. They both, of course, have their archer ranges at home. That was a just passing moment if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, Dogao is going to be able to range that wood line from ACCM as he's clearing up the fire ships forward, so his fishing ships will be safe at the moment. He's going to be annoying on that wood line. I don't think he can kill anything, especially with a skirmisher coming out from the Vietnamese player here. He's going to be able to counter. Meanwhile, on Dogao's island, ACCM looking for opportunities, and he's going to pick off a villager.
Oof.
He should have maybe been garrisoned in that house.
Yeah, big oof there, but the fishing approach paid off for Dogao. I actually see this a lot from him on hybrid maps where we'll add a few extra fishing ships to gain a lead. Didn't do too much offensively, but yeah, very annoying.
Okay, ACCM pulls the villager away before it's killed, and now transport is where?
I was just going to say they're both alive, and this could be a moment in the middle to go for some type of landing, especially if you think you're faster to the next stage. But good job from ACCM.
Looks like a big water engagement over on the left-hand side there. I can see some... Oh, as Dogao loses another villager. Okay, but he's getting free hits on the fire ships from ACCM. Not noticing that, just tasking them towards the fishing economy from Dogao. So that's some good HP he took off there.
So much was happening right there. Dogao was loading up villagers into a transport. He was fighting on water, and he had to defend himself. So something's got to give in those moments. As you see the transport there. But still, Dogao, he didn't create as much on water, so he has to protect himself. And ACCM even sacrificed his scout just so his fires could get additional hits in. Dogao's fishing ships, they got him to castle age faster, but they could soon go down.
Well, there was 2 villagers in the transport ship from Dogao heading over as we see ACCM clearing up the water there. There's still the archers in the back for ACCM, but a stable now coming up from Dogao on the opponent's island. If he goes into knights here, ACCM only has skirmishers in defense currently.
I could see knights and scorpions making sense, maybe, followed up by some monks. I'd like to see Dogao. This is why I was as interested in how this would be played by him, because I think if it was another hybrid map, he'd immediately get the water upgrades. But he doesn't really seem to be prioritizing it that heavily, and that's what I've seen a lot on Northern Isles. It's more about the land, which, if anything, makes this map more exciting, because landings are very fun to watch.
Yeah, Siege Workshop now from Dogao, so he's going to have Night Siege and no vision on that yet from ACCM. He's just chasing these archers. Dogao's been wandering around forever. Now he's going to have a crossbow army so he can clear up these skirmishers, start hitting that wood line, and then he's going to show up with Knights, with Siege, and with crossbows there to prevent any future walling. This looks really, really good for Dogao.
Are we going to have another decider go to Game 5? Sorry for spoilers if you didn't see the first best of 5, but put that on your list of things to rewatch tonight, tomorrow, whenever. Dogao and Nicov was insane. Of course, loser here is out of the tournament. Winner here moves on. And in this case, I think winner here moves on to face the Viper in the quarters tomorrow. So it will only get more difficult, but it's been so close. And I think ACCM's water approach was pretty solid here. He's going to try and take out the fishing ships from Dogao, but Dogao still has enough defense there, Dave.
I think it was solid, but I mean, at the end of the day, he's only just now killing fishing ships. Dogao had that for the longest time, and now Dogao, is pushing ACCM back. The food income for ACCM is really going to struggle here as he's taking off berries. He's taking off the farms here, and his fish aren't as efficient as they used to be. So he's going to have trouble finding options to deal with this land push from Dogao.
Camels would make a lot of sense here. Very cheap for Byzantines. Maybe a few monks, but worth reminding people that camels are not good against crossbows. So just having land presence on your opponent's island versus not having any pressure on yours is big here. Even if nothing else dies, there's no way ACCM can truthfully threaten Dogao.
Yeah, all he's got is skirms at the moment. What is in that stable? Oh, there's a lot in that stable. There's a party in that stable.
There's a party in that stable, and the 2 units that ACCM has. Look at Dogao's woodline there. He's lost 2 vills there already because the 2 archers and the villagers kept going to chop trees there, and Dogao didn't notice. And here's the party, Dave. It's about to start, and big fight. I think ACCM can clear this. This is insane.
Yep. Dogao losing the knights. Great defense here from ACCM. He doesn't dive for the mangonel right away. He opted to hit the knights and clear up the numbers, and they're gone now. He takes out that mangonel, and he could take out the second mangonel here too.
Wow.
Amazing defense from him. And I think he might kill the forward villagers, Tristan, which would be huge. He gets one. Can't quite get the other one.
Dogao knows you can hop inside houses, right? There's been multiple instances where he hasn't done that, which is really weird to me. By the way, when that fight was happening, the 2 archers killed another villager at Dogao's woodline.
Oh.
So 2 archers coming in clutch. And Dogao, hide in the house. No way. Hide in the house, man. And
What?
Dogao taps out.
That
Not his
seems
day.
early to me. Maybe he's just not feeling it at all. Like he sees his fish potentially getting attacked. His land pressure got wiped up. But I think this is one of those games where if he looks back on it, he's going to realize that he was in a much better position than maybe he thought.
My issue with the resigning there is not necessarily the position, but also the series. You never resign here when there's nothing at your base and you can try and boom out of it in a deciding game for you, right? Like, I am very surprised. He must be frustrated with himself, and maybe he doesn't realize how it's still somewhat doable for a comeback, but kudos to ACCM. Again, another game where he had small armies getting value. The 2 archers killed 2 or 3 villagers by my count. He then was about to swoop in on water, which maybe Dogao foresaw, would have cleared out Dogao's fishing ships, and then he dealt with an insane push at his base, didn't lose much to it at all, and all these things add up to Dogao maybe feeling like he was dead, and truthfully maybe he was, but would have liked to have seen him play on a little longer there. ACCM really moved on.
About that. Yeah, he does. Amazing style too. 3-1 over Dogao. That's a crazy result. The thing I love the most though about that defense was the fact he kept his knights and camels in the stable until he had enough where he knew he could wipe it. A lot of players would send, 1 or 2 knights out at a time, maybe take damage from the crossbows, try and snipe the mangonel, but he waited. And when he came out, he wiped the entire army. Momentum completely shifted, and that probably factored into the early resign from Dogao. That is an absolutely crazy result, massive result for ACCM, and he's going through to face up against, who did you say, the Viper?
The Viper, yes.
Oh, geez, that's going to be even tougher one. That's going to be a tough one for sure.
But I would have said Dogao was going to win here today. I wouldn't have expected ACCM to be quite as clinical today. And so Viper will realize that ACCM's no joke. And just back to sum up that final game for a moment, because it's not just about the gameplay, it's about the prep. These were the bonuses, by my count, that were utilized by Byzantines there. Extra HP in your town center when you're being attacked. Faster working fires. Cheaper camels. If you want to say town watch, because you could see some stuff that benefits as well. Mm-hmm. What bonus did we see from Khmer? We didn't see a single villager go in a house.
He didn't even hop in a house. Yeah, exactly. A farm, I guess. The farms, maybe.
Yeah, and at that point, the farms are all around the TC anyways. So I don't think the drafting was even good from Dogao today. ACCM had everything. So I'm really happy for him. ACCM provides some of my favorite interviews because he's always so motivated and so happy and so joyful. So we are going to send it on to the interview with ACCM as he will move on to face off against the Viper tomorrow.
And I think that's it for us today, right, Tristan?
Oh, I believe
that's
so.
it for the both of us. So
yes,
excited to see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for having us. And you have Nilly and Mem coming up to look forward to, along with Riley. Now let's go to the interview. Have a great day, guys.
Thank you, Dave. And in tribute to your exceptional services so far today, I did forget to turn my microphone on there, mate. So that one goes out to you. Welcome, ACCM, the winner of that match. ACCM, congratulations. Really great stuff. You must be feeling very good about a quite convincing 3-1 win.
Yeah, I'm really happy to win because I think Dogao beat me a lot in the tournament, not the tournament, I mean. So that's what's good. I can take the win today, and I'm happy. Thank you.
I want to talk about some of your picks during the draft process there. You managed to get both of the good Mesoamerican civs and then put them to great use. How did it feel to be able to pick up both of the playable Meso civs?
Yeah, because my plan now is I can expect the go for Archer Civilization or Unlimited. So I'm thinking about the cover, and honestly, it's good. And Meso's view is like at least my young's doing some snowball in the early game. That's really great for me.
I want to ask finally about your next matchup, which I believe is against the Viper. This is he's probably one of the toughest opponents you're going to face. What do you do to prepare and get ready for a match against a player of this caliber?
Honestly, it's not so much time to prepare because tomorrow we must play on it. But I think I'm gonna bring the confidence to play versus Viper, and I think I will give it to everyone the great matchup. So tomorrow.
Well, Matt, I hope it goes well for you. Certainly it'll be interesting to see how this huge match goes down. Thanks so much for joining us, ACCM, and looking forward to seeing more from you tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Matt, and everyone who's cheering for me. Thank you.
Well done once again to ACCM, but I also want to say congratulations to Dogao for making it this far, of course, getting into the top 12, make it to the tournament, into the top 12, and $850 in the back pocket for his work over the last couple of days. Well done, Dogao. You've acquitted yourself well. A great effort there. Let's remind ourselves of some of the things that we've seen so far today. Of course, we can jump back into the time machine and have a look at some of the highlights from what we've seen as part of our coverage of Red Bull Wololo 4 here earlier on. Daut 3-2 beat out Nicov and advanced. Nicov goes home. And now ACCM in a 3-1 victory over Dogao. We may have some highlights here for you to have a look at as we remind ourselves again of what we've seen. Already, of course, we've seen match 1 and match 2. And in match 2, in game number 1, a quick and pretty comfortable victory, really, for Dogao, making it look easy. Early pressure, snowballing, and preventing ACCM from recovering. It was really, really excellent to see Dogao get off to a flyer there, but it wasn't to last. In game number 2, things started off pretty well for Dogao, it has to be said, but took some unfortunate fights with his Knights and the Aztec Eagle Warriors punishing the Britain units there, took full advantage, punished Dogao. He was caught out of position and unable to really rally and get himself back into the game. Game number 3, another quick affair here. ACCM grabbing a forward position very, very early there and pushing military into the back of Dogao's base. Dogao wasn't able to respond effectively, and ACCM picking up his second win there. And the decider, a little bit of blink and you'll miss at age there, and early and somewhat unexpected resignation from Dogao, especially with the series on the line. But ultimately what we saw was ACCM getting off to an early lead and Dogao deciding, well, that's it, throwing in the towel, and that's all she wrote there. We move now on to the playoff for Group B. There you can see Leary and ACCM. Excuse me, I thought it was going to be the Viper, but I'll confirm that pairing there. I'm not 100% sure of that. We'll get final confirmation of what that's going to look like. It may indeed be the Viper. We're going to see next up, however, Jordan and Vinchester. Before we get there, however, it's time for Riley's Ride Through History. Don't even worry about it. I've been waiting and waiting for someone to pick the Mayans because I want to talk to you about some of the heinous historical anachronisms and inconsistencies that exist with the way that the Mayan civilization is portrayed in this game. The Mayans, as I'm sure you're aware, are an archery-focused civilization, but historical Mayans were anything but. In fact, they were known for being bloody terrible at ranged conflict. They were not a civilization that based any of their prestige or power off of ranged combat, particularly not with bows. Generally speaking, Mesoamerican technology, when it came to archery, was pretty dodgy. Just as a general rule, they didn't have their technology when it came to ranged combat wasn't met with bows. And a lot of civilizations, particularly the Mayans, they would have commonly used a device called an atlatl, which was like a big spear chucker, kind of like one of those things that you'd use to fling a ball down the park for your dog to get. It was this sort of hook stick thing that you'd put a spear and you could chuck at a great distance, but they didn't use bows to any great effect. In fact, they were known for being pretty bad at it. The other thing that really gets me about the Mayan civilization is that, of course, their walls are 50% cheaper, which doesn't make any sense at all. They should, if anything, be 100% cheaper and not be able to be built because the Mayans didn't build walls. The Mayan cities just historically didn't build city walls at any point really until they began to collapse as a civilization. As the Mayan collapse began after the Mayan classical period, they started to build city walls. They had to keep the enemies out somehow, but walls just weren't really a thing in classical Mayan civilization there. So giving them a 50% discount on them, I'm not sure how that won there. But look, the other thing that, of course, everyone knows here, and we don't have to delve too deep on this, but the final thing that really kind of, rustles my jimmies here is that the Mayans, they didn't have eagle warriors. That was an Aztec thing, but I mean, I don't need to tell you that. Everyone knows that, of course. So they've sort of been piggybacked onto the Mayans because it was the Aztecs. And I don't know, maybe they didn't want to draw some new sprites for the Mayans. Who knows? In any case, a lot of stuff going on with the Mayans to put them well and truly at odds with historical reality as the way that they're portrayed in Age of Empires. They weren't good archers. They didn't build walls, and they didn't have the Eagle Warriors. Of course, that was the Aztecs. But hey, they're getting it done. They're getting it done at Red Bull Wololo for one of the most successful civs throughout not just this weekend, but also last weekend. The Mayans have really been kicking goals with both feet. So a great pick for the people who have managed to side with them there. Anyway, we move on to our next match here. I'm going to have a look and see what we've got next on the docket, because after this one here, we are going to head it over to Jordan and Vinchester. Jordan and Vinchester, our next matchup. And as you've already no doubt aware, a change of scene in the commentary booth. We are going to throw it over to TheMbL and Nilly to introduce this match, break down the players, and of course go through the map and civ picks. So very exciting to introduce TheMbL and Nilly here, because as you'll see, a little bit of a different situation for them as we head over to our literal, actual, real-life booth. It's great to see things like this happen once again. So over to TheMbL and Nilly, who'll be taking us through the next match with Jordan and Vinchester. Let's get to it.
Well, welcome everyone. Yeah, as you can see, we are very close. We're smiling because now we are discovering that the Mayans don't need eagle, don't need everything. But guys, look at the place that we are. Thanks to Red Bull and Take TV, look at the studio we are, and we are going to commentate, bring you all the hype with a crazy series. We have seen already today 2 series. The first one, Nelly, Daut, coming back from the hell.
It was a clear candidate for series of the year, right? Daut set against Leary was obviously crazy as the finals there, but oh man, Nicov, I really feel for him. He had the chance. It was looking so good for him. 2-0 up, looking strong, Daut looking shaky, and then it felt game 3 could have gone either way. Game number 4, it felt like the Elephant switched there, could have finished the game, maybe could have hit them a bit better. And then game 5 was a comeback as well. Daut trying to rethrow as well. A crazy set. If you guys ever find time in your life and put 1.5, 2 hours in, rewatch that set. It was impeccable.
Yeah, it's incredible. We were talking. You cannot imagine. We were casting. You were casting.
I
mean, I was casting, and I was thinking, Nilly. We were in the kitchen. I was Nilly. Nilly. What he has to do now? I mean, Cavaliers, but why he's doing elephants? The fatties are great, but man, the elephant. And at the end, that lack of mobility, I think it cost him that game. And from there, even in the last game, he was 30 Villese ahead and came back. Not again from the hell, because don't want to sound repetitive, but man. But guys, I have to tell you, he might look, well, he was happy. Nearly, that he looks so serious sometimes. He was happy because, come on, he's your teammate, Nearly.
And I also like, especially the support, right? I'm still following the GL channel, and Daut was like really down. Damn, I didn't perform how I wanted. And the players stepped in, all gave him some good thoughts. He took a 2-3 minute break. Put his head into the right mindset and allowed himself another crazy comeback. As you said earlier, he already had 2 crazy comebacks in Hidden Cup and KOTD.
Yeah, I mean, 3 last big tournaments, crazy comeback. Hidden Cup in the first series versus Villese. In KOTD, well, that comeback probably he doesn't remember like a good one. Because
I
then
remember the Saracen game.
Yeah, but it changed all the brackets, and he came back against Leary, losing 2-0, 3-2, and now again 3-2. But anyway, we are going to move on because ACCM versus Dogao. Dogao win the first game so clear, and then ACCM really smooth. Honestly, I don't know what you think, but the draft from Dogao didn't look that great.
The pick number 7 could have been something like Italians have felt going for Japanese there. As pick 4, we don't see bands that late as pick 4 kind of, and that was a bit surprising to me, but also ACCM looked strong, surely.
Yeah, well, ACCM, remember guys, if you are new in the community into the Age of Empires, Bacti has been during long time considered the number 1 in Vietnam. That is not anymore.
Yeah, I think the switch came like a year ago, and ACCM being full-time put in the hours and even won a Vietnam tournament there, and then it kind of felt like the era of ACCM started there, and he looks really dominant and consistent performances here over in all Red Bull tournaments.
Okay, well, now we're going to see Vinchester, the Russian Vinchester, very young player, so talented. There's a difference. Remember, today we have a best of 5 and draft civilization, like you can see already in the previous series. That changed a lot, right? The potential strategies, because remember that this is a rematch. It was 2-0 in the group stage, but in a best of 5 with civilizations, do you think Jordan is still that clear favorite, or Vinchester has something to say?
I hyped the Vinchester against Jordan series up as basically the best set in the round of 16, right? We know how strong Vinchester is, how well he can prepare, and that set underperformed when it comes to the quality of the games because Jordan was so dominant. But Vinchester's still in it. He can prepare. He can go for some drafts. As we can see, his performance pretty solid. 9-16s, 9-16s, and last time even making it into the quarterfinals there, giving him a direct invite into this edition. So Jordan, the qualifier, and the only qualifier to actually break the seeding. And he did go through, and probably with the performance last week, should be considered the favorite now.
Well, let's see, because we're going to see probably now the draft, and we can see absolutely. Ooh, look at this one. We have Mountain Range as a band, and Northern Islands, very sad on my side, Nelly. Greenland and the Ring Fortress for Vinchester, Jordan with the Frigid Lake and Lowland, and then we have the Vikings band. If people hate it, let's see that we all is all Vikings. I think we are not gonna see Vikings anymore, Nelly.
Yeah, we won't see them that much. Maybe we will find another civilization that feels very imba. Maybe you think, okay, Mr. Yo is so strong with his Eagle Warriors, maybe we want to ban Aztecs away from him and give in Vikings. He did look shaky early on against Cito. Maybe that's the thought process. But look at this one. Just to start off, we have Greenland and Frigid Lake, basically the first home maps of the two. going for I will go for a land map, lots of water in the center, Greenland probably a bit more there. Then they both banish this map, and then they go for really campy long maps. Lowland, long distance, you start on a hill, ring forest, lots of easy walls. I'm a bit surprised how similar they're thinking. And Aztecs, the ban here, Vinchester taking that away from Jordan, another pick 4 ban. Quite a surprise.
Yeah, but I like a lot Jordan Civilization. If you check, having in the same one, Berbers and Tatars, it's in my opinion very strong with those maps they pick. Italians always a nice shot, and the Mayans that you can use pretty much in every map.
Yeah, Mayans, obviously, we have the Archers, we have the Eagles as an option. If it's walled, you're fine. If it's super open, you're fine. And honestly, Vinchester, I'm a huge fanboy of Vinchester, right? He delivers with crazy strategies. This time, there's not a single crazy civilization.
Honestly, where's the gods?
Yeah.
Where's the
Bulgarians, right? Bulgarians did win him Red Bull 3 group stage.
Yeah.
He did pick it in the other matches. This time, not around.
Is reformed Vinchester? What is this? Remember, guys, that the first map is going to be Runestones. It's Arabia, pretty much, as you can see. The game is about to start probably very soon, and we want the action. I'm sure that we want the action, and obviously we want to see in the chat. I don't want to say who you think is going to win. I want to see how many fans from both players are there, and I want to see, guys, you put in the chat one name, Vinchester or Jordan. Nelly, what is your name? Your favorite? And not your favorite, because you are a professional.
My favorite is Jordan. He looked so good last weekend. Could have, honestly, easily gone through in the group against the Viper there as well. And lots of Jordan fans, as we can see. I think he looked just so incredibly strong. Yeah, my favorite. Like, even not even that close. I will give him like 85.3%.
Okay. I wouldn't mind to see a 2-0 for Vinchester and then a comeback like Daut. I mean, this kind of a story, it's the great to see. Because we were watching the chat, also the stream. It's incredible, this game. Like, how is possible? I'm still shocked with that series. I'm sure that you loved it. But I want to see a close series. To be honest, I would love to see all the time a 3-2, a 2-3. Doesn't matter, top quality games. But Jordan is looking so damn smooth, nearly. It really is. Jordan is back for real. Now he's not a meme. Now he's here.
No. He has been performing so well. People that practice with him, I did talk to Hera some months ago. He said, like, Jordan is delivering it so much. Leary is impressed by him. Viper is saying Jordan is giving him incredible practice. Obviously did set himself up beautifully here to still go out of the group. And, well, we can't overlook Hidden Cup performance. Second place there in a spot where lots of people felt like maybe can make it one round.
It can help also the performance from the Viper if they are practicing together, but we will talk about that because when we see this overlay here with the position, with the overall placement in all the matches, it's because the game is starting. Yes, Jordan and Vinchester, Ethiopian and Khmer, and as a yellow is Vinchester with Khmer in the south on the left, or yes, Jordan with Ethiopians. We have seen how the cavalry is working today, and after watching those games, Nelly, Khmer or Ethiopians?
I think Jordan will feel very comfortable with the Ethiopians, right? He did play them a lot. They are so strong. Plus 100 food, plus 100 gold from the get-go. And Khmer, their bonuses are only kicking in, I would say, once you have like 15 plus farms. And we see a bit out of the meta opening. Vinchester opening with the archer range. Goes with archers.
He's going with archers, but with Khmer, well, that economy, when it's going to go with the farms, is going to be absolutely crazy. We see the archers as well from Ethiopians, and the walls are started already for red. Mr. Jordan, there's going to be some battle in the middle. We can see the archers are already coming from Vinchester. Remember, guys, that Ethiopian archers are better than Khmer 1. So we are going to see. We are going to see how this is starting. Obviously, the start is like very, very close, even more when both are with archer range. But Jordan, I like when Jordan go into the dominant position. It looks a little bit, I don't want to say passive, but safe.
He maybe knows, okay, my timing will be more in castage. And if we take a look at the resources, 350 food, 100 gold already. He is thinking about casting this one quite quickly, doubles down with the house there, and will play defensive games. Seems like he might be one of those two archers won't find too much.
Okay, let's see if he's going to be able to achieve Castle Age as quick as possible. I think he will. He is already sit down in good resources. We can see those archers from Vinchester, who looks to have the initiative, trying to snipe some village, but he can't. It's only 2 archers. Now on the right side, there is the red dot that we're going to focus after this battle and see what... yeah, there you go. Jordan is trying to take something, but nothing yet. For now, he's still like... in a boxing match starting.
Yeah, well, warm-up round there makes sense. Lots of people paid quite a lot of money. They want to see at least 2-3 rounds of this. And we see skirmishers trying to defend. But look at the base that Vinchester creating for himself. It's tiny.
Yeah, it's too tiny. It's giving up a little bit already map control for his opponent. If you check the... yeah, he's maybe can be a little bit greedy from Jordan, but look at his base already. Very, very big, those walls. It's true that if you attack consistently, you're going to be able to go through. But now he is still on the wood line. But those resources from both players, Nelly, they are about to go Castle-ish already, and we are in minute 5. Not a lot of kills, actually, but it's stable already for Jordan.
Oh yeah, wants to address those skirmishes. Something that I noticed is that Vinchester, I believe, did go for a second mining camp. Something we don't see too often. Same goes for Jordan here. And that kind of indicates that they want to go heavily in Castle Age, because normally you wait for Castle Age, drop TCs, maybe between the woodline and the gold, and then you should be set up. But they want to pump out numbers before that.
Okay, so what we can expect now from Vinchester, Nelly? A second archery range. Now transition probably to cavalry, because we see the Castle Age already, but Castle Age as well from Vinchester.
Yeah, I think archers could have made sense, but as you can see, he's queuing up some skirmishes, now dropping the second building, which is another archer range, so goes and doubles down on that one. Quite interesting. Jordan either has to add some knights or maybe the manual approach. Knowing Jordan, I think knights is more standard for him, second archer range for him as well.
Are we going to see, Nelly, because we see the smile from... very expressive for Jordan. Are we gonna see today Vinchester say something with the face cam? It's a robot, man.
Yeah.
We don't see anything from Vinchester. What is this, Nelly?
Yeah, he's so focused for sure.
Yeah,
and Jordan, you see him moving. You see the eyebrows there. You saw him giving some reaction. He's on the emotional side, but Vinchester's a machine.
Some smile sometimes even. But now the Castle is about to happen. We can see 20 villages on foot already for Vinchester, but then he's going all the archers. It's really surprising to me. We see now some hits, some important hits with those scouts. Some archers behind now like a bodywork, heal advantage, but those scouts are doing the damage.
Oh man, and why are you out there if you're Vinchester? You will never do anything with skirmishers. It has to be a major mistake. Like Jordan is walled, he's sitting behind walls. There's option A, you are not doing anything, or option B, you will lose that army to scouts.
Yeah, and he's losing against the scout, losing quite a lot of those units. He's going to have the crossbows and the botkin are already. So Jordan is taking an important lead. The timing, the momentum, Nelly, is for the German player.
And he's getting those upgrades in. And look at that, we're still some seconds away from Vinchester getting up to Castle Age. That gold's still pretty exposed. Jordan has to be loving his position. The question is, will he prioritize ballistics, or is it going to be extra TCs?
Well, if you can see, he's even doing pikes. He has some pike. I don't know if he's going to create more, because he can expect a little bit if his opponent is coming with cavalry. If we can go for the fog of war from red for Jordan and see what he can see use the archery range. He's taking one village, 2 villages down. He's starting to kill. He's starting to dominate. He's going to go behind the wood line. And right now, Jordan is taking a good lead. Even if the scores say that Vinchester is ahead, I don't really think that he's ahead.
Yeah, maybe the scout had survived a bit longer there, as we can see in the overlay. Scout still around, so did scout some more of the map. As you all know, 1% scouted equals 10 points on the scoreboard there. Could have helped him out, but it feels like Jordan is in full control.
Full control. He's doing already an extra town center. There's one archer here, one archer there in both woodland. That's so damn annoying. Another village down. 4 villages killed already. And now the number 5. Nearly Jordan, it's already taking a huge advantage.
That's what I said, right? The standard thing is to drop a TC between the gold and the woodland there. Could have been a good thing to defend. Jordan now adds some knights after seeing the skirm defense. Jordan will continue with his aggression. I'm loving his position.
His great position. I don't really understand why Vinchester is going only with archery range, but well, he knows better. He's the pro here, the expert. He's doing the crossbow now. He's doing the wheelbarrow. He's still with the skirmishes, but he's gonna try to wall. He's gonna block himself. No, he cannot. He's not walling yet. The knight is there. The skirmishes don't do too much against the knight. It's true that he has +2, and that helps, but he's still losing a lot. Now he will hold because he got the upgrade.
Yeah, Ballistics in, got some villager kills. 8 villagers ahead now, 620 KD. And the question is, Jordan dropping TC number 3 even. He knows he's ahead. He takes the foot a bit of the gas, will camp that hill, and knows, okay, this one is pretty smooth. Now the big question, more knights or maybe the Mangonel switch.
Okay, and Vinchester what? Because he knows that he has lost some economy. He sees that the score is not super behind. What he need to do? At the stable, he go forward and make a siege workshop. Potential with some Scorpion, but the Knights are also there. I don't know if the Crop is going to be a node now. Look how he's dancing with those Knights, nearly.
Yeah, but dancing doesn't really matter if the Skirms are focusing down on the crossbows. And Jordan, I tell you, some losses there, has to run home, and Vinchester might find a small timing. But again, same scenario, Skirms against walls.
Yeah, he really need to do something now. Vinchester need to make something happen. 12 Village ahead. That's a lot. Guys, this is simple as a lot. And the siege workshop will happen to Jordan. So he's not going to be only with the Echo lead, with the military lead. He also will save even more his position with the siege workshop. I like that one. You don't need to take any risk now. Why to risk the siege workshop for what he's just doing at home?
I think forward would have been better, but he missed the timing there as we saw the villager was going and he had to rethink his options. Now, just goes for one Mangonel, we'll clear this one up. Night production is actually not needed anymore. Jordan, just keep up the farm production, chill a bit. You know that time is in your favor right now.
Oh my god, look at the food for Vinchester, and he's not even using it. 1,000 food. So TheMbL 0 wood, 1,000 food, 100 gold. Need to do something happening. Is he coming with a stable in the middle of the map? It's still only one town center. How much aggression he need to put to make this a comeback in this game?
But a stable now before the siege workshop. I don't think that 2-3 knights will add something. While we see Mangonel shots dodged for now.
Okay, well, we have to see now what he can do now with the siege, with the Krobos. He need to be careful. Probably he need to go around, but he's not going. He's a little bit stuck on that. 1 second stable. Well, what is clear is that Vinchester know that he need to go all in. Well, 1 TC push.
Yeah. Great game sense by him, saw, okay, all that early aggression did a lot, and he knows what's on the line, and he knows, okay, maybe Jordan can overstep here. Another interesting move here, being out. He knows that he's facing a lot of skirms. Now sees one stable. Can he scout the second one? Doesn't look like it. Is hoping for some good Mangonel connections.
We saw a similar situation. The Mangonel is there in the game with Daut and Nicov with the Bulgarian, but there was Krepos. We don't have Krepos here. We got Khmer. He need to kill that Mangonel. He's gonna take it. Whoa! He's not taking anything. Those are +2/+2. The double stable is gonna be able to do the damage now with Chain Bar, the number and husbandry. We will discover, but for now, he got the upgrades, but there's still no army at all. Only 2 knights nearly. He need to do a lot more.
Oh, something beautiful that just happened. In that fight, Vinchester did split away from the Mangonel at the first timing Jordan could have shot. But Jordan knew about that one and delayed his second shot with the Mangonel and then waited, okay, your skirms are spilling in that direction, and then doing a different ground attack.
Okay, listen now, because after that beautiful explanation, we see how crossbows are in the north. There is in this spot in the middle. He has to be careful. The Mangonel is covering all those crossbows, but now finally some knights, but you need a lot more. The Russian need a lot more. Doing the bows of bloodlines, he will have now the knights with great upgrades. Very, very solid. He need to split those units he's doing right now. 2 Mangonels and the Scorpions. That's a lot of army from Jordan, Nelly.
I think he needs to add some production facilities here. Either go for some camels or add some archery ranges. Jordan, that's one way to lose this, right? Is to only have 2 archery ranges, maybe some good knights, maybe some good skirm fights here, and then Jordan could lose grab of this game.
But you know what, Nelly? When I check in the top left corner those resources, I'm looking at those Jordan economy. It's going to go up to Imperial and Ethiopians that early in Imperial. Vinchester, you need to attack now or never.
Maybe scream a bit louder that he can hear you in Russia as well, because he certainly needs some support, he needs some advice, and is trying to go for some aggression, but Mangonel shots!
He split those units. I forgot nearly that we are close. We are close. We are almost in romantic mode activated, but no, not gonna happen any shot. Now the knights need to go from behind. You think he should go around? Because he's still a little bit too passive. He is Jordan. He's on the way to Imperial.
Well, maybe trying to find another angle. He's now going for it. This could be the game-deciding fight if Jordan is finding some good ground attack, still holding that hill.
Yeah, but imagine now you don't want to take any risk. What happens if now you are on the way to Imperial and you lose all that army? Now he's coming with a lot of knights, the Mangoners are in the hell, the skirmishes are doing the job, and all those knights, imagine if he's getting in, keep killing the units before the Imperial Age.
Only 3 Archer Rangers. Production wasn't that pretty behind this one. As I said, maybe 3-4 camels could have prevented those knights from diving under the Mangonel. Now goes deep into the base, but the skirms can't actually get in.
Yeah, they cannot get in. The skirms inside will be absolutely amazing. Look at the score. Is this a fake score, Nearly? Actually, it's a good kill from Vinchester. Obviously behind in economy. 19 village, but he has Chimera, and now he's trying to push, Nelly.
Ooh, tough situation for Jordan, and all his production is now kind of at the front, right? Rightfully keeping all the archers in his archer range there, and he's just waiting. Once he gets Bracer, obviously he will take beautiful fights against the Castle Age army, but I wouldn't be surprised if Vinchester instantly jumps after getting the Q that Jordan is in.
Okay, let's see what is gonna happen then. Do you think now he should go even with Siege, or Vinchester just try to keep going with more economy? He needs to catch up in economy. Let's see.
Got nervous.
Oh my god, Nearly. We are so close, and he didn't even shoot. And people say that I am the hype caster. That's a lie. That's a complete lie. You should see Nearly now live completely taking now the shot, but now he's gonna take absolutely everything. Remember, it's still 20 seconds away from Imperial. He's taking a lot more. The score 800, the score ahead, and killing so many. He's under the TC. He is under the TC. Doesn't care about the arrows. Nothing.
Vinchester knows exactly what Jordan is up to. Jordan is trying to save the crossbow numbers, but look at them. 14 only on the field, and Vinchester is hungry to kill all of them. Only some in the archer ranges. Regrouping them will be close to impossible. And Jordan, so many idols. Look at that. 40 idols, man.
40 idols, so that only means that he has right now 35 villages actively working. I don't know what I'm even casting here. What is this game? All the aggression skirmishes under the TC, going and raiding more and more. Can we please see the KD economy at the bottom right panel? We want to see how many villagers Vinchester has killed. 26 villagers!
Oh god,
Killed.
Jordan's still 6 ahead, but remember guys, Vinchester only just added some extra TCs. And yeah, we did say Arbalest with Bracer will do so much, but what Arbalest? 11 crosses on the field, they will lose against those Castle Age skirmishers.
And what is this economy from Vinchester? Ooh. He is on the way to Imperial with the Chimera economy, 3 town centers, 8 villages behind only, more than double the army. Who is winning this game?
I think Vinchester's looking pretty good.
I think
also in the late game. Yeah, I think. Man, the thing is now, think about it. Like, we won't see any fighting for 2.5 minutes now, right?
Yeah,
Vinchester lost all his army. He had to invest those resources into getting Imp. And 22 military, yeah, I see that. But it's very immobile. He can't really pressure. So we are waiting that we get the Huss attack, we get into the skirmisher, and Jordan will recover in some form, but Vinchester will have all the map control in the world.
Yeah, and Chimera in this situation is really ideal. You start to have the mobility. It's not like in the game we saw with Daut, because Daut with Magyars, he got the mobility as well with the Magyar Hussar, so he could raid. Here in this situation, we have seen how stuck can be Ethiopians in the late game if you don't have the initiative.
Oh, and now losing some still with Imba army here against Castle Age really hurts him. Skirmishers are chasing this one down quite nicely, and Vinchester, yeah, just happy, takes another crossbow here. Only 15 military in the field, and now you see full tech switch by Vinch. Only 1 skirm in the queue, but way more knights. Look at that stream of army.
Yeah, this is well, this game, we have seen, guys, how many combats we got already today, and we are only 50 seconds away from the Imperial, 8 villages, only more, but like we say it all the time, now the numbers has not been efficient, because most of the time, all the economy for Jordan is being raided or is inactive.
Yeah, just look at the stats, bottom right, 58% of the villagers basically only working at that time, minute-wise. A nice economy for Vinchester, and he even has the advantage being Khmer there, so looking good for him. Only now Jordan can afford Arbalest. That's like 4 or 5 minutes after reaching him.
Yeah, it's incredible. Well, we can see how it's also incredible that with 31 villages killed, he's still behind in villages, you know, so just imagine what advantage Jordan got, but now it's different. Cavalier Arbor, do you like that option? Because he has only 6 knights, and I don't think yet his economy is that solid to produce so many Cavaliers, but obviously they are very strong.
Contact maybe, not going to happen. I think Cavaliers is fine. It feels like he will Yeah, or I could have benefited from a second blacksmith there, trying to get all the upgrades for cavalry and for the ranged units. But is going for one now. We'll have to wait for the last armor upgrade. And then, well, look at those beautiful yellow dots at the top. He's going in for another raid, and that's still the exposed gold for John. That could be a lot of damages.
This is a brutal game already, Nelly. It's incredible game. Hard to describe how this game is going. We see how those Arbalists are now taking over and killing so many of those skirmishes. But he can afford. The skirmishes are very cheap. You can see now they're raiding in the north. So many knights. Now Cavaliers. +4 also about to be there. He's killing a lot. This is looking so good for Vinchester, Nelly.
Yeah, and one of the main factors is that Jordan's second and third goals are outside of his base. The one that we just see and the one where we had all the archer ranges at the bottom. And that makes it so tough for Jordan, who has a civilization that is so relying on gold.
Where to put a castle? He has 700 stone. He can put a castle where the knights were coming there in front. Like now he's getting raided all over. So maybe in that spot where the Arbalists are now, the castle?
I feel like you have to accept some losses here. Probably. The thing is now you get so much damage at the front, right? You're securing 1 gold, more raids are coming in. It feels like you need 2 castles at this moment. And as you can see, he keeps 10 villages on stone. He knows what's up.
Yeah, it's raiding a lot. Let's see what he's going to be able to hold. He's ahead in Villese already. He's ahead in the Villese. He's starting to have the map control. Like a few minutes ago, Jordan was looking very solid, red all over the map. If we check now the minimap, we can see how he's already going for Jordan's side. So the yellow color, famous from some of the players, right, Nelly, it's giving the energy to Vinchester, and he's getting the game, man.
Look at that control. So many yellow dots, getting some more control there. Just patrolling and saying, okay, you will not expand there. Also Vinchester, what I would love to see behind the scenes is that he actually picks up all the 5 relics, because he has the map control for it.
Okay, let's see what's going to be now the next step for Vinchester, Nelly. He's gonna make also a castle. He will go with Trebuchet. Look at the castle he's doing on Jordan's face. He still need to kill those Arbalists. It's many Arbalists, but now those skirmishes fully upgraded. Cavaliers with the +4 armor, missing only the attack, but at this point, I love the army composition for Vinchester.
And if we look at the minimap, there are 2 extra gold spots on the map, and one of them far right corner for Vinchester. That's his full control, really good, and the one that we are just showing. So Vinchester in firm control of those. Jordan can't expand and somehow allow himself the comeback. The breaking point will be if Jordan is reclaiming this area or not.
But how to do that? Because now, well, he can add bombard cannons. Khmer doesn't have bombard cannons that can help in case that there's gonna be some trebuchet war. But I don't know.
Problem is, every bombard cannon you build, that's 5 fewer archers or arbalists that you can add to your army, and he's only looking at 29. That's easily broken by the 49 skirmishes by Vinch.
So many. Only 3 cavaliers, so he cannot really raid too much yet. But if he's going with the trebuchets, he's getting all the map. Soon, 42 farmers from Khmer. Only 5 villages on gold, LA. No. Vinchester need a lot more villages on gold. Relics, nothing. Well, that's truth. Maybe not.
Just some traps, right?
Yeah.
And that's it. He's going skirm, Hussar. He's fine, and he can starve this one out. He knows my opponent is relying on gold, and he does really good army against the gold army of Jordan.
Yeah, let's see when he's going to add the Hussar upgrade. He doesn't have yet, but when he's getting there, it's gonna be so damn complicated. He's going all in. He's going on the economy. The last time that Jordan attacked Vinchester economy, I don't even remember, and that's why now he's trying to go and make the damage. But man, look at the amount of farming on Jordan base. Do you think it's good to make this counter attack from Jordan when you have all Vinchester economy in your base?
Maybe he was desperate for it, right? He knows he can't really face the army heads up anyways, and thought like, okay, base trade scenario might be squeezing my win percentages here. Obviously, every move he does now will be questioned by his fans.
Wow, this is incredible. Now he's going to make a castle to cover all the farming, and like Mapu point out there, Jordan cannot see that castle is still raiding. Again, 50 villages are idle. 50 villages idle for Jordan. obviously all his economy, but how much he's going to kill also, and how many skirmishes he's going to get killed, Mr. Vinchester.
Yeah, but the skirms are so easy to replace right now. If you trade off a skirm against a villager, you're super fine with it. And population advantage, obviously massive for Vinchester, plus 40.
Craziest 200 population, almost 150. And guys, this day, it's full of surprise, at least in the start. Then later on, what is going to happen, I don't know. A lot of people were telling, Jordan is playing so smooth, and his truth. Look at that reaction from both players. Even Jordan react more. Vinchester, no reaction at all. And we have 1-0 for Vinchester. What's going on, Nili?
Jordan there with the crossbows, right? He was playing for that timing, but Vinchester realized, okay, 1TC play is the way to go, and he broke him so nicely. Jordan, he wanted to keep that hill at the front, had the 3 mangonels. Maybe 2 more monks could have helped, maybe 2 more camels could have helped. The crossbow production wasn't really there. I think it was a bit too greedy. He felt, okay, I don't want to lose the hill, but maybe sitting behind the walls could have been better.
Well, let's analyze, guys. Let's analyze the statistics. This Khmer is a little bit a snowball civilization. You cannot make this strategy nearly with any civ, you know. Military numbers, as you can see, well, much better. Ratio kill dead at the end. Army high, you can see. Economy, I'm very curious to see the economy. At the end, more wood for Jordan, but 5k nearly. 5k more food for Vinchester. Insane Khmer economy dropping instantly without need to go to the farmers or dropping on the TC. The goal more for Jordan, Stone similar. That this is incredible. And social, let's see social at the end. Yeah, at the end, Vinchester with more Villese and the APM, the famous APM. Well, I don't know, Nelly. Surprise. We got surprise and surprise today. What's going on here?
It's 1 game.
1 game. Okay, man. Okay.
During the game, we can hype it. It's not super crazy that Vinchester is winning 1, obviously considered to be in the top 10, top 12 in the world. And here on Runestones, it makes sense, right? Khmer are a crazy civilization. And, well, but Jordan, he could be a bit scared now, his home maps. I'm not sure if he has the greatest plans against Vinchester, who is such a great strategist himself.
And now what? What home map do you think Jordan should pick?
Pick number 1 of his was Frigid Lake, if we go to the scene again. And it feels like a reasonable pick there. Daut had the same home map, played it against Mr. Yo in the group stage. And now we can see he has the choice between Frigid Lake and Lowland. Berbers feels like Lowland, Frigid Lake. We could see Tatars again. We see Italians potentially for Greenland, and Ring Fortress could be Mayans or Saracens. At least that's what I can see from Jordan. On the other side, I feel like Byzantines on Greenland, Ring Fortress. We did see Franks a lot, and then Lowland could be a slow civilization. Frigid Lake, I'm not too sure. Probably Magyars and then Britons. I don't really see a use for Chinese right now for Vinchester. Will be interesting to see. I think we will start off with Frigid Lake next. That's indeed confirmed now. Frigid Lake, I will go with a wild Tatars against Magyars pick.
Okay, Tatars versus Magyars for Frigid Lake. That is confirmed. It can be. I mean, Franks. I vote more for Franks, maybe. I don't know if he's gonna go for Magyars, maybe Lowland. I don't know. Well, we will see. We will see. It's gonna be very interesting. Who do you think Mr. Yo is cheating for right now?
I think he doesn't want to face Jordan again. I think he underestimated Jordan. In the last one, he said he didn't need to practice against Jordan and then lost in Hidden Cup. So, like, his ego would probably ask for a rematch, but I think it makes lots of sense to go for Vinchester. I think Mr. Yo will be someone who is dealing with Vinchester really, really well.
And he loved the challenge. I mean, Mr. Yo is a player that he loved the challenge, loved those rematch. So, well, but that's gonna be tomorrow. Tomorrow is gonna be epic. Remember that after this season we got another very, very strong series, guys. Another very strong series, but we will talk about that later. We are getting into the game number 2. And game number 2, we got Berbers versus Franks. Berbers versus Franks. Whoa! Well, we were bothering about the civilization. What do you think about this pick? I'm surprised about Berbers. But honestly, Berbers is looks very solid against Franks.
I'm a bit surprised as well. I thought that would be the lowland pick, but maybe that was some mind games expecting Magias or Franks, and then he would obviously perform really well. But look at that mind game of the mind game. Berbers are actually opening with the archery range.
Okay, we see archery range as well for Vinchester as a yellow in the north. Jordan as a red in the south. That goal, I like it, is at the back of the town center. As you can see, he's already exploring, so Vinchester is already noticing absolutely everything, know the main resources, and let's see if Jordan can see the same fog of war for Jordan, and notice, yeah, he can see the goal exposed as well, so they know more or less what their opponent is doing.
Yeah, should be an archer opening, as we can see Vinchester already squeezing in a skirmisher as well. Jordan probably wants to jump on that one, and yeah, that's a nice start. Will kill some of the HP. Jordan even squeezing himself between the archer and the TC. Last hit.
No! Look at the reaction!
Jordan said about that one.
PSC, oh man.
That was a bit of mismicro. He was on the hill. Meanwhile, fight at the front. Okay, he's trying to go for the dog. Small emotional loss, but honestly, he will one-shot the archer anyways.
The cameras, guys, as you can see, people in the stream on point today. There was some delay last weekend. We apologize for that, but you can see how the reaction was instantly happened there. Amazing to have this kind of situation right now. Great production quality here. And now, let's see what is going to happen with those archers with fletch in both. He has the scout that is working a little bit like a shield, and Jordan trying to kill. Look at that dancing with the archers. Skirmish is coming, and now he's going a little bit away. But why he's going away now? I think he got probably the best position here.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised as well. Could have been with fletching. I don't like that Vinchester actually keeps that low HP archer in the front. I think healing in the TC could have been a good thing. And pushes him back. Is Jordan having the advantage in upgrades? No, not really.
No.
Yeah, Vinchester could take this.
Yeah, he could take it, but now this is a good micro for Jordan. He's dancing with the units. He got one skirmish now to help. He's splitting the units really, really nicely. Oh, well, look at that one. They are not hitting, to be honest, to each other. And now, with the heal, is doing an amazing job here for Jordan.
Yelly now added as well, will add some more damage output. Obviously extremely tough to kill. 120 HP there in this low HP army fight. Stable now added, so if Jordan goes too heavy on skirms, that could be problematic for him, but I think he saw the scouts.
Okay, let's see. There's so many villages on berries. He has to macro that a little bit better, because soon he's going to run out of food. Even if you see that he has 12 on food, it's a little bit tricky. So many are on berries, but now he's focusing completely on those scouts that are coming and doing a really, really good damage. Very difficult to stop now that army for Jordan LA.
Uh-oh, tricky. Galley out of position. Fire Galley takes some time. Jordan still didn't finish those walls. Look at the KD, man. Soon 6-3.
Yeah, he's taking the initiative, and it can be a snowball game. It's already 2 villages more for Jordan, yes, but military numbers just only increase and increase. He's getting close to those berries, and those berries are very important because basically all his food is there.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Jordan, did he build a defensive mill? I think that would be the only reasonable thing there. Has still... Oh, Fire Galley now for Vinchester as well. Did build a second mill. Not the best one, though. How many farms can you squeeze around there? While we see some archer counterattack. Did find one villager kill?
Yeah, one villager.
Okay.
One villager kill. Well, it's a solid one, but we can see how the economy again for Jordan. A lot of idle time again if you check. But... getting closer now. Look at the numbers. Look at the numbers in military. Where's the military from Jordan? Is taking absolutely everything. The KD might be now really, really insane. What's going on tonight, Nelly, with this crazy start in both series? The first one and now this one for Gamer Legend team.
And Jordan, is he maybe a bit off there after game number 1 didn't go too well? I'm surprised by the Berber pick. He played, like, obviously, for now, he didn't play a single Berber advantage, right? He played Archer, Skirm, some Water, did run around a bit. It's not looking too pretty for him right now.
But being said that, we check the numbers and it's crazy because he has still 3 villages more. It's true that the Eco KD is 2-1 and the resources still look smooth. But if Vinchester do the market right now, he might sell some resources or buy it, depends how you want to see that, and go up to Castle. He's trying to repair that one. No problem. There's no archers, it's only skirmishes. Won't get any kill. The archers are going to come to defend. But the transition to Castle Age looks pretty obvious, but it's going to be so crucial how the game is looking right now.
Jordan, I think even focusing down the scouts could make sense here. Fighting against the skirms is obviously not what he wants to do, but only one archer, one scout there, easily pushing that one away. Jordan will get to Castle Age, and with a surprising villager advantage. I'm really curious how that happened. Vinchester some idle TC time, But yeah, the counter-attack, simply finding 2 kills.
Yeah, we need to see. Vinchester is not doing the market. His resources are insane. 700 food, 700 gold. Jordan is on the way to Castle Age. Vinchester is gonna go up to Castle Age as well. But now Jordan, with double stable, if he managed, demo shot. But if he managed to stabilize, he's gonna get a. I mean, Berbers now, cheaper knight, cheaper camels. Should be in a good position here.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think double stable. Maybe if you want to go crazy triple stable, not really the Jordan way to play though.
Okay, let's see. It's still no reaction for Vinchester. I keep, guys, getting a little bit distracted by the cams because we want to see the reactions. No reaction at all. We see reaction, yes. Second stable for Vinchester. Now trying to get those fire galleys. Still trying to put the pressure. But what I like is that he keep constantly Jordan on his base. Constantly. So that's going to be bad in long run. Also, if he can get inside, some big badaboom there. And make some damage with his military.
But again, what I would love to see from Vinchester is doing stuff behind this. He often has map control and keeps on the pressure. The logical step would be now, okay, I set myself up for the long run. Where is, for example, the walls at the left-hand side?
Yeah.
He's still open there.
Yeah. He's completely open. If we check his map for Vinchester, well, we can see in the mini-map completely, and it's fully open there, as you can see. Yeah, he didn't even explore himself, so it's crazy. Anyway, we're gonna see skill bar and armor. No upgrades for Jordan. He has double stable. Now he's doing the first one. Skill bar and armor. Remember, guys, that Franks doesn't get bloodlines, but they get 20 HP more, so at the end it's the same, 120 HP knights. And resources for Vinchester looks...
He can build some knights.
Yeah.
John going for crossbow. The question is, what is he going for after that one? Is it going to be Bodkin arrow? Tries to go for some aggression, but if he simply faces triple stable, he won't do too much. I think if you have that amount of crossbows left, maybe even opening with 2 camels could have been a choice.
Yeah, it is definitely will be a good choice. We can see how he's doing the Bodkin. He has double stable, but he really doesn't have any knight production. He doesn't have the economy. No. He has been attacked by Vinchester, and now he's adding 3 TCs, but he's gonna be able to produce army and Villese. I'm not sure. He still have to stay maybe a little bit more from 1 TC.
I would have liked that. I would have liked that. The thing is, he had so little intel of what Vinchester's up to, right? Vinchester could be fully walled. Obviously, some villager picks here. But I think Jordan booming is the safer approach. Maybe feels comfortable in the long game. Remember, Franks, not that hot if we get to late imp.
That's also true. But then Vinchester with 2 town centers now, maybe he should go all in. 2 TC is still some nice economy, heavy flow. For free and spamming knights, because if he tried to go for the same approach, you don't want to go for the late game, as you said.
Yeah, I think if you go for the heavy attack, it has to be with 3 TCs, because right now Jordan is sitting on 3 TCs, is fully walled up, can easily go for camels, so I feel like the 2 TC knight play now could easily be defended by Jordan.
Okay, let's see what he's going to do. There's some monk trying to convert. The second TC is really great because he's at the limit between that frigid lake and the main TC, so he's protecting also the goal, taking a couple of knights. He needs to heal now those, and the game is stabilized a little bit, doing the 3rd town center, as you mentioned. Good point there, and has to be now really careful. Many camels and Krogos knight.
He will like that fight, will lose 1 camel, but a lot of damage to those knights. But with monks at home, he really wants to finish those knights off, because if they're healed up, the fight never happens.
Yeah, and now look at the amount of knights he's gonna have. The numbers in military get equalized completely, but honestly, if you check the numbers, I prefer Vinchester army. 14 knights, 7 camels, Krobos okay, but the mobility, and if he's killing those knights and doing chain guard and armor, it can be so solid for the Russia.
Yeah, that's why we have the beautiful stat in the capture age overlay that we not only take a look at army numbers, but also army value. 1.7k for Jordan, 2.3k for Vinchester, so clearly a stronger army for the Russian.
Okay, let's see if he's gonna get the... Oh, he's getting inside, damn it! And now he's gonna pick up some Villese. The good thing here is to try to raid a little bit, no Nelly, or he should go back. Yeah, well, it's disturbing a little bit in the economy, but Jordan is still in a solid position. 5 Villese ahead.
Yep, and he will find some more here. Vinchester, though, that's a lot of knights. He will clear up this army, and those knights not with the craziest upgrades. I can see a defense upgrade, crossbow trying to make something. I think maybe even letting the crossbow die and run away with the camels could be an option. Indeed, that's what Jordan decides onto. But is he
No, he's trapped. He can't go. He can't go, and now he oof. I don't remember.
Two monks still.
Yeah.
They could fight some conversion. John needs to go to the right.
Let's see, Vinchester. He's going to convert one camel for sure. He's gonna convert another. This is not gonna be a good battle. No, don't commit. He's converting one. This is a problem. This is a real problem. I don't remember. He got the husbandry. No, he's researching now the husbandry, and now this is a scary amount of army. Look at the village number nearly. Again, provoking a lot of idle time and taking few more villages without the scout. Mapu on point.
Oh god, and yeah, losing the water control there. Jordan only now getting onto his camels. 16 camels is a nice number. I think the next logical step would be that Vinchester is actually adding pikemen and goes for a massive castle edge attack here.
Okay, he's now doing also the chained part in armor. Let's see if your prediction is gonna be on point, and now going for a second barrack will be ideal. He has one barrack only, but we don't see yet anything. The knights is still very, very solid, but now this is a lot of camels as well, Nelly, so he can probably take the battle. No, you don't want to take this battle.
What is happening?
Oh my goodness, he's gonna take the battle, but he has the +2. He's taking the battle with the +2. Is that a suicide by Vinchester, or he's taking all the battle? The +2 is doing the domination.
That was so bad for him. It was the fight for Bloodlines, so it could have been even better for Jordan. But Vinchester, that felt so off. I'm so surprised that he's going for this fighting without his monks. He has 2 monks. Now the switch into pikemen. Vinchester could have had the pikemen push, including 15 more knights.
You know, in these kind of battles, what I feel singing? Okay, I'm not.
You feel like what, man?
I feel singing something, but I'm not going. La la la. You know what I mean, guys? You know what I mean? I want to see a little bit, because that fight, come on. That wasn't the fight to take, Nelly.
Oh, yeah. That wasn't too pretty indeed. Now the pikemen are coming in, and Jordan, 6 villager lead, suddenly in full control. Yeah, still monks there. I don't see Jordan doing too much, but he soon can switch on to camel archers even. Look at the stone count.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. 6 is now ahead. Now he take the army control. He has now the pikeman, but he really, you just need to go back. Even with few monks behind those knights and adding some pikes will be great. Anyway, 4-tone center. I mean, Jordan knows now, let's keep booming. I got the civilization. But is that a castle? Is that a castle coming for Vinchester? But I don't know if he has the army numbers to make the castle going to happen.
Might be too. I would love to see a demo here at that spot, but yeah, unlikely to happen now. And that's a questionable thing. Also,
but the camels are out of position. The camels are out of position, so that castle is going to happen. You can see now army from Jordan going to come home. They are coming, Nelly, because he need to do. What is that castle? This is the most crazy kamikaze castle that I have seen in a long time.
Jordan is blocking it. Look at that. He knows what's coming in. He's building houses there, and the camel is still blocking.
Okay.
Now they're moving in. Camels moving in. 3 monks only converting 1 camel at this time. This is not that pretty. Villagers even fighting against the monks here.
Well, there's a lot of knights inside. He might kill. He's now taking the gate because now the knights are out of position. So now the knights need to raid. That castle should never happen, or it's gonna happen. We check the HP for that castle? Mapu, let's go. How much far it is? I don't know what's going on. He's gonna take all the villages.
John not really focusing down the villagers was a huge mistake by him. 88% here, and he needs to send more villagers. So many pikemen only now coming over, and that was a horrible situation for Vinchester, that he was trapped on the inside.
It's incredible. Look at, guys, the village numbers. 73 villages, 93 villages. He kept raiding. He lost absolutely everything. If I was singing 5 minutes ago, I should be dancing now, because this is absolutely incredible what happened here.
And now he's sending in the villager, but there's no armies to support us. Only 15 some knights in the back. Yeah, he's doing some nice damage behind the scenes, but camels can easily kill John. Big mistake by John. I think he's pulling too much army to the back now. Those villagers finish it.
He's gonna make the castle. Romantic castle by Jordan. That castle from Jordan will never. He's blocking his own army. With that castle, he's blocking his own army, and now that castle will happen. Oh my goodness, this is incredible. Check out the village number now from Jordan, Ellie.
Oh, he is only 8 ahead. Castle does go up, and look at that.
Second castle on his face.
Easily, and even a third one if he wanted to.
Oh my god, what is this game? What is this game? It's incredible. It's really, really incredible, but it's very easy for you and me to cast this, but under the pressure with all this happening, and now Jordan doing a castle that probably is also not going to happen. He got Fletching only, no Botkin, but oof. I think both castles going to be up.
Yeah, very, very likely. Not a lot of villagers around. Jordan even dives in there. Feels like
Ooh, but he killed a guy.
not the greatest move here. Villagers can just move in and go back. No.
Oh, wow. Yeah, but now he's losing the camels. Still ahead by 7 villages. Handcard now.
Maybe the crossbow behind the houses could block this one off. I think Jordan might actually still have a chance to block this one. I'm surprised.
This great. No, he's going to go from behind there.
Yeah, he could go for crossbows.
Wait, what? Wait.
He's running.
Finish the castle.
He has enough stone for another castle. Maybe he will finish it later on.
Yeah, and now he's gonna make another. Ooh, in top of that hill, maybe a little bit closer. I know that the hills have got the advantage, but if you go to the other spot, oh my God, this game. Okay, another castle guy is gonna take the stone. There's more knights. Jordan has no army, nearly. Jordan has no army. Jordan has no army. 4 camels, 4 crows, no army at all. This is starting to look rough. Very, very rough for the German player. The resources for Vinchester are starting to look incredibly sweet. And he's gonna go up to Imperial.
Jordan even buying food here, not to the best prices. Looks like Jordan is not having the greatest food economy behind this one. He's now expanding to the left-hand side. That castle still not going up. Crossbows, not the greatest units in defending knight raids.
Vinchester is playing incredible. Playing so crazy, you know, getting at the maximum this civilization with the castle cheaper. Remember, guys, 488 stone. He is on the way to Imperial. The scores say that Jordan is ahead, but that score is not telling the truth.
Yeah, obviously, the moment you click up to Imperial Age, you are losing 180 points as well. So if he just canceled that, he would be ahead and score again. And it is very even in regards. And yeah, just Jordan is giving a big sigh like, yeah, look your phone. I wouldn't be surprised if he's calling you. Mem, what can I do next?
Yeah, well, I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe focus, calm down, rethink a little bit, and focus in well, he's gonna need a big comeback, because how he can win this game now? I mean, gonna be Trebuchet, that castle will go probably down. He's far from going up to Imperial. Do you think well, the score is so close, but do you think it's possible that he give up when he see the Imperial Age?
He will take a look at the score and he might be ahead, right? It feels like so much control, and the traps will range so much of Jordan's space. So I feel he will lose so much. He will continue playing a bit more, but it's not looking pretty.
Yeah, well, there's some raiding there. ACCM, you need to control the units. I'm still impressed how Vinchester is like a rogue, really not moving a single muscle on his face. Crazy for his age. Still raiding a lot. Vinchester has killed 57 villages already to Jordan. I mean, he has been raiding for the last 15 minutes.
Yeah. So much aggression throughout the whole game. And then the castles obviously had some little losses on both sides. Vinchester still not wall at home, but he had so much aggression, he never really needed to.
It's incredible, Nili, how this community has evolved. Anyone can win to anyone games. I mean, everyone was telling how Jordan was favorite. This is still not over for sure, but very close to be 2-0. Crazy competition, crazy competitive games between the players, Nili.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jordan has been training so hard for this one. But Vinchester, like, as I said, I predicted a really close series in the first week. And yeah, we see cavalry attack, halberdy attack, so much coming in. And Vinchester's economy can kind of fuel that. 104 villagers in him. Jordan, he commits to an even longer castle age second armor upgrade.
Yeah, and now with the second armor upgrade, which it might look really great, halberdiers, just the halberdiers gonna eat absolutely everything Jordan can provide right now.
Oh no. What is this?
Full rams?
4 ram push against halberdier, axeman. I don't even charge my $500 coaching here to tell Jordan that that's not really going to work.
Okay, guys, you got the live coaching by Nili right now. You know what you have not to do, but he's trying to take this castle. Actually, is this or nothing? Is this or nothing? He's gonna try to take the trap, and honestly, there's not many halves. If he micro properly, he need to micro with those halberdiers. If he's taking that castle, it's probably the only opportunity for Jordan to come back from literally the hell. This is 5 rams, camels, knights. Not so many camel archers, but those scouts are eating absolutely all the units, Nili, or not.
Yeah.
The halberdiers, it take everything.
Yeah, and this one is Jordan's last chance here, but as you can see, army is kind of falling. Yeah, even if he clears up the castle, he is losing absolutely everything here. Some halberdier production behind this one should start as well. Cavaliers now coming in, and villagers are repairing. The castle might even survive, and that was a failed attack.
GG has been called 2-0 for the Russian Vinchester. Look at Jordan. I mean, this is why we love Jordan. I mean, he's losing, and we even love the reaction he's having, like, what I can do in this situation. I mean, it's incredible. Incredible game, incredible cities, and incredible everything. I mean, what is this, man? I mean, I don't know what to say. Like, it was looking good for Jordan. At some point, when he reached Castle Age, he got the economy going, 3 TCs, he was ahead. And that Castle aggression, he was a little bit off with the position with the army. And lost everything there.
Yeah. Maybe 1-2 more outposts could have been something. Obviously, Camels, Knights, not the greatest line of sight for them, so it's tough to track the army of your opponent. Also, remember, you can't really build in that center area, so easy to overlook something. Maybe another fire galley in the center, maybe another demo preparing after he won the water, but actually the dog never got killed. The TC around there, and yeah, one major fight. Also the big fight that was so good for Jordan. Just think about it. If he had bloodlines there, he would have survived with another 5 camels, and maybe Vinchester wouldn't even tried a second time to build that castle.
Let's check it. Let's check the numbers. People love the numbers. Go with the statistics, Mr. Mopo, and let's dominate here watching how Vinchester has killed more units, 1.25 over 0.80, also 7 buildings, few conversions as well, army high almost the same, but the economy there, the economy there, how it looks, the economy. Look how close in numbers it is, but how fake sometimes are the numbers, because there was a lot of idle time from Jordan, a lot of idle time that was the key in this game, because so many raiding by Vinchester technology, and then, well, that time into the Imperial Age was so great, social, same Villese, but the timing, the momentum was for the Russian and APM. Wow. Whoa. Yeah, we can see the Villese, man. That's crazy. 178 he did, but he lost like 60 or something. Even more APM for Jordan. Yeah, but you know, it's not all about the numbers. It's about those situations, those moments during the game that there was knights all over, and it's incredible. And then we focus. Nelly, we have seen, because we were watching Daut versus Nicov, I think Nicov was playing better than Daut in the first 2 games, even probably higher level than now Vinchester has played versus Jordan, but he came back. It's possible to see a comeback from Jordan?
I even said it earlier, right? If the game ended at 25 minutes, Nicov would have won the set 5-0.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was tricky. By the way, something else I want to mention. Apparently Twitch has some small issues in some areas. Maybe try to check out the YouTube stream. Red Bull Gaming as well over on YouTube might be better for some locations.
Yeah, remember, if you have some problem, Red Bull Gaming is streaming at the same time on YouTube. And, well, maybe you don't have the problem there. And it's the same signal, absolutely everything. So you can watch it there as well. Okay? Game number 3. Game number 3
will be Lowlands for Jordan. A very slow map, and with how good Vinchester looked here, I would have thought, okay, really good map, lots of macros, small fights, knights around, microing monks, booming away, getting map control. Should be better for Jordan, but last game it felt like Vinchester was playing it a bit better.
Well, let's check on civilizations now. What we are going to see.
I would have thought Berbers, but maybe now Tatars makes lots of sense. Remember though, you don't have too much gold at your start, so most of the time trying to mash up those CA numbers will be tricky. At one point you need to expand in that crater area. On the other side, Vinchester...
China?
Let me think. We have Byzantines for Greenland, Ring Fortress, probably Britons then, so Chinese makes sense. The question is like, where does he put the other civs? Probably. It just feels so much like Tatars here that you kind of try to counter them. And then again, I would kind of like Byzantines, but then you don't have a Greenland civilization. So China feels reasonable.
China feels good. China feels good also. If the game goes longer, Chukunus can be very strong. Of course, they don't have the same the mobility, but might be a good one. Let's see what is going to happen. And now the mindset. I always love to ask about this. How is Jordan now? Like, what I have to change? Do you think is
is going to affect to be 2-0, or he will be an oath. Spear is obviously to calm down and, okay, let's focus and try to dominate 3 games, because now you have to win.
There was a pretty epic series. It was the World's WSVG, whatever that stands for, trying to qualify for the Maldives, an offline tournament, and Jordan was down 3-0 and still made the comeback. Actually, it was against Reth, the Brazilian player. Reth actually was that happy that he started drinking shots after leading 3-0, but Jordan didn't know. Jordan still had to focus, and Jordan had to go really, really wild and made the sick comeback and actually flew to the Maldives to play that set or to play the whole tournament offline. And so I think he has the mental stamina for sure.
Okay, let's see if it's going to happen. People in the stream, people in the chat, do you think he's going to make it to the comeback or not? Do we want to see the spamming? Because we are checking a little bit the chat if we have time, and we want to know your opinion. I mean, are you impressed by Vinchester performance? I do.
Yeah.
I really do, honestly, because I don't really see that Jordan has done like terrible games or anything. Mm-hmm. Not really. Like,
got a bit caught off guard twice, right? In the first game, it was camping on the hill shortly before him. In the second game, he was moving out with the skirmishes, didn't really have water control, and the scouts caught him off guard. When I thought he barely scouted them, but he apparently didn't. Vinchester did a nice job of holding those scouts back and killed the feudal army of Jordan. Such a good spot for him. Lowland now for Jordan. It's going to be a really tricky one. We're jumping into it, and no surprise there, Tatars, and as you predicted, Memp, Chinese for Vinchester.
Makes sense. Those civilizations, we see red. Jordan, as Tatars in the south, remember they have a great economy, opening with archery range. He has 1 goal at the back and the other goal at the back as well. Now Jordan need to make an epic comeback. I'm sure that he watched the other series between Daut and Nicov, and Gamer Legion want to put both players with the crazy comeback. A stable for Vinchester with 3 farms already, and opening scouts. Remember, guys, that all the economy upgrades are cheaper from China. What do you think about this opening? Stable archery range for Vinchester. For Jordan.
Stable, well, it gives you some control archery range for Tatars. You kind of want to go into cavalry archers anyway, so starting with an archery range makes sense. You're also getting the upgrades in that direction, so feels good. You could have also made a case for trying to wall yourself completely and try to skip feudal age as fast as possible. Maybe felt like, okay, my map looks a bit too open for that one. Spearman a bit out of position there. Scouts are coming in. Let's take a look if Jordan is trying to quick wall this one. Spearman as well. Jordan really focused. Doesn't even try to quick wall.
No, he's trying to just to go away, bring to the spear. Now he's trying, but he's a little bit late. As you can see, already 1 villager down. But, well, not a big deal, but he's starting already behind. He has to be careful. Now he's walling absolutely everything. Another spear. He delete the palisade and go outside. Oof. This is starting with Vinchester dominating the game again because he has the mobility units.
Archer's a bit out of position. Scouts are trying to get in. Spearmen should get some reasonable hits off, though. No problem. Something that's happened there at the bottom area is that Jordan actually walled out one of his deer while he runs into the TC. Takes a really good look at that one. Loses his scout. And Jordan's castle age timing will be a tiny bit delayed simply because he has less access to extra food.
Okay, we have not seen yet any abuse for
Is that a hole?
Market. I was checking. No, it's not a hole. I think it's not a hole.
Let me get my monocle.
No. It's not a hole.
Okay.
It's not a hole. Do you think here he's trying to find? Look at Jordan going with the Villese because he didn't see it, and now he noticed that everything is wall. Is market and selling resources here a possibility, a choice for Jordan? Because I'm checking again the resources, and it's starting to look solid for Vinchester already.
Yep. He is floating quite some gold, though. Maybe wants to switch into some crossbows himself. Camels are an option. Jordan, I think, will play this one more TCs. He's not really the guy I will sell 200 stone and will handcuff myself to one strategy. He likes those macro games.
Yeah, and he loves to add extra tone centers. Economy looks solid. Well, both players will go castle at similar time. He need to make some damage, but again, Jordan cannot take the initiative. I've been telling, well, from really long time that I love when Jordan get the initiative. I think he really play much better, and doesn't look like he feels so great.
Well, he's down to 0, right? Yeah. He knows lots of eyes on him. And already, yeah, this game already started off with another villager loss early on. He can't feel that great. It is up to Castle Age. Shortly after that, we will see Vinchester. And now the big question, what is the army composition? I honestly wouldn't mind if Jordan plays Crossbow Camel to begin this one off.
Yeah. Remember, guys, that we get Thumbrin for free from Tatars right away. And so the early moments, you can get a good advantage from that one.
Yeah, why not? And yeah, stable now at 65% here. It's just a bit of camping, trying to get up to those archer numbers. And the big question will be, what will be Vinchester's army composition? He is probably still expecting CA.
Yeah, he's expecting cav archers for sure. The problem here for Jordan is that he cannot go out from his base. He cannot try to snipe anything on yellow. And yellow has the wood very exposed. That goal is also not super protected if he's going. It's still open completely in the north. Now he's there, one village island trying to wall, but it's not happening. But he's still putting all the damn pressure. All the pressure. I believe that he's doing few scouts maybe to try to push him back.
The big question, yeah, pushing those back is really nice, but how many scouts do you need? You need like 4 scouts? Yep. That's a big investment, and players will take a small pause here. Still, something that we can do for now is scroll around the map and see how they have to expand towards the gold, because now we see both gold spots, but that's 4 tiles equals 3.2k gold. You already invested some, so I would say within the next 10 minutes you need to get your hands on the neutral golds in the center, and therefore you need a lot of army. I wouldn't be surprised if we see 4, maybe even 5 production facilities, maybe like triple archery range, double stable, or something in the ballpark.
Wow, that's a lot of army, huh? That's a lot of army. Let's see. I want to see a real aggression in Castle Age. The game continues. Let's see how he's going to deliver now the players with this scouts, skirmishers, and he's not doing damage, but he's really doing. He's keeping him all the time on his base, forcing him to move. He's now with a crossbow, scale bard and armor. Is he gonna make knights, camels? We will find out very soon. He's going knights. You can see in the top left the production. He's going knights. It's still not completely wall. The crossbow. And now we have the army. Let's go and focus on Vinchester base because the archers are coming. And this is the timing for Jordan. This is the timing with Thumbrin and Bodkin, arrow and crossbows that he can really make a lot of damage. Fog of war for Vinchester, please. And now we're going to see if he can see. Well, he can see it completely right now. Let's go and see if he can take some damage. Well, he's forcing a lot of idle time.
Well, yeah, villagers have to run a bit, will help building the TC at the top. And look at that one, nice move by Vinchester, this time doubling down on the walls. Houses as well, will finish that area off, and yeah, just abandoning that side. The question is, what is he going to do after that one? Is he attacking for elite skirmishers? No crossbow for now, and house wall behind, so still not a lot of losses. Look at that kitty, 2-1.
Yeah, it's very, very close. He's trying to get inside. Now he's going away. Still, those archers are very, very solid. And look at Vinchester. He's investing quite a lot. Least skirmishes, +2 armor. Not a single armor defense for Jordan. He really needs to play smooth right now with those archers.
Yeah, and he is one who can make some plays happen. This one would be open at 2 different angles now, but it feels simply that Jordan can't push the issue because all the upgrades are coming in.
Okay, he's open. He's trying to go in. Do you think that now Ballistic should be the next one or a 30C?
I think Vinchester can hold regardless, so I would go for the 30C here. Ballistic is a spot where, you know, okay, it will really help in some fights, but Jordan can't really force the issue here.
Okay, you can see now how Jordan is taking the initiative. I like this a lot. Archers on the left, archers on the right, taking a little bit heal advantage. Remember the heal bonus, Nelly, and this is what he's trying to get now. Those camels will go really, really down really easily, as you can see, bam, down. And now with those skirmishes in the downhill, probably even like this, he could take absolutely everything with a good micro. The knights are there, and with some crossbows and good shot, thanks to the heal bonus, might be great here for Jordan. Well, let's see. Those knights has only +1 and bloodlines, so I'm not sure at the end.
Jordan has to run. Oh man, scum numbers are so solid, and crossbar coming over. Vinchester now with the slight village lead. 2TC versus 2TC play. Finally we see some units die. Sadly for Jordan fans, those are mainly red.
Yeah, Jordan has quite a lot of idle time. That's why probably he's falling behind in the economy. As you can see at the bottom right corner, 2 minutes idle TC. Vinchester only 1. Well, it's double the idle time, and that's why there is 4 Villese lead right now. Because in the Echo KD they are 1-1. But I think a third tone sentence will happen. There's so many Villese going forward. Probably he's going to the downhill line trying to get some map control. Still, the game is very close, and 4 Villese is not like a big deal. Still more army, but what army composition do you prefer right now? He got so many skirmishes fully upgraded and ballistic. Crossbows to go aggressive might be better, but he's missing very strong upgrades.
Yeah, it feels like skirmishes only right now, right? Percentage and army gold. That's basically the 4th column at the bottom, as you can see. And that's army value. And the number on it is how much of your army is gold. And that's only 28%. And most of the time, rule of thumb is more army value there, the stronger the army. So skirms only designed to kill crossbows. The moment we have mangonels or knights on the field, they won't do too much.
Okay, and if the game go longer, Nili, what civilization you prefer? Because we have a crazy Hussars and crazy Cav archers from Tatars.
Yeah, therefore you already mentioned the 2 arguments why Tatars would be the better choice there. Also, hill fights are better. If we want to go for Kashik, that's an option. Obviously, Chinese late game is nothing to laugh at either, but it feels like Tatars have the better cards going into the very late game.
Obviously, to go into that situation, we need that Jordan get a little bit more farming going. You can see how he's adding now more. There's the 3rd tone center already coming for Vinchester. Definitely, you need to keep producing a lot of farming, otherwise the Chinese will come. And the good thing for Vinchester is those skirmishes are so cheap. And right now they are countering a lot. Few more knights from Jordan, maybe?
Yeah, I would love to see if he stabilized with this economy, maybe now get Wheelbarrow, get up to 25 farms, and then drop 2-3 more stables and go for full aggression. But we see the Mangonel.
Let's see the Mangonel. There's going to be a badaboom or not. He need to make a good shot here, but there is now a lot of crobs. You need to repair Jordan. Now the Mangonel is going to be repaired. Yes, there's so many crobs. The crobs is still missing a lot of fabrics, no ballistic, not any armor. So those skirmishes nearly are just dominating the game at the moment. Seriously.
Let's take a look. The second Mangonel will pop pretty soon. As we can see now, the ground attack here completely missing. Villager not getting attacked.
Okay, but the good thing is that since he's focused completely on the Mangonels, now the archers are not getting any damage. Villese numbers, 69 for both. Beautiful number, guys. And now military, 28-27. The numbers in the game getting really, really close, and we want more games, right? People in the stream, we want more games, of course. But Vinchester doesn't want. This is a big badaboom. No, he's splitting those units. Very, very well done by the Russian.
Okay, Siege Workshop now being dropped by the Russian himself. Jordan will have more control over the gold. Look at that one. Vinchester behind the CC, only 1 gold, while Jordan, he could expand to the bottom, he could expand to the left-hand side, get more gold control. I like the position for Jordan here.
Yeah, I like to, and now he's getting more and more advantage. Those Mangonels, even if he's split, look at those crobbles. He's trying to go snake. Do you think he's gonna try to go for the army, or he's gonna try to snipe now Villese? That's a great question. Look at this fog of war. Beautiful moment by Mob, Pooh, and there is wall completely. But if he's getting inside now, he's gonna make a massive damage with those crossbows. But it's a big risk that he don't want to take. Now he got ballistic, that's fantastic, but he's still missing some armor. Ooh, if he's getting that Siege War sub, no, that Siege War sub. On top of that, heal is ideal, nearly.
Oh, interesting that he felt like, okay, I have enough timing to go for the aggression. Now even switches into cavalry archers behind this. Looking at all the skirmishers, maybe knights could have been something, but he feels, okay, Mangonels will do good enough of a job, and they're connecting well.
Good shot there. He's coming with another Mangonel, but it's too far. Let's see those skill advantage with the Mangonel. This is the momentum. It's the momentum for Jordan to come back in this game, and maybe in this series we will see a lot of troubles. Mangonel is gonna take the Mangonel. No, he didn't take it. Now he needs to repair the other one. He has repaired already the first one. Need to go to the second. The Mangonel from Vinchester is coming. We need the fog of war now for Jordan. Let's see if it's gonna happen. And now he's gonna make the siege war. So no, he's taking the Mangonel. No, another shot. And now that Villese is still alive. He's ignoring the Villese, trying to go for the Mangonel. Good microfight, the Russian.
Just think about like 4 knights being added there as well. Could do so much against the Mangonels, and Jordan lost that one. Not too pretty for him. I didn't feel like he had the timing to go for the Siege Workshop, but he will find the timing for an aggressive castle. But look at that one, Vinchester already securing a second gold for himself.
Vinchester is beating faster with the castle. He's gonna go even more aggressive. Oh my god, that castle is amazing. He's taking that huge spot under control. He's also almost taking that TC with the goal. And those resources, Vinchester is about to go up to Imperial. Who is this Russian today? He's playing absolutely amazing, Nili.
No, can it be safe?
No,
repair
he
not in
lost
time.
it. He lost it, and this is looking awful for Jordan.
And Jordan, he simply pushed into the base of Vinchester uphill. A weird decision. Could have just pushed into the gold, made the fight a bit easier for himself. Now builds a really defensive castle and wants to commit to castle edge. Look at that. He's dropping more stables, did bloodlines. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the second armor any second. Goes for husbandry, and he will be so surprised to see Vinch imping.
But if we think about this, Vinchester has been holding the whole game with the skirmishes. He only did few crossbows at the end. Oh wow. Oh wow. I don't know what's going on, but guys, I don't want to be anti-hype, but this is looking terrible for Jordan.
Yeah, it's
right
not,
now.
Not pretty.
And not even able to make the castle. This is incredible when he see the Imperial Age for Vinchester. I'm afraid that this is the biggest surprise so far till now in the Red Bull Wololo 4.
Yeah, when it comes to the full set result for sure. And well, I did some predictions, and I thought thus far I have 18 sets correctly or something. It feels like it, yeah. So that would be at least the first prediction that I had on my scoreboard. And we clearly need to take a good look at Jordan's face in 50 seconds. I think we won't see a smile this time for a change.
No. I mean, he probably didn't expect this. I know that he has been working a lot, practicing a lot. But the thing is, Vinchester probably has been practicing a lot as well.
He's a master of preparation.
Yeah, man. Vinchester getting also better and better results in the tournaments as well. Remember that, if I'm not wrong, in the last edition, he beat Hira.
Yeah, in the group stage.
In the group stage. So this guy, this Russian has the top quality for sure.
Right, look at his face of Jordan. That was like, wow.
Oof.
Okay.
Okay, he's still trying.
Well,
resources are still going. I don't know why Team Bard in armor. I don't know. It's still raiding. This is looking so rough. It's still only 300 score difference. Why not keep trying? But another casting controlling the hill. Resources. 35 farmers, 17 on goal, far from going up to Imperial. And the biggest problem here is not only that he's in him, is that he doesn't have really an advantage in military numbers.
Yeah, why is Jordan fully committing in castle? He had the resources for him. He could just go for him. Look at only the resources in the tab would be enough to him.
Guys, he's doing Chamber in armor, handcart, heavy plow, elite skirmishes. If you just cancel all that, you go to Imperial. And in Imperial, Tatars get Parthian tactics for free, and you can get a lot more from Tatars in Imp than in Castle Age. It makes no sense at all.
Yeah, traps could be an issue, then you could at least go into some wars here. That gold will be lost eventually, and now he's investing stone that he, well, doesn't really have, wants to rather build another defensive castle. Now fighting against the Imp army that's getting more and more upgrades. Oh man, Jordan running out of options. Population still looking okay though.
Population is still good, yeah, 140, 144 only for Vinchester, so he's not really ahead, but how you gonna counter Ballistic now? Oh man, no, it's so damn difficult. Is how he can go up to Imperial right now.
Well, click a TC, have 1,000 food in the bank, 800 gold in the bank.
Yeah, well, but for that to happen, he should be able to rate. I don't remember like a really solid rate on Vinchester economy at all.
Yeah. Like there were the crossbows coming in, Vinchester reacted instantly. There was early Castle Age, and then Vinchester had all the upgrades to defend at his gold spot. It was just Vinchester full in control. Jordan tried to make something happen in the mid game, but fighting uphill, and Vinchester had a really good fight there with one Mangonel against two, some skirmishes around, and it felt like Jordan needed some knights there in that fight Jordan still holding on, but look at his army numbers. It's all over the place. Skirm, Crossbow, Knight, Spearman, CA, Camel, Kashik.
Well, he has more army now than his opponent. Resources is still looking now decent, but he's unable to make any damage. In the top right corner, we see how Vinchester is also doing a castle at home. So he has already 3 castles. He has good amount of army there, trying to raid and raiding actually. But Vinchester, he sit down in Imperial with 140 villages, +3 attack, +3 or +4 armor as well. All the upgrades done for his army. Wow.
One mistake that Vinchester could do here, and he is kind of working towards that one, is to overboom. 141 villagers already, +9 in the queue. That means he has a very small army. Jordan can fight 80 Castle Age army against 50 Imp army here. And then the game could prolong, and look at that, Jordan will click up to him pretty soon as well.
Yeah, and actually, since he's in Imperial, Vinchester is not doing any damage on Jordan's economy. So Jordan is about to click up to Imperial, so finally this is going to happen. He even buy too much resources, trying to balance the economy, not needed anymore. He's now trying to repair the Mangonel. He's up to Imperial, 135, but is still with more army. If right now Vinchester is not doing any damage, and he is able to manage a little bit the resources to get, for example, Khazar, maybe Jordan can do something in this game. What do you think?
Well, farm count is looking reasonable for sure. Now going for some aggression. Skirmishers are trying to defend here. And, well, Mangonel is going down as well.
Okay. Oh, look at this. Oh, wow. GG, guys. GG. And incredible. Look at Vinchester. Look at Vinchester reaction.
Nice.
He's a human, man. He's a human, you see. He was so focused. But look at Jordan. I mean, of course, it's not the smile, but it's like, oh, boy. And look at Vinchester. He cannot believe what happened. Can you believe what happened? Can anyone believe what happened in this one? People in the stream? This is incredible, really.
Yeah, Vinchester's so happy, and that's the most emotional we have ever seen him, right? And Jordan also, you see this like nod of appreciation. He thinks, he doesn't think like, oh god, I lost the set. He thinks, wow, Vinchester played really well.
Yeah, it's just incredible. Anyway, we are kind of speechless a little bit. Let's go for the statistics and we talk about what happened here. But was outplay? Simple outplay by Vinchester. Like, except the first game that it was looking very good for Jordan.
Yeah.
Game 2 and Game 3, it was really ahead. It was really ahead. The military, we can see how the kills were very similar, but it's not about the numbers in kills, you know. Yes, in race and losses you can see the economy much ahead for Vinchester, a lot more food, a little bit more wood, but seriously, it was about the timing during all the game, right? Like he was controlling from the start till the end, pretty much.
There was Castle Age where they had even armies, right? Yeah. The Mangonel crossbow dance there. We felt like
he had micro, but he had micro here. Vinchester in that battle, he didn't lose any Mangonel.
Yeah. It felt so weird that they built the open siege workshop there. He had 2 Mangonels out. Obviously at the APM, Jordan a bit higher than Vinchester there. And maybe fighting for the gold at the bottom. But it is tricky to see where the gold spots are positioned there. And Jordan also knew, okay, my opponent has crossbow skirm exclusively. Mangonel should be pretty good there.
Seriously, I'm feeling that we needed to see knights. He really didn't make knights. He did the chain-barding armor in late game, but 4 or 5 knights with those upgrades in Castle Age, he will have take everything, and he could take then the control. If he could set up there the siege wars up and the castle, probably it was going to be different. How you feel, guys? Because we still feel a little bit shocked, really. I mean, we were talking a lot of prediction, and we were thinking, Jordan will face Mr. Yo, and we were even thinking that Jordan will really beat Mr. Yo as well. This game is what it is, man.
Yeah, I didn't say that on stream yet, but yeah, that's what I actually believed, right? I saw Jordan training. He was looking so good, and Vinchester looked even better. And we did hype this matchup, and after those games. Now it's 3-2 for Vinchester, and would have been a beautiful best of 7 or whatever said there. Really, really well played for sure. And now we want to hear from a person that could be really emotional for a change. Sending it over to Riley and Vinchester.
Yes, thanks very much. And well, joined here by Vinchester with a stunning, a thrilling upset victory. Congratulations, my friend. I want to ask you, how does it feel to have beaten one of the game's all-time greats here?
Yeah, exactly. That's crazy. I can't even believe this. I kind of emotional right now. It's hard to think at the moment, but yeah, they just did it, and I'm happy about it.
Well done. I know that, this is a huge upset for many people's expectations, but I tell you what, you deserve every inch of it, mate. So well done. You've taken a very aggressive stance so far in this tournament, characteristic of your play style. All-in aggro is a huge risk, especially in a tournament of this caliber. How did you feel that what was your position with this aggressive stance that you took coming into a tournament that's this big?
Yeah, I would say in the first and third game, I was a little bit behind. So that's why I was kind of forced to play aggressive because I needed to come back. I'm not sure about game 3, but I thought like if I'll not make all in on army now, then I'll probably just die. So in the second game as well, I thought like, okay, in the first one, aggressive style worked. So I need to play aggressive again. And I tried free stable and I had a lot of, I think that was just a messy game. So yeah, that's why I just tried to use the resources and probably army is the best choice.
Well, look, mate, I mean, a lot of people are going to be very impressed with the performance you've put on, but your work is not finished. You're facing Mr. Yo in your next match. Talk us through your headspace when thinking about that. I know it's very early, but already you must be thinking about facing Mr. Yo.
Yeah, exactly, because this is not my furthest. Is there more? It's not my best result. I was top 8 before, but I know that's kind of impressive for me to win Jordan. I think this is really strong opponent, especially in tourneys. And so I know that the next stage will be much harder for me than this one, and I need to prepare for this. And I'll probably will start right in 10 minutes. Probably I need to relax a little bit, and then it's time to start to prepare for the next game. Thank you.
Wow. How very, very nice of you to give yourself a 10-minute break before getting back to Vinchester. Thanks so much for joining us. Yeah. And the very best of luck to you, mate, in the coming games.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Have a nice time watching Red Bull. Thank you.
Wow, just incredible, really. What an upset there. And, hats off to Jordan, as we've said, a legend of the game, really, but going down very well. Vinchester really just put on a show for us all there, and that's why we're tuned into stuff like to events like this, to see stuff like that happen, unfold before our very eyes. What an incredible performance that we saw there. Let's remind ourselves of what we've just seen. There are some highlights that we've got here that we can go through to try to figure out exactly how this happened, because it was again, as we say, quite an upset. Let's have a look now.
Skirmishes. It has to be a major mistake
during match number 3, game 1, where we had Vinchester on the Khmer, who managed to get into the dream composition for this Civ, running skirmishes and knights, obviously allowing him to take a very aggressive position against Jordan's archery-based Ethiopians that couldn't take into a way to punish the skirm knight combo. And the lack of pressure from Jordan really enabled great stuff from Vinchester, who took out the first game very, very convincingly. Well done to him. In game number 2, we had the Berbers fighting the Franks, Vinchester on the Franks here. And again, we saw pure unbridled aggression from Vinch. He gained a good map control, harassed Jordan, kept him from settling down on cav archers with any level of comfort. And also the move that was so impressive, castling off a stone deposit to deny his opponent access to the resource. Just pure pogulance there from him. That was a very pogulent move indeed. Game number 3, Tatars versus the Chinese. We just saw. We expected the pick from the Tatars on Lowlands for Jordan, who held through a hard push early on, but kind of took a breath rather than go right back at Vinch, and this let Vinch regroup and continue on with the pressure. And Jordan just succumbed to it, and really, I mean, you've heard the casters' reaction, you've seen what people have had to say about this. Just a stunning performance from this young Russian who really seems to be out here to make a name for himself. So well done, Vinch. Very, very well done. And you've really turned some heads today, that's for sure. Looking forward to seeing the match with Mr. Yo. Anyway, before we move on to our fourth and final matchup for the day. It's coming up shortly. It's time for Riley's Ride Through History. And one of my favorite things to examine is the history of a technology, right? The history of, rather than, a people or a civilization or a battle or something, the history of something that we have used throughout the years. And one thing that I've looked at a fair bit throughout, I've got a little bit of a background in history. One of the things I've looked at is the history of various weaponry. And one weapon that really stands out to me in this game in particular is, well, I guess a group of weapons, ranged weapons, and in particular, bows and crossbows. And I tell you what, I was a bit of a cross boy. No, should have left. Now that one needed some time in the oven. When I realized that archers upgrade into crossbowmen, and I don't understand why, because these aren't two weapons. So these aren't the same weapon. The crossbow is not an upgrade to the bow. This is like a swordsman upgrading into an axeman. This doesn't make any sense at all, right? And I'll tell you why. Archers were, in the medieval era, Middle Ages, archers were highly trained soldiers or, militiamen or whatever else, people who had, not militiamen, that's not the right word for them, but they were highly trained practitioners with these weapons who had worked for years and years and years to perfect their craft. This was a weapon that took an enormous amount of training, an enormous amount of practice. And the people who used it to great effect were people who'd spent hours and hours and hours at the range, just shooting to make sure they knew how to use the weapon properly. Crossbowmen were essentially people who were gathered together, had a crossbow put in their arms and said, that's the thing to shoot it. This is not a weapon that requires anywhere near the amount of training or finesse. Obviously, you can be skilled with a crossbow just as you can be skilled with a regular bow, but this isn't the technological advancement or tech tree that you would expect in real life. In point of fact, archers were never eclipsed by crossbows, and what really the next upgrade for crossbows should be is hand cannoneers. While gunpowder weapons and crossbows were obviously found on medieval battlefields at the same time, crossbows were eventually eclipsed by gunpowder weapons and today obviously made obsolete by them. But one thing that really impressed me, and I'm saying this without any irony, we've had some fun talking about Age of Empires historical realism, but one thing that really impresses me is longbowmen in this game, because the portrayal of longbowmen, particularly Brittonic longbowmen, is very, very accurate indeed. They were indeed one of the most, if not, they were probably the most powerful ranged weapon in many battlefields, most famously, of course, Agincourt, Crécy, during the 100 Years' War, which, of course, as we all know, lasted for 116 years between the French and the English, and were single-handedly really the reason that the English held on at many points for this war, because they were able to effectively counter the cavalry charge from heavily armoured knights. A longbow, 6 feet in length, drawn back to the ear, had such incredible draw power that it could punch through heavily armoured knights as they were charging, and it completely changed medieval warfare. I could talk about the longbow for a long time, and in fact I have done. If you want to hear more from me about the longbow, you can go to halfasshistory.net, look up episode 88 on halfasshistory.net, and there's a full, nearly, I think it's 45-minute episode on the history of the longbow if you want to learn more about it. Fascinating weapon put to fascinating use, and it pleases me very much indeed that it's the Britons that used it, because of course it wasn't the English that invented or started using the longbow first, it was the Welsh. And then the English started using it because, they'd been killed by the Welsh for so long. Oh, it's a good idea. We'll use that to kill the French instead. So, they involved it in their national pastime of fighting with the French. So there you go. A brief history, a brief look at some of the ranged weapons that are put to use in Age of Empires 2. But make no mistake, the archers should not upgrade into crossbowmen. Crossbowmen should instead upgrade into hand cannoneers. Don't at me. Anyway, that is that. That's Riley's ride through history. I do hope you learned something. And hey, even if you didn't, well, I've already said it. You can't take it back. And you're not my dad, so you can't tell me what to do. Next up, my friends, we've got a short video to show you. And then on the other side of that, I'm very pleased to announce that it's going to be our fourth and final match for the day. We've got TheMbL versus Villese. We've got a Norwegian facing off against a Finn. And of course, TheMbL and Nilly will be looking after you as we get across this match. So stick around, everyone. After this short video, we'll be back to the booth with the boys. And after that, on with the action. Stick around. We'll see you soon.
This is what I call, Nili, a really good job. What a trophy. Look at this beautiful... What is that unit in the game?
It's a longboat, maybe?
It's a longboat, man. Yeah. Look at that beautiful... The Vikings. We don't see the Vikings today because they are banning, but we see the longboat here that is amazing. Hopefully you enjoy with this amazing production, guys. We have to be proud of this one, right, Nelly?
Yeah, well, it was 1 minute of work, as we just saw, right? So not sure if we can be too proud of 1 minute of work, but okay, it looks good, it looks good. And, well, what did we just have with Riley? Did we call it, like, history segment? It feels more like him roasting the inaccuracy of Age of Empires 2 segment.
Well, I also like when he said, well, I don't know what you think, but you are not my daddy, so I cannot go back.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
I mean, Riley, you are on point, Amigo. You are really, really on point. And now, if we move on, we have Villese and TheMbL coming. Why I say TheMbL with that smile?
I always have a question, like, if you get a block of wood, how do you know that there's a boat inside? If you carve it.
Do you really
like,
want,
there could be something else inside, no?
Could be. I'm just checking.
No, if you get like a lock of wood. I always wondered.
And we don't know what to say.
Yeah.
TheMbL and nearly trolling, you know? This is what it is. It's not trolling, right?
Not trolling.
Full serious mode activated.
I'm curious.
Guys, TheMbL, how much preparation has put into the series for today? I want, guys, that you tell me in the chat. There's a number that you're gonna put in the chat. You know, what is the number? Please, it's a number. It's just a number, and it's 0. Literally 0 practice for TheMbL, and then maybe he can win the series.
Maybe he can. He is incredibly talented. He did put on the hours before this tournament for sure. Probably the player in the, I would say, top 1,000 who played the most over the last 5 years, I would think. Yeah. Got in so many games, constant ladder games, and, well, he's just an absolute beast. And I did look up some stats here going into the set. Obviously, I'm not the biggest fan of bringing up the ladder and the importance and how rating is looking there. But Villese, number 3 on the ladder right now. TheMbL, his highest nick, number 4 on the ladder. Just think about it, like how crazy that is, how high they are, and how many games they played. Although Villese, most of the games behind closed doors right now, and they already faced each other once. In Red Bull Wololo 1, and even there we all said, okay, Villese, probably someone who practices a lot, and TheMbL even then felt like, okay, Empire was not really suiting me too much, but he won 3-1.
Well, let's go and check the draft, because I think it's ready, and we can get an idea if what is going to happen today. We have Acclivity Lowland. What? TheMbL pick Northern Ireland? I mean, when have you seen TheMbL playing water?
That is really weird.
I mean, but he banned Greenland, but then he picked Northern Ireland. I mean, can you explain me this?
Is that maybe some play where he thinks landing makes sense? That is not something we normally see. So TheMbL is known to go for the very meta play, for the standard Arabia play. And we see a draft he could have done on Arabia as well. Chinese, Aztecs, Mayans, Britons there, and Magyars, Indians, Italians, probably more on the outside civilizations. Italians will work really well for Northern Isles there, while I see probably Byzantines for the less on Northern Isles at his side. I'm a bit surprised by that. Marketplace, no surprise there for TheMbL.
Well, but I'm just rethinking a little bit about what he can do. Villese, in my opinion, I don't know what you think. When the game is a meta game, he feels confident. He can win many of the players. But if there is some messy games, and with Northern Ireland, if TheMbL go for some crazy strategy and trying to see what civilization can pick there, well, Italians maybe, but you can land instantly, you can create a lot of chaos. Maybe it can be good for his gameplay, and then he can surprise his opponent.
Not sure. I feel like both players are kind of loving meta. TheMbL is the one that can come up with some crazy defenses. if need be, but Villese, we've seen him simply play meta after meta, and not as surprising as, for example, Alas or someone like the Max. And still, something who is actually kind of for me, the hero of the set before it actually started, and we have to thank him, Mr. MBL. Thanks for winning against Valas. Otherwise, it would have been Villese against Valas, both from Finland playing each other. I think our head would have exploded.
Well, Nili is just trying to get me as speechless as possible, and you are doing a good job. Thank you so much.
Who speaks next loses.
Okay.
Damn, he's professional. Okay.
No.
Oh, you wanted to win. You wanted to win.
We want to win. Well, the first game is about to start. Runestones, that is Arabia. Civilizations here. Do you think we're going to see something unconventional? Maybe now he pick Italians, the MBL Italians for the first one. We don't know.
That would be crazy indeed. Northern Isles, obviously the clear map for Italians there. Could easily go for that one. So many bonuses lining up for them there. And Runestones, that's kind of an indicator of how the whole set is going to be. Is it going to be what we're kind of expecting? Both players kind of opening an archery range, walling up and playing the very standard macro-oriented game? Or is Villese trying something crazy? We've also seen crazy Arabia picks from MBL, right? We did have him play Persians in the set against Valas, something we haven't seen at all.
I asked him, why Persian? And his answer was simple and direct. Why not?
Thanks for that, MBL.
You know, why not? Super deeply and great explanation.
Yeah.
Why not?
Didn't he also play Burmese against Daut in Red Bull 3 or something? Or was it in the qualifier?
I think so.
I think hardcore really mattered to him.
What we can really say from here, and you know already, MBL is special. You know, it's really,
That's what his mother told him as well. Yeah,
it's really special, and in a good way. You know, in a good way. Sometimes, I know, but. In the first game, how important for you is in this city with these players and also with MBL not practicing? We suppose that he is not practicing. If MBL get the first game against Villese,
I think MBL doesn't care. He's just here to click some buttons, micro units and micro. Like he won't be affected by the outcome of the set, right? He is happy if he wins. He will easily accept it if he doesn't move on. It feels like Villese will be so much more emotionally invested in the set.
Do you really trust? I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, I think MBL is honest, but he wants to win, obviously. And maybe he's not gonna. Maybe he's gonna sleep well tonight if he's losing, but I'm sure that he's gonna try 100%.
Absolutely, he's showing up, and he will put everything on the map. We know about that one, and I'm just excited to see what he will bring to the table. Maybe he comes up with some crazy. I know that he's analyzing recorded games. I know that even through the qualifiers, he was going over my recs and see approaches and tried to see how that played, and ended up losing in 7 minutes on Greenland against Nicov.
You are telling that Villese has not emotions. If I knew that you guys were going to say that, Villese got incredibly emotional in King of the Desert. There was a mistake on the map.
That looks like the same one. So apparently there was a small hiccup in maps and everything changes. So MBL did pick indeed Acclivity and the ban was Northern Isles. Now our story checks out so much more, Memstradamos.
Okay, I mean, now it makes sense. Now this makes sense because Greenland being picked by Villese, then MBL banned Northern Islands, and guys, people in the stream, everything Nili and me say till now, forget about that, okay? We didn't say absolutely anything. We're starting now from zero. Damn it, what is this? Okay, let's analyze the map. And now we have a map that we have not seen today, Eruption.
Oh yeah.
It's a new one that we are probably going to see. Greenland, we didn't see yet also today. And Lowland and Acclivity, we did it already. So Greenland, he can create that chaos that we were talking, or he will play normal. I don't think so.
I think simply that it has water makes so much more sense, right? Greenland, Villese wanted to go for it. MBL banning Northern Isles, exactly what we kind of expected, right? So that makes lots of sense. And Eruption, remember, that was the final game that catapulted MBL into this main event, game number 7 against Nicov, and he looked damn hot on it.
Okay. I really think that guys, this wasn't a mistake. It was on purpose. Since there's a small delay, the production team wanted us to take over, talk about every possible chance.
And let's pretend TheMbL picked water and see what the casters will do with it.
They actually tell us here, you know, all the information. Let's talk about Northern Ireland. It wasn't a mistake, guys. It was all on purpose, and we did a really great job, right? Thank you, guys. We know. Anyway, jokes aside, we have the spectate link already, so the game is about to start. And, well, all I was thinking now is has changed already, so I don't know. Yeah, what is happening? I don't know, Dico. Good one there. Good one. Well, what I think we keep telling is that the first game can mark the series. Who is winning the first game can win, or not at all?
I think the first game in this set won't actually say too much else, because we have special home maps. Obviously, if you win Arabia, you're looking pretty good for the other pretty standard meta maps that TheMbL will be going for.
Let's go, guys, because we are starting game number 1. Villese with Ethiopians as a red. We see the beautiful cameras already, and archery range opening. TheMbL with China. I know that China are not getting like a big bonus here, but I still loving them. And he's opening with the stable, and we all know how annoying can be TheMbL with the scouts in the, well, not only in the early game, but he's one of the best trying to out micro and being annoying on enemies' base.
Yeah. And there will be some people saying, what, man? Chinese are not the best. They have the highest win rate for people over 2,000 on Arabia. What are you talking about? Yes, that is true for a random map, where they start with 3 extra villagers and some reduced food. Therefore, you start after doing Loom with like 2.5 villagers extra. But in Empire Wars, all Dark Age bonuses are erased, and therefore, Chinese with a generic start. Scouts already annoying, but Spearmen out to help.
TheMbL was trying to make the job, he couldn't, but he's already trying to create some chaos. He's now going to the north, and probably he's gonna pick a villager, because there's not any defense, and one villager, it should go down. And maybe, one villager is gonna be down for sure. There you go, and now he's gonna go away. And TheMbL is taking a small lead. This is the situation that he really loves, and I really like his macro right now. He don't have any single villager on goal, focus completely on this raiding, and that's very, very nice. He's trying to go with 2 scouts. Look at the other scout. He's trying to micro. He's one of the best in this kind of a strategy.
It's crazy how he's not getting any hits from Spearmen there that are chasing him. It's so weird, and it's so annoying. I hate to play against him if he gets scouts in. Oh, we see some gates trying to make something happen here. That's mainly for getting the deer. Some archers exposed. 1 scout down. And TheMbL wouldn't be surprised if we see some aggression with the skirms, because already 1 out on the map, 2 in the queue.
Okay, we can see how now Villese is trying to wall completely. We don't see any walls so far by TheMbL. He has already an archery range with the skirmishes. Another village is going to go down, I think. I think he will kill it, and then he will try to go away. Yeah, he just wants to take villages, and he has got already 2. So he's 2 villages ahead. 3 villages already! 3 villages already for TheMbL. And the non-practice player is on point.
Well, maybe he did some warm-up here, and yeah, that's just from now on, it's basically an absolutely standard game, right? And he will just love to control this one, and this could be even more.
4 villages down, maybe 5. He's 3 scout. Oh my god, 4 villages down already. 4 minutes, 4 villages. At this ratio, nearly the game will be over. So really fast. What is this? 4 villages down. He has now 20 on foot, 5 on goal, trying to balance Ethiopian's economy with the bonus. With the bonus is well, getting closer to go up, but he has killed 4 villages already. To Villese. Villese is gonna be walled, but it's still open. TheMbL is not even walling.
No, he has all the aggression, right? Why does he need to wall? We saw that with Vinchester, right? If you have the aggression, you don't have to fear anything behind this. The moment he sees, okay, Villese will have the time to send the archers out, then you can wall, but also he's sending some scums forward. Or not even that, right? 1 scum forward, so he has enough to defend.
Okay, remember guys that these players will face tomorrow. The winner of these players will face tomorrow. Now that's a little bit off from TheMbL. Will face the kid, Leary. But that will happen tomorrow. Just a reminder. Resources, though, is incredible. Like, no IDTC for Villese. He is still completely focused. 4 villages behind. Probably now number 5. No, he's gonna save that one. And he's still up to Castle. How do you explain that to the viewers?
Well, Chinese, maybe? I don't really know. It simply seems like so much idle time forced on the other side. And, well, now clicking up. But archers are in. The skirms are at the front. TheMbL won't like that. He got kind of surprised there.
Yeah, but I mean, if he was getting the initiative, he has the skirmishes are coming from behind, gonna make a couple of houses. But the skirmishes are going to be a node. I'm not sure. It's so many archers. He's Ethiopian archers. He's gonna take now some villages. No, he's moving. He's controlling very, very nice those villages. Not losing any village at all. Wow. But why he's not walling anything? I don't know. That villager in the north, really low HP, he's gonna now save it. I think he's gonna save all the villages. Of course, he created some chaos and idle economy, but both are on the way to castle it. At this point, Nili, who has the lead for you? Who has the advantage?
TheMbL. Simply the emotional advantage as well, right? He did damage, he is ahead in villagers, Chinese will scale really well. He has skirm numbers against a player that is likely to go for lots of knights, lots of crossbow. Knights will be added because we saw the stable, but it won't be good, and TheMbL will be loving life.
Okay, he's doing a skill bard in armor. We all know, guys, that Ethiopian knights, Ethiopian stable is definitely not their strength. They are here for their range units. But obviously, if you see some skirmishes and you get in the lead into castle it, the knights will work. But TheMbL has 22 on foot, 22 on foot nearly. For Chinese, taking the lead, only 15 seconds slower to castle age. Looks sweet for him, and maybe another village going to be down, and I think he's gonna kill it. He's gonna even sacrifice that scout if it's needed, and that village is down already. Let's go.
Doing some reasonable damage against the archers here even, and well, TheMbL will get to his probably famous and his preferred army composition. Elite skirmishers and some camels once we see Villese with some knights out, and he likes that. 3 TC, the defensive unit, try to pick off some units here, try to pick off some units there, and his macro behind this is always on point.
Yeah, he's playing very, very nice right now. You can see how he's walling already on the left, but we are in the middle, focusing in that military numbers. This is gonna be a least skirmishes with a +2. Oh boy, +2. The knight is there, but he doesn't care. He's trying to kill all the crossbows. He's +2. He's gonna think, okay, you're gonna kill me some skirmishes, but I'm going to replace them, and you're not gonna replace those crossbows that easily. But now he should go back a little, or you think this trade is good for TheMbL?
Oh, well, where is he moving towards? He can only retreat if the camel is out, and camel, well, looks like 80% or something like that, and will go for the last armor. Now the camel is out, and then that's the cue for him to retreat.
Yeah, 5 villages ahead, military numbers similar, a little advantage now for Villese in numbers, second TC extra. China economy, remember, is very, very solid. He's doing the attack, forging instead of skill bard in armor. Usually people is doing always the +1 armor, but now we see the +1 attack. What do you think about that?
Well, that's pretty standard for camels against the knights, because you are the one dealing damage, right? And you aren't really getting the shots of the crossbow. As you can see, he is just moving back and wants to do the damage once the knights are there. Skirms are now moving in, so he really wants to commit. Quite surprising to me, but knights are dying.
Yeah, the knights are dying, and this is +2 skirmishes, which is very, very solid. There's still no ballistic, and now it's skill bard in armor, so he had the +1. No bloodlines yet for TheMbL, and he's still getting the pressure. And with China, eco advantage and getting some map control, it can be lovely. Right now, 3 TCs for Villese, so we need to see if TheMbL will make a third tone center soon, or he will go for siege.
He's a 30C kind of guy, I think, if he added a second one. We can see him adding the Siege Workshop a bit earlier, but I think he just will enjoy his eco upgrades that he's investing into now. Just sitting back, and he knows he killed so much army, killed so much momentum in Villese. Siege Workshop, at least defensively, would not be needed.
Okay, we can see how the numbers is still pretty even. Skirmishes and camels again, another battle will happen. There is no ballistic for any of the players. Camels and knows to deal with those knights. He need to go back. Now the skirmish is doing the job. Micrin very, very solid here, both players. But now TheMbL will get a good advantage. This is a good battle. He's gonna take the knights. If he's taking the knights, it's gonna be very, very nice for him. But he's also doing the damage with those crossbows, Nelly.
Crossbows need to jump into the TC. Good move here. And now the one knight will actually clear up most of the skirmishers here. But Camel is coming over for the rescue.
Okay, I think he's gonna be fine, but now the numbers get closer because he has 3 tone centers. The 30C is still not there for TheMbL, and now Monastery, and that's Siege Workshop. He's working for the late game Villese, Mr. Nili?
Oh, well, I think it's simply for defense there. The Siege Workshop, nice against the Skirmishers. The Monastery with Monks, nice against the Camels. But MBL, that's not the craziest army. And that's, like, I think I've cast, like, 200 of those MBL games.
Yeah.
Him going Skirm, Camel, and just taking better trades than his opponent.
Yeah, and now he's doing the third tone center. He's a little bit behind in Village numbers, but it's so close. Still going. The 30C is almost going to be there, and he will mass a lot of Village. He will put a lot of Village on stone, Nili, maybe? Now MBL, he's doing the TC on stone, so he can come and make a casted forward, because a casted forward is gonna look lovely there.
Oh yeah, that's a crazy amount. I'm a bit surprised that he already commits with 9 on stone. Obviously, distance is really short. Forward villager, most likely for a Siege Workshop.
Yeah, I have seen also this amount of games where MBL got a balanced economy. Yes, 0 wood, 0 food, 1,000 gold, you know? And now he's getting there with that. Maybe he's gonna make the market and balance a little bit his economy, but he's going to go all in right now, Nelly.
All in, 3TC against 3TC. It's just some aggression, Mangonel. Well, let's see. I don't think we will go too crazy. Maybe MBL even has to bail on that Siege Workshop idea. Villese pushing MBL back quite nicely.
Okay, he needs to delete that Siege Workshop. He's going back. Those counters is still without Bloodlines. Bloodlines, guys, is really important. 20 HP each unit is a lot. Even more when your opponent doesn't have the Bloodlines. I don't know if he forgot about that. I think Bloodlines should be there. There you go. Bloodlines are on the way. Chain Bard in armor. Ooh, we're gonna have a crazy battle in Castle because any of the players are close to go up to Imperial.
Yeah. And this is the moment where I feel MBL could add some stables, right? If he's committing that heavily on those upgrades, Castle could be around. If he gets to like 8-9 knights, pushes that army, and then builds a forward Castle, that could give him a nice foothold on this map.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, if he put a castle there defending, it's gonna be nice. But in mind, if he can go forward, it will be ideal. And anyway, let's see if, like you said, he's gonna put there more stable. Tone Watch, I love that upgrade. And still, it's not committing more. Both with the same farm in 29 for both players. So close game, really, so far. Who has the? I mean. How to say to the viewers who has the advantage here?
It's fine to just say that it's an even game, Mangonel.
Almost taking the second. 1 HP, almost taking the second. Damn it. In mind if he got both. He's now repairing. It's so important. When the game is that close, in mind if he got both Mangonels.
Oh yeah, would have been a nice advantage. Maybe he would have pushed in more with the skirms and MBL. Going for the defensive castle. That's quite surprising to me. Resources obviously looking towards Imp. But then again, why did you just do 2 cavalry upgrades if you are imping now? So I think he just switched his plan.
Yeah, but honestly, he feels confident, I think. His economy is looking smooth. I mean, super great. Look at that economy. Mangonel. Whoa. Well, almost taking both. One of the best players with the Mangonel's control is absolutely MBL. But now he got a good one by Villese. Let's go. And MBL, the non-practice player, is, why you laugh, on the way to Imperial.
Yeah. Well, it's not like he never practiced, right?
Yeah.
One week where he didn't go that wild. Maybe only 20 games off stream.
Yeah, only 20 games. That for him is like nothing, that's for sure. Knights and Camels, look at those elite skirmishes. He's going to wait. Now, nearly, Sirius mode activated completely. Wait, right? He's on the way to Imp. You don't want to lose absolutely anything.
Well, Skirm still trade off really well in that position. It's more costly for Villese to lose army, but obviously MBL won't force any engagement. He will like his Imp timing. The question is, what is the long-term composition of MBL going to be? Because he pulled lots of villages away from stone, so it's certainly not going to be Chukanu.
Yeah, well, actually, at this point, since he has the timing advantage to Imp, just Trebuchet it, and his skirmishes for now can hold completely the position.
Yeah, this is like MBL will feel comfortable there. Maybe even feels okay. I will add some light cav now. Defend with the skirms and try to run around. Something that I really love in this positional fight is that Villese will have access to bombard cannons, but MBL does not with Chinese.
Yeah, well, let's see. Anyway, the good thing is that MBL is the first one to Imperial. If it was the opposite situation, it was going to be more dangerous, because right now, a little bit of panic mode activated for Villese can happen when he notices, oh, he's in Imperial already.
Oh, let's see. We'll grab a Mangonel for himself, then probably gets out of there without any losses. We'll love that one.
Nice.
But obviously, Mangonels, if you don't want to upgrade them, not the most important units in Imp.
Well, let's see. It's only 20 seconds. It's still gonna lose that relic. Look at the battle from the relic. Okay, now send the units there. All the relic is gonna be taken. But the amount of army is the same for both players. The timing, the momentum now belongs to MBL chemistry. And the +3 activated already. Do we have a trebuchet going? Yes, we have. And now he's gonna try to take those mangonels. Don't think so is a good idea. There's spikes, there's archers. He need to get this castle. And honestly, if he's taking that castle, do you think he has time? 1 minute 20 seconds until he's in Imperial. Taking that castle can be big for MBL right now.
Yeah, but it will be uphill and enough villagers around to repair. Look at that, plenty of stone in the bank to repair as well. What I would really love to see is that Villese, once he gets Imp, to have the first click being chemistry to get to the Bombard Cannon tech.
He will do that. He's doing a second castle right now. Now he cannot raid a lot. So in this situation, what you prefer then? Ethiopians because of the bombard cannons over Chinese?
It's my favorite unit, so easy choice for me there in a very stalemate fight. I feel like Chinese, if you don't go to bombard towers, you're not offering too much, but he loves bombard towers and he loves some big butter booms, man. Onager tech.
Yeah, the Onager tech is happening right now. These 2 trebuchet, even 3. Now we need to see what he's going to do. Obviously, like Nilly pointed out, chemistry. Chemistry to have the bombard cannons and also +1 for all the range units. Ballistic on the way, handcard, goldmine and arbalest. But these kind of games, MBL love it. He's now doing a 4-ton center in the north, doing more economy. And like you said, I wouldn't be surprised to see bombard towers with this 900 stone in the bank. And this is gonna be a big battle boom. Well, he took the mangonel. He's trying to do the job, but he can't yet take the castle, as you say. That small hill advantage is giving him more and more resistance for those units.
And it is both armies basically here in the center and always in the screen. But behind the scenes, MBL got so much map control, as we saw, extra TC, now an extra castle, so many outposts, getting the relic control at the top, getting the extra gold, and you see how active MBL is there while both are dancing with their armies in the center.
What about adding Rams? Do you think, well, he doesn't have resources at the moment, so I don't know, Rams could finish maybe the game for MBL, or it's too tricky because he doesn't have the full control right now. He's gonna lose the Onagers, and this is very expensive, nearly.
Oh, so much damage out of the castle there. Look at all those arrows flying out of there, and that was double Onager loss, lots of range units. That was really good for Villese, but he's lacking siege workshops.
Yeah.
Right? Look at that, one siege workshop below the castle could have helped out so much more, because one bombard cannon is kind of winning that fight for him.
Yeah, but he doesn't have absolutely anything in that regard. Only 1 treb. He's coming with the camels. There's not a lot of units. 4 trebuchet is starting to be a lot. I think if he's taking that castle with Onagers also there, and we don't see bombard cannon, let's see if that Onager is going to be down. No, now it's the 3rd trebuchet. That battle from the castle for the ground in the middle is so important. But now look in the north. Mopu, 2 castles extra there for MBL, getting closer and closer to his economy. And look at that hill, Nelly.
Yeah, and Ethiopians are really struggling with fighting on multiple angles there. Look at that one. Onagers are now finally connecting, and the traps have to do all the heavy lifting. Now MBL is diving. If he kills that trap, it's looking really good for him.
He couldn't make the second shot. He's losing now many camels, but they're still taking so many units. He has to be careful. That castle is almost down, and the castle is down. And now the job is gonna be much easier for him to take those units. Now is when he can use properly the Onagers.
Yeah, and Onager count non-existent at the moment, simply because he doesn't have that much on gold, but looking pretty good with 66 on wood. More villagers in the queue, mainly goes for skirmishes, and Villese at the moment a 1-unit army composition. Some crossbows, look at that one. Now queues up some skirms. Doesn't sound like the most exciting unit in an imp battle.
Yeah, but look at this. The 2 bombard cannons are behind. But look what MBL is losing. Skirmishers. He can replace them forever. Well, if he's losing the traps, he can go and push. And the castle, the other castle, is gonna go down as well, nearly. MBL is getting completely the initiative in the game. 155 population, 132. And he's putting Villese in an uncomfortable position, and look at his reaction. Calm, but very good play by MBL in this first one.
We have to respect the macro of both players.
Wow.
Look at that one. floating resources basically non-existent here for an Imperial Age, with both players basically being full out, 136, 108 villagers. If you go for archers 108, it is very, very reasonable. And they're getting the resources on the map. Really, really well played. Obviously, Villese being pushed back here. And TheMbL, if he can draw his dream game, it exactly looks like this.
Yeah, he was dominant all the time, all the game. 2 minutes ahead, I think, in Imperial. We're gonna check now in the statistics. Let's go for the military. Military is similar in the kills, but that benefit TheMbL because he was getting the initiative. He was there. He was almost on Villese base all the time, so he feel comfortable with that one. He doesn't need to be even more ahead. Of course, economy. Look at that economy. We see here the difference. 3,000 wood already, over 2,000 food. Yeah, more gold for Villese, but he couldn't use it properly. He really couldn't use that properly. He did a couple of bombard cannons, and well, with the timing in technology, this is so important. If we go back a little bit to technology, please, we see the timing in Imperial that was so solid, and it was, yeah, 2 minutes, and no time to keep the ground.
4 traps out there, and tearing down that castle gave him all the control in the world. And Villese even losing some of the villagers there in the end. TheMbL with a weird spike there. And probably, well, was that the area, the time where we were fighting with all the mangonels and skirms in the center? And the camels? Feels like it, right? 15 minutes? Yeah,
probably. Yeah. Well, now, guys, be ready because I'm almost sure it's going to be Greenland now.
Correct.
Oh, there you go. We have it there. Greenland is going to happen. Now makes sense. A water map. Italians, what we can expect here, because we have seen how TheMbL has played a very solid game. The previous one, I think, has played one of the best games lately. Seems he's not practical.
Yeah, I was impressed by TheMbL. It also was Villese simply completely giving the game into TheMbL's hand, right? Losing 3 villagers at the start, maybe even losing 4 villagers at the start, and TheMbL, he just loved to play this game. There was nothing special. This could have been a normal random map game where TheMbL has Villese number as well. Now the big question though, Villese's first pick against a map that TheMbL looked not too convincing on against Nicov. Game number 2, I believe, in his final set in the qualifier. He gave up really early there after losing the water control and knowing that a comeback would be really tricky. Very, very likely that we will see Italians. Also an option, though, is Indians there because there's so much shorefish in that center area.
Okay, it's a good point there. Let's see, because Indians is a real possibility, but to be honest, well, you have extra civilization, so maybe you want to trick your opponent and mindset, and maybe he's gonna think that he's gonna play what civilization then? Byzantine is gonna be for Villese, I believe. And well, TheMbL, I think TheMbL is dangerous in this map because if he's losing, it's like I don't really care. Yeah. Like I'm gonna try to play whatever, you know, and if it's working, it's working. If not, I will focus in the other maps.
Yeah, that's the beauty of winning game number 1. You only need to win your own home maps after that.
Yep.
And TheMbL, he is picking maps that are pretty similar on that Arabia runestone style. So he has to be comfortable. And as you said, like it shouldn't affect him at all. If he loses one, he's basically, poker players would call free rolling this one. It's just, you can only win on this one.
Yeah, for that we were shocked now seriously about that supposed Northern Island pick, because it's out of this the world that he's picking that, and not gonna happen. Now he's in a comfortable situation. He is winning 1-0, and the thing here with the Greenland, he's forced. Like Villese need to win this game. I mean 2-0 against TheMbL. If he's imagine winning now Greenland, it's terrible for.
And Greenland is really unpredictable at the start. Let's take a look how they are spawning and where are the villagers. And they have a very long distance here. This is probably better for Villese because we get into a more stable game there here. As we can see the villagers spawning far away from each other. TheMbL sending villagers. Is that a sneak?
He's trying, probably. He's trying to sneak that villager, as you can see, but he noticed immediately, was trying to make a sneak. As the one has a spear, now that villager is not going to go to anywhere, because
TheMbL is walling all the map, as you can see. What is he gonna try to do with that village? Well, that village is lost.
Yeah, absolutely. And he wanted to do something special. Ooh, interesting wall here. Oh boy, oh boy. Don't show it to Mem. Don't show it to Mem for a second time. That wall at the bottom for TheMbL.
Oh, please, don't do it. Don't do it, because that map. It's, I mean, that wall, oh no, well, it's open there at the bottom. I thought it was connected. If you check the mini-map, it seemed to be till the edge of the map, but no. So, he's walling all right. I'm going to be walled completely, and it should be fine. He lost a village. He was probably trying to sneak a village at the back and try to make an RG range at home.
Yeah, it is so tricky, right? Because wherever you spawn, it's so completely different. And look at that one. He is going for double dog now, opens with Fire Galley, but remember, Byzantines with Fire Galleys, they shoot faster, should win every 1v1 fight.
Okay, let's see if it's gonna happen, but obviously if you don't have the numbers, and I think we have only one dog for Villese. Let's see what is gonna happen. Remember, guys, that he was trying to make some crazy strategy, but...
No, not again, man!
No!
Not
he's blocked! But he's blocked! He's blocked already!
Yeah!
I mean...
Not again, man!
Let's go there, Mopo. You see, that galley is already blocked. What is this? I mean, he did the other day, and now it's happening again. I mean, what's going on? He's blocking himself, the units, and it's important, because that early in the game, you need to mass as much as possible, and if you are blocking, I mean, you are shooting your feet.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's still TheMbL takes the slow approach. Did go for all the walls, right? Villese might be up to Castle Age at similar times. And the big difference, look at how many people we have on the Shorefish here. If we compare villagers, and Shorefish is the fastest food you can gather, that's 2 villagers only for TheMbL. Let's compare that one with Villese. It's looked like 6, 7, and 7 indeed. So the 8 even. So massive advantage on that end.
And that's why look at the resources. He's about to go up. It's true that the Italians need less resources to go up. Only 6 on food for TheMbL. A lot of them would, and that economy going for Villese is insane. Doing the market, but I wouldn't be surprised that TheMbL is going to sell even the stone.
It feels wrong. It feels wrong because the timing isn't really ending the game.
Yeah.
So I think you have to boom in this one. You're playing the long game, and TheMbL's base it just feels so wrong for this map.
I think TheMbL loves this map. No? Don't you think? I think he loves this map. Speechless?
Speechless.
Well, for you know, guys, if you don't know TheMbL, he hates water maps, you know, but he sells the stone.
Oh.
He sells the stone.
I think that's a mistake. The thing is, like, if you want to sell stone, that's basically trying to give yourself a chance for a timing. You get to Castle Age earlier, which isn't even the case here. I think he's floating too many resources, he gave up the center too much, and he's clearly unexperienced on how to approach this one. Yeah, we have a demo in there as well, but with low number fights, that's not the most important thing. We see some repair there, as we mentioned earlier. Galleys should be fine. And Villese, he's not only winning water, but he will also have the better boom behind this.
Okay, let's see if it's gonna happen. Remember that now all the techs on the water is gonna cost 50% for TheMbL. That maybe is gonna help him. And remember that he has to micro properly from those docks. Miss the Villese or more, he's gonna get trapped. I think now he's doing a good micro TheMbL, and he's getting the numbers. Look at this.
Yeah,
he's getting definitely the numbers now.
Oh, yeah, demo though doesn't really want to get there too early. Another try of a sneaky villager, and you see on the minimap that he's trying to get a building, but Byzantines, well, he's still in feudal age, right? Think that is going to be stable most likely, but followed up by siege, absolutely likely there. And yeah, demo did connect, but didn't find the kill. So Villese, I think he can stabilize. And remember, Byzantines have more HP on their walls as well, so he will get a bit more time.
Yeah, but one of the best in this kind of messy games is TheMbL.
Yeah.
He's gonna make this stable, then he's gonna follow by the siege for sure. And he's gonna go all in. He's gonna try to finish the game with the aggression.
Yeah, makes lots of sense, right? And he, as you said, did sell stone. He does not want to play the long game. While we see Villese going 3TC, the game will be decided kind of within the next 10 minutes. If TheMbL isn't doing major damage to Villese, he is dead. But MBL is so good at Mangle Micro, at aggression, at wild games. I wouldn't be surprised if he inflicts lots of pain towards our Finnish player.
Okay, let's see what he's going to do. He has the stable there. The Siege War sub will happen because he has 500 wood. Or what is he doing now? No, he's doing that. What?
Don't demo the dog, don't demo the...
He did it. But extra TC, I mean...
Is that just to bait him? Is that just showing him, look at that, Mr. Villese, I'm building some extra TCs, wink wink.
Well, wait, look at this, he's coming with a lot of galleys from behind, he's now having a little bit more numbers, he's doing a better micro for sure, there's a demo, there you go, that's a beautiful Badabun, and he's taking absolutely everything nearly. Even the sponsors, you know, everything was there.
That demo was sponsored by Logitech G and AOC.
Absolutely fantastic. We got the sponsors with the Badabooms. They love it. You know that Logitech and AOC, well, in another, I mean, it's AOC a sponsor. What we can expect?
Yeah. Only makes sense.
It makes sense. It makes sense. We keep going now with the Knights. Let's see if he's going to build the Siege War shop. And this will be, it's going to be beautiful. But I have said many times, these maps, not this map, all the maps, the players are doing the maps better or worse. And if you go for the aggression that TheMbL is putting here or trying,
could be good.
It's gonna be, that's a good one. And I don't know what you think, but, well, but he's 3-tone center. So what is he really planning? I'm confused now with the TheMbL strategy.
Well, yeah, it's like kind of a mix, right? He has to sell a story behind this as well. That he's still going water and then tries to surprise on land. If he doesn't show anything on water, demo 1, demo 2,
he's gonna take 3! Oh my goodness, there you go! The Badaboom is real, and now TheMbL is absolutely taking everything again. All the galleys, what is going on with him? And now building more on the land, 3-tone centers, and trying to do the job. Still behind a little bit in the economy, but, well, Italians on the water, you can always come back from the hell. And look at this now.
And if I'm Villese and see extra TC, if I see that much contest of TheMbL on water, I won't think that TheMbL had spare resources to get a land aggression rolling. But it is happening. Villese with the 10 HP, 10 villager lead here, he needs to react, and he must not underreact.
Yeah, we need to focus now in the land party because now he has the monk. And this is the good thing here. He's not letting him to wall. The spear is not letting him. The spear is there, not letting him to wall. He now make the monastery, but he's going with the knights. He's walling, not walling completely. And depend how much he raid now, this can be good or not for TheMbL.
And where's the siege?
Yeah.
This is a 3-knight attack. There's nothing to follow this one up.
Yeah, not a single upgrade also.
This is so weird.
Yeah. Well, he's trying to create maybe some chaos, and maybe he keep doing army also on water, but he's gonna pick a few villagers. No, man, it's not on point, Villese, with the quick walls, and no, the village is gonna go down. Village's numbers is almost the same, but this kind of chaos games is the games that TheMbL love it.
Yeah, but where's the chaos now? 3 knights, chaos and CMM.
Well, yeah. I mean, some siege was, but he's doing army. What I was telling you, he's still doing navy.
It's 3 demos, 2 fire galleys against 6 fire galleys or fire ships still on the field. The dock's even getting repaired. TheMbL will go into a macro game here. This game will go to him.
Yeah. So you mean that he's being a little bit weird because he's not fully booming. He's also trying to make some aggression, but he's also not full aggression. He's like half-half for TheMbL there.
Yeah. I can't wait for the guy in the chat. But Neely said the game is ending in 10 minutes.
Okay, no, he just said that the game is going to go to Imperial, so I'm gonna defend you in this one, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Only this one. And now look at those galleys. He's trying to get into the water. The numbers belong to who on water? Well, you can see on top right, three demos, 5 galleys, 8 fire ships, and no demos anymore. We need another Badaboom, or TheMbL in problems on water. Oh, but he's coming. 2
dogs here. Both civilization actually having advantages of getting to imp quicker. Byzantines with the bigger bonus though there with 33% versus the 15% reduction for the Italians. Getting the monk quite nice. And look at the base of Villese. He can just expand so nicely towards the bottom. 2 extra golds, 2 more relics, another stone. It's like the area that is getting pushed isn't that crucial for him. He has such a good spot to
but can we check his point of view fog of war? Mopu Villese point of view fog of war, if he has explored everything at the back? No.
Look at the back. He can see one goal, but nothing else. He has a lot of space, and he's still not going there. Crazy stuff.
Where are those villagers going then? He's just looping around.
Stone.
Okay, okay.
He's not mining stone, and he's up to Imperial, guys. He's on the way to Imperial already. Remember, guys, that Byzantines are cheaper to go up. He's gonna make a castle in a beautiful spot, TheMbL. He's also about to go up to Imperial because with Italians, you only need 800 food. He bought it some resources. He's on the way to Imperial as well. I like the position here for TheMbL.
I like the position more for Villese.
Oh, like always.
Because that castle,
like always.
That castle actually isn't helping you that much, especially now that we have cannon galleons without forcing any upgrades. So this is the moment. TheMbL's push is kind of stopping, right? He has 2 monks there, not much else. Yeah, still the stable, but easily defended. So actually, who controls water in 5 minutes is in a really good spot.
Yeah, well, but you still need to get the chemistry and needs to get everything going. That castle is still gonna get oof if he's doing, because look at those galleys. You need to send more villages.
Really good, really good.
Oh, he couldn't. He's gonna make that castle. He's gonna be a Daut castle. Oh well. Need to send more villages. That castle is so important. He's so important. He's bringing more villages. Now he's coming with more galleys. I think he will do that. Yeah, he's coming with a lot of villages now, and he need to go away or he will take quite a lot of damage. Villese.
Byzantine now going for galleons. In the long run, galleons is the better unit there, but especially against Italians that don't have heavy demo. I think I would have liked to see Byzantine staying on fast fire ships a bit longer. Their night attack here is still actually pretty efficient simply because we don't have ballistics. Should deal with the monks first.
The monks.
Indeed, that's what he's doing.
The monks. He's not doing. He's now trying to pick up some villages. He can't. The monks are now going back. Still, the numbers in military is similar. The boom, obviously, here for Villese is insane. It's 96-79. Let's see, because he's doing all the upgrades. Villese is doing all the upgrades. Still TheMbL, not in Imperial yet. And, well, he needs to take that castle down and a lot of artillery ranges already.
Yeah, and we did see the crossbow tag, so wanted to be safe from any land aggression. But I think water is the main thing. Now scouts being mixed in. Maybe he goes for some reconversions, moves in there. Still the conversion process on the scout. I think he, actually lets it go. And monks are dying. Looking good for Villese here. Ballistics finally in, has to make sure that he doesn't lose anything to the castle.
Yeah, but look at these tags now. Heavy demolition ship, fast fire ship for both players. Obviously the combination looks better for TheMbL. Do you think TheMbL should try to go something here on land? Well, he doesn't have anything at all. It's looking now complicated, really complicated. The numbers doesn't belong definitely to him. Well, he still have quite a lot of fast fire ships.
Yeah,
but the monks.
Yeah, monks are so good in that spot. Heavy demos will be mixed in as well. And Villese, I love his thinking. He did think, okay, what's the way to lose? And Italians, they often find a good timing if they go for an early condo attack. And that's why we saw all those crossbows.
Okay, and now you see the crossbows there. You need to go back with those fast fire ships. Are we gonna see some bomber cannon maybe for TheMbL?
Oh, well, we will see already one for Villese and none for TheMbL yet. I think Villese is lacking some docks, right? It's only 4 docks there. I think we need to get into the 2 digits pretty soon, especially with 44 on wood.
Let's see if he's gonna make it. We can see how there is some good maybe numbers. Numbers belong to TheMbL. Now he's gonna lose fast fires if the bomber cannon is just arriving in time to take that trap.
Really
he has
good.
to move the demos. He need to go back now. Let's see the shooting. The shooting is still not with the +3 for the castle. That's not a good demo shot because he's just taking only one, and now he's gonna lose probably the other. That was bad for Villese because he's not taking those. But now he's doing a castle and also a few archers on TheMbL base.
Yeah, really, really nice play there by Villese, trying to be annoying there. Now the monks could do some more, and yeah, galleons, simply the unit of the future there, as we said in TheMbL. Not really getting into the numbers. I'm a bit surprised that he is not attacking into galleons as well. Maybe was scared of the fast fire ships of the Byzantines. Obviously, a great sack that we could potentially see, and I think I can't really remember a competitive game in the last, at least, year Greek fire. +1 range and fast fire ships could be really helpful in those situations.
It could help a lot. It could help really a lot. He's losing so many monks in the north, not microing at all. Now sending so many fast fires. It does so many fire ships, even under the castle. But you can see there is a demo also trying to get so many of those. He's not microing at all. Now he did. Good one, but I don't know. Has TheMbL the numbers to push him even under the castle?
No way. The only option is like, you have two options. You lose or you win, but then lose everything afterwards.
Okay, and this is what looks to be happening. Billy's numbers is getting a little bit closer. He has another monk there that is not going to convert anything. Numbers is still more or less the same. He still have to trebuchet. I think TheMbL needs some bomber cannon because those bomber cannons are doing a massive job now to take down that castle.
And let's take a look. Demo, okay-ish connection. Now getting some more eco upgrades behind this. And yeah, this is just TheMbL investing more and more. Thing is, Villese still not having enough docks there. Why are there not like 3-4 more docks? That's so weird to me.
He has no numbers. He's taking the water, TheMbL, and he's not. Look at the dogs now spamming 1, 2, 3, 5. Yeah, but now he's taking so many galleys, and with the traps there, imagine if he's taking that castle down.
But with what?
Yeah, with the traps, he got 3 trebuchets behind.
Okay, but it's still 4 bombard cannons against him.
Yeah.
There's no good position to place himself right now, I believe.
Oh, the chemistry is just happening now.
Oh yeah, way too late probably.
Yeah.
And
it's really late.
It feels with those low numbers, fast fire ships would be the better choice than Galleons. Okay, now we're moving forward and you see how the bombard cannons are instantly going to punish those traps. Yep. Oh no, TheMbL will hate this one. And now you could see his reaction. He would be like, oh, losing all his traps. And traps are so costly.
Yeah, they cost so much, they are so expensive. He's gonna take 2 down. The 3rd down is already going to happen. Bam! He's down. No, what is he doing? Kill them. There you go. Now he got everything except 1.
But traded against 2 bombard cannons. That was actually not that bad.
Wasn't that terrible. He's still 800 the stone. The chemistry is way too late. I can't believe that he's doing that late. 70 billions on wood for Villese, so definitely he's not gonna be out of wood in this map anytime soon. And then more skirmishes. There's a lot of dogs. He need to wall. Those skirmishes can be very annoying.
Let's take a look. TheMbL really good at quick walling those areas. Yeah, skirmishes will be a bit annoying.
Perfect.
All good. And 70 on wood with the last wood upgrade, so they will fly in quite nicely. Relic count behind this 0-0. Something I don't like in this very late game.
Yeah, 0 relics. Still the game keep going. I mean, if the score looks so rough, TheMbL is a warrior, man. He's not even thinking on resigning, huh?
No way. And if Villese keeps throwing away skirmishes, score will close in at some point. But TheMbL, look at that one. Losing the castle now. Pop 140 out of 130. Oh boy.
Yeah, 140, 170 military numbers. You can see almost double for Villese. But he still, he still have a lot of galleys.
Demos.
Now the demos are going to do a good damage. Oh boy, he take a lot of those fast fires. If more demos coming, you need to micro, man.
Demos.
What?
Hello.
What?
Demo. Hello.
Oh my goodness. Well, still not using now doing War Tower, and the game is quite weird at this point.
Well, yeah, indeed. It is wild water fight. So many different units now. Bombard cannons can't really do too much. And now it's full water control at this point. You stop bombard cannon production at this point, try to win water, and then go cannon galleons. Guard tower, a nice addition. Obviously, more HP for Byzantines, as we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, it looks like he's really behind TheMbL right now. But well, then you check the numbers and still more or less okay. But little by little he keep pushing. On water it's very difficult to really push fast, Nelly.
Yeah, that's so true. We don't really have so many options. One would be to squeeze in some sea traps, right? Then you can kill the dogs, you can get some of the arrow fire towards you. But what happened to Villese wood villagers? Only 40 now. He was in 60s.
And he got like 3,000. I think he sell absolutely everything, or he's just producing millions of Khmer farms. And but he still doubled the navy. I don't know what TheMbL can do here to hold, because he's even doing towers, controlling all the army there. He's even doing pikeman upgrade. It's looking very bad for TheMbL.
Yeah, tricky. Look at how many towers he's building. Hallelujah. We'll get some conversions there against those knights and full control. This is the spot where I would love to see like 3-4 cannon galleons mix in.
Yeah, well, now he's killing so many villages. If he's doing, like you say, the gun on Galleons, he's gonna take absolutely everything, like that castle he's just building, if he's gonna be able to build. And I wouldn't be surprised if now he's gonna call it, or maybe not. It's TheMbL.
I think it will go on for quite some time. He still knows, okay, he has endless amount of wood. He is having some dogs. He can go for some production. And on water, score isn't that important, right? Yeah, you're behind by 3k, but if you win the water, it's even again. So TheMbL, just cockroach it out, play the long game. Important to not add any more villagers, because 125 on a full water fight is already pretty high. You need a massive fleet.
Yeah, now he's thinking, oh, well, I have Italians. Italians in the long run might be great. But Byzantine is definitely not a bad civilization. We can see how he's adding more and more galleys. I still need to see. I don't know what you think. Bombard cannons, I mean, you need to stop that push. You need to stop that siege. He's doing more towers. Now bombard cannons are getting forward, you know, and with only one trap, how you're going to stop that? You don't want to lose that castle. And in this spot, he's like cut off already with his other dogs. How he's going to connect all these units, TheMbL?
Yeah, it's really important to only produce out of one angle, at least not put all your waypoints together. But how can he protect any bombard cannons there? I don't really see that an option. Keep leapfrogging forward, and now we have shipwright for Villese as well. Faster production and less of wood investments.
Oh, but he's still coming. He's still coming. He's like has some navy in the north coming now from the bottom. Those trebuchets are still attacking, but numbers is still decent for TheMbL. If we check on the top right and top left corner, 24 galleys, 26 is very, very close. The castle is going to go down, but he has another castle in the south. It's very complicated here because look at the resources also for Villese. 41 on food, 3,000. He could even go now when he's taking that castle, even some hussars and raid completely.
Yeah, food eco is looking crazy, right? And I don't think we really tagged into that direction though, so Villese may be more thinking about selling that one for now. Heated shot now in, so TheMbL thinking about making a tower defense happen himself, and then those galleons would have quite some problems. Indeed, tower defense is now coming in, and yeah, we would still love to see some more bombard cannons for TheMbL. He's still very distracted with the towers by Villese at the bottom.
Yeah, but I think TheMbL is getting a little bit frustrated. I'm checking a little bit his reaction. Like, I'm getting boring. I'm spamming all the time, and I can still not push him back. Now he is a little bit pushing those galleys, and the numbers are ahead for him on water, man. If you check, he's still okay, like similar numbers, which is impressive at this point.
The longer the series goes, the better it is for TheMbL, because he basically has no fatigue. If we have 4 games now going to the time limit, that's really good for TheMbL in game number 5.
Yeah, well, he can play 20 million games in a row 1 hour, and he is still. I want to play the next now.
Yeah.
I don't want to go. Don't want to break. When would you have seen TheMbL asking for a break?
Never.
Yeah,
Never.
Exactly. So now, there you go. It's the final push from Villese. He's coming with 4 trebuchets, 2 bombard cannons, 20,000 millions galleons. Is gonna be the last one or not?
The push in the center just looks so lethal. Bombard cannons, more towers, traps are around, and this could maybe be one of the last engagements. Only 41 galleons though against 37. This one could be good, but bombard cannons are doing so much splash damage. TheMbL is completely trapped there. This is so good for Villese. Oh my god, that was a great engagement. Bombard cannons still around. Another shot, and now TheMbL tries to dive for the bombard cannons. I like the spot for Villese here.
Well, he's taking absolutely everything. Yes, he's coming with some galleys from the north, but there is also war towers. The castle is going to go down. It's a lot of trebuchet. There is no bombard cannons still, and after that castle is down, what TheMbL can do. But TheMbL is at the pop limit. Look at this. He's housed 183 population. He's gonna think, I'm not going to resign. I'm spamming. I'm constantly spamming. I have good population. I'm gonna keep going. You're gonna get tired, and when you get the fatigue, I will win the game.
Yeah, but just look at the center. If we look at all those towers, do you think Villese will keep the center?
It looks like this. Thank you, Mapo. We love you, man. But man, yeah, he's still producing all the time. Now without castle. Well, he has a castle in the north. He has played this game weird. Like, why then he did the stable in the north? He didn't achieve anything. He just put behind himself during all the game.
Also selling the stone. Yeah. It was just a game plan, but maybe it was something, the mind games, right? Because like 3 knight, 2 monks is something that you wouldn't really expect. He maybe was counting on Villese overreacting, but that's a favor he didn't do.
Yeah, well, we can see the numbers now are constantly growing for Villese. He's doing finally cab rams, scale barding armor. He has only 5,400 food in the bank. I think with that food, maybe he can afford siege rams and hussars.
Maybe. Let's see.
Thank you.
The thing is, Byzantine Hussar obviously not the greatest ever without bloodlines and without the last attack upgrade, but still good enough if you're only fighting villagers.
Yeah, MBL has almost 100 village on wood. Doesn't seem too bad for me either. He's just trying to keep production constantly. He's maybe just thinking, if I keep producing, maybe there will be a moment that he has
crop rotation.
Yeah, but now he's doing that one. Yeah, but the siege rams are just going to be there, and well, how do you stop that without not a single military?
And the big problem is MBL with the overboom. 149 villagers.
Wow.
As you said, like not with a big army. He's simply handcuffing himself here, still housed over and over again in this game. And on water fights, it is tough to come back, right? You don't have the comeback units, you don't have big onager shots, you can't really move around. You don't have the demo hits if you are Italians as well. So you have to have the Galleon mass, and he has them split up in lower numbers. I don't like this overboom.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's too much on water, you don't need that. He's still trying, like he's non-stopping producing, but he never can catch up the numbers from Villese. Villese being patient and all, gonna put even siege rams in front, and now selling a lot of resources. Villese also 3 relics, MBL 2 relics. Obviously the advantage is there for Villese, and yeah, well, I don't know what MBL can do here to push it back. He has no numbers, no map control, less relics, and well, pretty much everything belongs to the Finnish player.
Oh, Villese even misjudging the fight there at the top. Could have continued that one, but maybe wanted to protect his trap here, but is having an even fight. Ram just chilling a bit more. Will find some more villager kills in MBL, slowly but surely dropping population, and yeah, he was sighing in this one. And his thought is like, damn, I just should have resigned this one 44 minutes ago.
Yeah, no, but I think it's good for what you said, and his face was telling there everything. I was like, I'm trying everything, but it's impossible, this map, you know.
Yeah.
It's what he was just telling there with his, yeah, I think people could have seen what he was thinking with that camera, that face cam. Well, the game was over. Yeah, quite some time ago, he got better strategy, better approach, and probably for that situation, better civilization.
Yeah, I think Italians are really good as well. It's just like MBL, maybe it was indecisive. The first sneak villager, maybe you can delay it 30 more seconds, right? And try to see with your scout where you want to go. Maybe add a spearman and then the sneak is a bit better. Maybe try 2 at different angles. If your game plan is really to sneak, then the castle sneak. Selling stone, then the push. Without siege? Yeah. That's never the game-ending push that you kind of need for your comeback, and then behind in the boom.
Was weird, definitely, was weird. We can see that there was a lot of unit kills because they were fighting for a long time on water. 10 resources, Villese was much ahead. 10,000 more food, 10k more food, MBL more gold and more stone as well, but he couldn't really get them up at all. And well, the timing as well in social, as you can see, technology, it was Villese a little bit ahead. And well, overall, 153 Villese, like you don't need that amount of Villese, impossible. Anyway, that was the 1-1 series even. We're not gonna have here a 3-0 or 0-3, definitely not. And now we are going to see some of the home map from MBL, that they are going to go aggressive games for sure. It's gonna be as similar as possible to Arabia.
Yeah, and on Eruption, this won't be the APM, this will be MEM's heart rate, because Eruption is a game where we will see some wild aggression. Obviously, gold in the center, very limited at your starting base, and we can't sit back that much and boom to 150 villagers before we start fighting.
I think Eruption really fit well to MBL style, but Villese has played that in this kind of maps pretty solid games in Gold Rush. I don't know if you can compare Eruption with Gold Rush. The style can be similar, right?
Yeah, Eruption is even more wallable, right? It is very easy to be completely walled at 1.5 minutes there. Maybe the first scout not even getting in, certainly not the second scout getting in. So I think there are really good options to go into very stable castle age play. But simply as we said, booming is not an option. We did see TheMbL against Nicov there in Game 7. Nicov tried to wall himself, and TheMbL punished it beautifully.
Let's see if we can see the civilization, if we can go to see the draft right now, and then we can analyze what civilization they can pick. We are thinking that this can be Eruption, but is Eruption confirmed?
Yeah, Eruption is confirmed.
Is Eruption confirmed? Okay. Let's see if we can see the civilizations. There you go. And then TheMbL can go in this one for what? Because Britons can be good. Mayans can be amazing as well. I mean, I vote for those two. Or you think maybe Cavalry could be better here?
I think Eruption feels like Mayans. Acclivity feels like Britons. And Lowland feels like Indians or Magyar, whatever you feel his opponent has left. I feel like TheMbL is trying to outsmart his opponent and will go Indians there. On the other side, we will have Eruption. I like Berbers there, Acclivity, Tatars, and then on Lowland either Franks or Khmer, which would mean that TheMbL with Indians could have an advantage going onto Lowland there if we get into that situation. But obviously everything could be shuffled, lots of mind games going on. Eruption, certainly something with this very strong castle age, feels good.
Okay, so let's vote for Tatar versus Mayans is my guess right now. I don't know if it's gonna be that. Remember that Gridland has been played already. There you go. Good timing. And well, all the maps left, I personally love it, Nelly, because we might see really, really big battles. And hopefully, well, hopefully not. It's gonna be most likely from Castle Age, I think.
Yeah. Feudal Age aggression, as we mentioned, it's way too easy to wall. Yeah, you will get some hill control, and Memstradamus on point.
There you go. We have Tatars and Maya's TheMbL as a yellow in the south, and we can see how TheMbL is gonna be wall in minute 2.
Yeah, it is that easy, right? And the question is TheMbL now trying to play into the archer direction? Is he trying to play into the plumed archer direction? Or is it going to be an eagle approach? Tatars, it feels like CA is the only option. We'll open with some archers, but I would be surprised if we see more than 4 archers on this map.
Okay, I think Mayans here, it's very, very, well, it can be amazing here. And eagles?
Well, it could make a lot of sense to show the players or the viewers that haven't seen it the map. This is the small base, and then we are fighting for that massive center. Both players have to run up a hill and then look at that one. The main goal, because we are only spawning with 2 small piles at home. There are lots of ostrich on that area, but probably something that we won't really be able to secure for ourselves. So just wall up and play heavy castle age is the way to go. Obviously that hill, if you control it with Tatars, it's looking really good for you.
Yeah, I think Mobu, we can check a little bit more the middle, because what I like here, I don't know if you agree, Nelly, is that one castle in that hill doesn't really secure out the goal. Like in Gold Rush, sometimes one castle you got everything. Here, you still have more chances. Even if you get some castles in some of the hill, you still have some chance to get some gold.
Yeah,
like you need something else.
On the hill for sure. There is sometimes, and this is a bit of inconsistency on this map, the spot that you can build a castle in that crater. Like left to the relic, I feel, there could be a chance, especially if you pick up that relic. And then you could control everything, but most of the time build the castle on the hill, and then sometimes both still have access to it. That's correct.
You think gonna be again selling the stone TheMbL?
Well, it heavily depends on his approach, right? Is he going for eagles? Right now he is queuing eagles. If he feels like castle age play, then it could make sense. Yeah, let's take a look at his buildings. Second barracks for now, blacksmith. What's his second building? At the bottom, nothing?
No, he doesn't have
it. By the way, what is that third lumber camp by him? This one looks so bad. If we go into TheMbL's point of view, or not point of view, just his base, that one at the left-hand side. Oh, that's not...
Well, it is what it is. It's the fall there, the lumber camp. But I want to ask you here, isn't better to...
Wait. Sorry for interrupting you, ma'am. Let's take a look at TheMbL's face. He will soon click up to Castle Age, at least in his mind, but he won't have a second building, no? And yeah, you see him. Look at
that.
Now he's rushing the market.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, $500 an hour nearly coaching is available to everyone. TheMbL, just send me a PM.
It's cheap, $500 just to build a second building. I like it. I mean, I will go for that.
Yeah, you would go for it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And now, what do you think? That second barrack in front, why not hiding so you don't let your opponent know what you're doing? Because maybe he can think, I'm going to go archers, he's going to go eagles. I mean, probably he's going to expect the eagles, but don't show your cards.
There are 4 eagles out on the map.
Yeah.
I think it won't be like Villese thinking, okay, you should go eagles. Oh, you go defense upgrades. But behind that, you're actually hiding 2 archer ranges. So it is simply too big of an investment to go for a hiding strategy there.
Oh, but look at the village on stone he put. What's going on?
Oh.
He has so many on his stone already.
Oh yeah, that's interesting. Defensive tower as well. So that is going to be a plumed approach. While we see way more archers than I expected from Villese. And the forward siege workshop. TheMbL will be in some problems. He won't get access of that center area for quite some time.
Yeah, well, but the eagles might be very solid. Let's see if he's going to find some hole here. Definitely not. He's completely wall. He's coming with the archers, but those eagles with the +2 gonna be sick. Hill advantage is very, very important, and the timing in castle is so solid for Villese. We can see still 40 seconds left, but he's gonna be well defended. I think he will need another tower in the goal. That goal is exposed.
Well,
it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, I think he will be totally fine. And Crossbow are trying to find another angle. Now the big question: are you going for the Mangonel? Are you going for the Ram here? Obviously, Ram kills the building faster. Mangonel easier to protect if you have crossbows.
Yeah, but the problem is that now he see that his opponent is in Castle Age, and TheMbL balancing his economy. Eagle Warriors +2. The Eagles are still in this situation so dangerous, Nelly.
Are they though? You always shoot against the eagle that is downhill, and then you do so much damage against them. Numbers won't be that pretty. Look at that, 12. Yeah, it feels okay, but I think Villese will be doing pretty fine. Also, Ballistics getting in. TheMbL, I think he's spreading himself too thin.
Yeah, but he's getting there. He's getting all the units together. Let's go to the middle and check all the military here. He got so many crossbows. There is Eagles on the left, Eagles on the right, Eagle in the south, Eagles all over, Eagles all over. He's going to get now all together. Look at this kind of sandwich. He's going to try to kill absolutely everything. Let's see if those Eagles going to do the job. He's +2 Eagles, Ballistic and Thundering. But in this situation, the Eagles should do the job. Or those crossbows with all the arrows, as you mentioned, is going to make the domination. Oof, boy, it's going to be so even.
360 no scope there by TheMbL, but indeed, just think about it. If he played 3 barracks, if he played the normal game, that would be 4 more eagles, and they would have cleared this one up. Now he is running back with his tail behind his back.
Yeah, he's still on 2 barracks only, but he's having almost the stone to make a castle. I don't know if that's worthy. The 3rd barrack is now already happening. Okay, well, he's still on 1 TC only, Villese, so have to be careful.
I understand now, ma'am. This is actually not for plumes. This is full eagle, and then build the castle in the center.
Yeah?
Oh, sorry, sorry, ma'am. You should have told me.
And now he's doing the tower to protect the goal. Well, it's typical TheMbL play style. 3 barracks, now gonna have secure all his resources. I don't think that he really needs any extra TC for now, being with the Mayans.
Yeah, it's not his game plan, right? Even the tower indicating that he wants to play the 1 TC goes for the mining camp there. And the question is, will he have the timing? 15 crossbows now. Knights will be added pretty soon as well. Are we adding CA here, or are we staying on to crossbow? That's a big question. Next, armor upgrade, and Villese, he is a bit surprised on what's going on here.
Yeah, the problem is that just the stable happened now. I believe if he's doing the stable, he wants to make the upgrades. No, he's doing knights. He's doing some knights, but he has 0 upgrades for the knights. I'm not so sure about the knights. And now, the Eagles numbers are getting there. 15 Eagles +2. The stone is almost there as well to make a castle. The castle close to his base. or go aggressive?
Has to be in the center. He only has 5 on stone, so it's a 1 castle play. I think he's going for another 360 and then rushes out with like 8-9 villagers. That one will be spotted. Maybe a spot to raid with knight rather than crossbow. Finds 1, finds 2.
He's finding 4 and 5. That's so many villies down. Slow reaction. 6 villies already. Look at the numbers. He was losing nothing, but now the Eagles are going to be there. And I don't know if he's gonna... Ooh, but that move there is great here. Could be better. It could have been better, I think, because now he's getting the hill. No. You need to go back. Tatars and hill advantage.
Great observation, and yeah, great that you mentioned it, because those villages there. The fight was actually better that Villese squeezed through, because hill advantage obviously plus 25%.
Yeah, but now
there.
all the army is out of position, Nilly, and now he's free. He's free there to make the castle and TheMbL. Look at how Mobu is on point. He cannot see those villas. This is a party now for TheMbL, because right now there's nothing to avoid that castle to happen.
Oh man, 1 single knight could be good there. More crossbows, and Villese will be so surprised by that. TheMbL, is he trying to make, or is he making this one happen? Man,
what?
If those crossbows see it?
Oh man, that's so beautiful. That's so beautiful, crazy.
Oh man, and he cannot see it. This is such a nice play by TheMbL. Also a risky one, now trying to take the fight against all those crossbow here, trying to take the hill. 2 knights are around, make it 3. Crossbows helping from the left-hand side. Villese not really shooting, it's mainly running right now.
Nah, that's a brutal battle in my opinion for TheMbL. Also, he got the castle. He still doesn't see that castle. Oh my goodness. Look at that mining camp. Taking the goal, he's taking absolutely everything, and he can spam Eagles forever. Look at the villas on goal already for Villese. 1 village on goal only. He's still doing a good battle there because he got crazy upgrades. Yeah, but the castle now, surprise, I'm here.
Oh yeah, that's something that Villese didn't expect. But honestly, I think I would have liked the castle a bit more in the center, because now Villese technically could run around and kind of try to take the goal in between the castle and the base of TheMbL. Feels risky though.
But the problem is with 0 villages on goal right now, how you keep the production to stop the eagle from TheMbL, because he can keep doing more and more eagles. Now he's gonna make the TC, but it's still, the TC is not up, and 0 villages on goal for so long, and Stone to make a second castle soon for TheMbL.
Wow, that's sick. And then he could technically go for Plume, still continues to go for Eagles for now. And Villese heavily on stone as well. I'm a bit surprised that Villese didn't really prepare the goal transition earlier.
And 3 TCs already. TheMbL, well, this is a map that with this strategy, even if you see, guys, that he's 16 villages behind, it can work. This strategy can work, but TheMbL obviously need now a perfect execution. That castle don't even have fletching, so it's also not covering the best area. A lot of figures again. He need to kill. Villese is doing a great job with those units, with the crossbows, with taking the hill advantage, but right now those Eagles are going to dominate.
Look at how far the crossbow are running without being microed.
Now
surprised.
Now he's killing a lot. And the second castle, nearly the second castle for TheMbL, where he's gonna... Oh, he's not doing... He's... What? Do you like that castle? He's gonna make on his face, on his base. Isn't better in the middle to
it would be better to block that gold. If we go to TheMbL's point of view, he probably didn't scout the second gold of Villese. Otherwise, he would build it more in the bottom. Yeah, that's the big problem. Because the castle there ends the game.
Yeah. Absolutely. And now that castle, yeah, is getting some good... Is that open? Oh boy, it's open. The Eagles are inside, gonna get the farming. The scores say that the Villese is ahead. He has a huge village lead, but no army.
Isn't Villese up to him? Does he have that queued up behind villagers? I think there's a mistake right now. I think he's up to him.
No, he can't. He can't have the goal. He was with 0 goal for so long.
TheMbL's resources. No. Okay, I was confused.
TheMbL is the one who is on the way to Imperial. TheMbL is the one on the way to Imperial with a sick economy, amigos. This is 1 town center, 56 villages with double the army. Whoa! Well, now doing the fletching, and in this kind of map, the Imperial Age
decides the game.
Yeah.
Also, Mayans, one of the best civilization playing with low economy and lots of villagers on gold. 56 villagers. It feels very little, but honestly, if you get the upgrades on the Eagle Warriors, you're totally fine. Just 40 villagers on gold, and somehow you win the games.
Oh, look at the castle he's doing now, Villese. That castle destiny is going to the hell. Because now the trebuchets are going to be there. He's never expected that he's going to go up to Imperial. And guys, TheMbL is getting closer. Even if the score say that he's 600 the score behind, yeah, it's definitely not what is happening in this game. But these kind of maps, let's say clone map a little bit. You can go with crazy strategies and with really low economy still win the game.
Yeah, very strategic map for sure. And TheMbL, I think he went for a move that required a lot of oversight by Villese, but luckily for him, that did indeed happen. And well, he has control of the gold, and soon Villese will run out. I would be surprised if he has more than 2,000 gold to mine from here.
Yeah, I mean, people is still talking about Meso civilization. It also was some unlucky here from Villese because he wasn't exploring at the right times. He could have denied that castle easily.
Yeah, if we look at the center of Villese's building, they were all at the same spot as well. Look at that, like all the houses, right?
Yeah.
If he built them a bit further to the other side, then you would have seen the villagers moving in.
Yeah, it would be not like an outpost actually, but it didn't happen. But now he's gonna take that castle, and the problem is TheMbL is not securing the gold completely, and well, he's gonna be out of resources soon, but the +4 can be massive here, Nelly.
Yeah, but 13 on food. At the moment, he's not, well, doing too much with his eagles. Obviously, having 2 traps out will destroy lots of the base of Villese. And Silk Armor now. That, what is that really achieving? Pierce Armor against only eagles?
That makes no sense. It's not gonna help at all.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, maybe he's thinking that he's gonna go plumes, you know, and then he's thinking, okay, let's do that. But in this kind of situation is when Villese gets surprised and he really doesn't know what to do because you don't have the goal, you have no access. It's still far from going up to Imperial. 1,000 stone, getting ready. A lot of idle guys. 105 Villese, yes, but 30 are idle. TheMbL 0 idle. So little by little, TheMbL should catch up completely. And he's ready now absolutely everything.
Okay, Silk Armor apparently +1/+1, so will help against eagles as well. But still, I rather would love to see more units added because the eagles won't really fight the CA heads up anyways, right? CA are constantly running away, trying to not take any fights.
Yeah, you can see how the score is getting closer. The TC is gonna go down. The castle is already down. The eagles keep raiding. The numbers in military is still ahead for Villese, but for how long, Nelly?
Well, TheMbL needs to group up his army and then take some fights. It's still non-elite Eagle Warrior, right? So Villese is taking reasonable fights. I'm surprised that TheMbL is going for Marades. I think grouping up and getting elite might make more sense. Nice attack here.
Nice counter-attack in the south. Look at those light cats, but the eagles are coming. He needs to obviously take this ram down because TheMbL right now is taking the gold from here. And he needs to defend. Obviously, he don't want to lose Villese. And now military numbers is still ahead for Villese. Villese is not going to give up. This is more and more barracks. He's still taking the middle control. In the long run, it will work a lot. I don't know if he's going to make another TC. He's not even mining stone. I am still not convinced for the second castle TheMbL did, but now the score is clearly getting closer, and TheMbL is taking the lead. Oh man, it's looking closer and closer for TheMbL to take the game number 3.
And look at that, 6 stable production, so many light cap on the field now. Villese is still doing a reasonable job here, playing the long game. Population is getting way, way closer though. Still a 30 population lead, but the main story is in the center here. And it just feels like TheMbL can get more gold. Villese is forced to building non-gold units.
Yeah, and even with only fletching, he could do more average for sure. 6 Villese on wood, nearly 15, 16 on food, 22 on gold. It's just about timing now because there's no way Villese will go up to Imperial anytime in this game.
Yeah. He has to boom away, he has to expand. I think I would even love to see some villagers going to the top and try to expand there. Just try to make it tougher for TheMbL to raid you.
Yeah, right now he's getting some raid MBL at home, but now MBL keep raiding constantly, and Billy's number is getting closer and closer. This one is gonna be lovely for MBL. He's selling everything because he has no resources, doing +2, not even a lead, gonna take all the light caps. And guys, MBL is taking now a much more important lead in the score because he's killing so many villages. MBL 37 kills, 20 losses.
Untypical scenario here that MBL has the center control, has very little villagers, and he is actually the one selling the wood. Normally the guy having the outside boom is going for the wood sell here, but MBL's economy simply was a bit off there. Villese is still with 30 villager advantage, and now with pretty bad prices if he wants to sell wood himself.
Yeah, you can see how now Nelly is so many villages in the middle, pretty much. Look at the economy, MBL distribution, 6 on wood, 17 on food, 33 on gold. All the villages on gold, while Villese is trying to micro. He's gonna take that trap, maybe. No. I think he's gonna save it in the last second. No, he lost it. Okay, that's good actually. If you take down all the trap, which then maybe you can stabilize. But the problem is that there will be more coming, and he's still spamming. And with only 15 farmers, how do you come back here?
Oh, I think he will. He has at least 4 sheep there, right? That it sounds weird, but that's a solid 600 food that he could take quite easily without investing into any farms. And well, then we still have the potential there with some CA defense. I think Villese is playing it reasonably well, but MBL obviously in a position where it's very easy to grow.
Yeah, well, MBL keep going. Now, Blast Furnace, +4 attack, still not Elite Eagles, not El Dorado. I mean, how to do that? Those Arbors still raiding constantly. Philly's number getting incredibly close, and very soon, MBL might have more villages than Villese.
Oh yeah, and Villese realizes that one has to tap out. MBL winning his home map. Oh.
Yeah, it was
Just
a pause.
debated me, just debated me.
It was a pause.
Oopsie.
It was a pause. A small pause. Now we keep going. I was like, it was over? Okay, no, they keep going. 24-22, but now 10 villages difference. 10 villages difference only. 0 villages on goal. MBL is just taking the game, even if the score is not that big difference. Taking the Rams as well here. And Villese cannot do anything anymore.
Yeah, MBL trying the shady ladder tricks, typing GG and continue playing there to debate casters, but MBL, as you saw, is just continuing to play. He knows all the tricks in the book.
Yeah, population now the same. The same for both players with one player winning in Imp. Oof. Yeah, those, I mean, we have seen these kind of situations a lot in these kind of maps.
Yeah, low economy, but gold controlled against big economy, trying to boom away, but I say big economy, and that's something of the past.
Yeah, there's not big economy anymore for Villese. Still 0 on stone, 0 on gold. He still have 1,200 stone and not doing any castle, so he cannot avoid those raiding. And now he might be thinking, why to make a castle? He's gonna send traps and then I'm done.
Yeah, maybe selling could be an option. I would be surprised if MBL sold any stone earlier.
GG, man. Whoa. Well, the favorites in the cities that you and me are casting, well, one is already gone, and the other is close to be gone.
Yeah, MBL now with 2 map points or series points and still 1 home map for him to go. He's looking pretty good, and that was... I'm not sure if the game went as he planned, or if he felt like, okay, I lost some bad fights and needed to take a risky move with the castle there, because that could have easily been suicide.
I honestly think that Villese got really bad luck. Like, well, because he didn't build the houses, he didn't have anything to see.
But is that luck? Not building houses, not doing town watch?
Yeah, exactly. Well, some misplay there. Because he was focused completely on the aggression, and then MBL with 0 army there. He just sent 7-8 villages, not like he sent 20 or 30 villages, and made the castle in that position. And then he could make even the second very easily. So, well played for MBL, and he's taking now the lead. Let's go and check the achievements now. And, well, solid play here by him. And MBL, with a lot of kills, we might see the economy, and probably Villese got more economy except the goal. Look at the wood for Villese, 10,000 more, 3,000 more food, but the goal, 4k more gold. And in these kind of maps with gold in the middle, usually that's a win.
Yeah, especially if you have some reasonable, somewhat eco there. He did get the castles as well. And I'm trying to give or think how Villese could have figured out the strategy of TheMbL and how he could have seen that TheMbL was only going to barracks. Maybe if he scouted to barracks and saw that there was no gate, maybe he could have known that someone was up. But still, there were Eagles, there were +2 Eagle Warrior upgrade. They took some reasonable fights. TheMbL somehow muscled up those strong Eagle numbers, even while having 5 to 7 villagers on stone. But Villese barely winning that fight could have maybe given away. It's unlikely that I'm actually that far ahead against an Eagle player, and that's what before switching to CA.
What about going for a stone? And he went and tried to go Keshik. Castes Keshik. They will do the job.
In Castle Age, without having the golds, you will run out of golds too quickly there, and then he can just switch into plumes. Yeah. If neither player had the gold, the center control, then Keshiks are absolutely an option against Eagles. Yeah.
I mean earlier, like trying to, the middle is a key there. Like try to make the castle yourself before your opponent. But you have to invest a lot of economy.
Yeah, exactly. He played the 3TC style. He was booming a bit more. And I thought, especially with Chatars, CA felt like such a standard unit, and he went for them so late. It gave him quite some control. He did get to the spot that he was able to build the Siege Workshop, but where was the Siege Workshop?
Yeah. And you saw how it was very complicated for TheMbL, even with the Upriest, to finish all those cav archers from Tatars. Imagine if he did directly the Tatars in early game with low numbers for TheMbL. But well, we are just guessing what Villese could have done. Now you can see, guys, how TheMbL, without practice, I have to loud because he's 2-1 ahead. And now low land. Honestly, that's not a bad map for TheMbL, in my opinion.
Yeah, long game for sure. I remember in the past, Villese used to play Cumans on this one, so he wanted to boom quite a bit. Berber, still a great civilization. The question is, do we try to go for a counter pick to Berbers? I don't really think there is one. Magyars, certainly not. Indians, it's just camels against camels. You don't get the last armor there if you go for melee fights. And Britons, you probably want for acclivity. So I think I favor Villese on his home map, but then again, I will also favor TheMbL on his home map if we go to acclivity.
Let's see. I mean, I love the civilizations left here. Berbers versus Magyars will be a choice. Or Indians. Indians?
I think TheMbL style is more to play Indians there. Yeah. I think so.
Oh, we are going to discover. When I see this overlay, I get hype. Immediately hype, because you know that Indians and Berbers are going to happen. Villese with Berbers, TheMbL as a yellow in the north with Indians, and in the south, obviously, Berbers for Villese. And the gold placement, very important, because remember that there is only 2 golds. He can see right away the stable TheMbL. And then here, what you prefer, because this matchup is quite interesting.
I am liking Berbers a bit more. The cheaper camels, the cheaper knights should get you a lot of control. Camel archers could be really nice as well. Imp camels, obviously a banger unit there if we go to the long game. But I feel Castle Age often gives you a really nice setup for the long game on this map. And we see both players even going for a reasonable amount of Feudal Age army. Neither player staying on gold with too many villagers. Actually, TheMbL with 2 on gold. That's a bit surprising. That's an odd number there. Are you going for archers? No? Why are you staying on gold then?
Well, let's see. Maybe it's some market and try to buy the economy. Seems the villages here are cheaper for Indians. He lost 1 scout. He need to be really on point and don't lose units that, well, for free, basically. Because the stable, there is some more walls. And, yeah, I mean, in the late game, I don't know. I mean, Indians can be very dangerous. But in the late game, all the units are better for Berbers.
I just look at my notes again, and when they faced each other, we had TheMbL already losing to Magyars on Meadow while he was Indian. So he's 0-1 in this tournament against this very opponent, and still felt comfortable going for this one again. But I think Berbers might be even better than Magyars here. The question is, are we adding in some pikemen there in the Castle Age? Because we feel like we should see a lot of cavalry.
Yeah, I think so too. Well, let's see. I mean, I hate those walling. The walling that Villese is doing right now at the back, I just hate it. I mean, if he explores a little bit, he can just wall till the edge of the map. Look at this. And look at how much walling he's doing. But sadly, the exploration is not on point. Now TheMbL with his usual annoying scout rating. One Villiers down. There you go. Gonna pick another probably.
But even commit against the Spearman. Why is he not committing against the Spearman? It's only one.
Yeah, and you can kill then a couple of Villiers probably.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we have to go back again. Now he's gonna take the Villiers. The house is gonna be done. Well, but these 2 Villiers already, Nelly. I mean, I like that. I really like. Now he's trapping that one. Okay, but those scouts definitely did the job already.
Yeah, not really trapped, and it kind of feels like a repeat of game number 1, where we also had the scout opening, finding lots and lots of damage, lots of map control, and TheMbL is just loving the situations. The repeat of game 1 would be now that TheMbL is going for an archer range and add some skirms, but actually Villese with the stable there won't really be needed. Most likely it feels like double stable from both players, and then the question is who will get more monks out and who will boom how much.
Yeah, let's see, because then we might see camels, scouts going back. It's incredible. I mean, how the players manage the economy is just insane. You can see how Villese has been under the pressure. He lost 2 Villiers and he still managed the economy to go up, to castle it so fast and faster than TheMbL. TheMbL is not far. It's not far from going up, and he will go up very soon. And then we will discover exactly what both players are going to do.
I will raise a mean question. If you go for home maps and you know you're playing TheMbL, is Lowland really the second best map you can do? Isn't that really a map that's heavily playing into TheMbL's cards?
I think so. I mean, when I saw, I told you that I think this map benefit him. I mean, benefit that he's gonna be happy. He's gonna be happy with this one. I think he's gonna take another Villiers. Got it! I mean, already 3 Villiers, both are on the way to castle. It's 5 Villiers ahead, Nelly. It's true that the timing is a little bit faster for him to go to be in castle, but these 5 Villiers working right now more from TheMbL.
TheMbL already adding more spearmen. Look at that, 5 spearmen on the map while he's fully walled, so that has to be some castle age aggression with the double stable. I'm really surprised that he's basically going for the same counter. It is pikemen and camels.
Well, if he's doing pikes and camels, what Villese can do?
Only pikes.
Yeah. So let's see what is gonna happen. Forging already on the field, bloodlines. Goldmine and Arbret is still open. I don't know if he can see. It's still open. All this walling, and he's still open. We have to check if TheMbL is fully walled. Let's check till the edge of the map right now. He's doing a TC in the middle, but let's check TheMbL. It's fully walled completely. Yes, absolutely. Everything is walled. And now we need to see the approach for TheMbL. A TC there, Nili, in that goal?
I think you can do it in the back, right? Squeezing it in there feels like you're blocking your gold a bit. I think it feels more like one at the top, build some army, monastery, and then the third one at the gold.
Monastery right away. Well, we have 2 tone synthesis directly from Villese and also doing military. Very interesting. Obviously, the economy is going to work better for Villese, but now let's see the army composition. It's going to be better for who?
It's so weird that... Why is he moving forward with those camels? Yeah, he's buying himself a bit of time, but... Well, I think he's just looping around once, tries to get in, and will heal them up. Yeah, I actually bought him some nice time.
Yeah, husbandry is doing a TC on that goal. I like it because both goals are quite exposed here for TheMbL. The monastery is a very nice addition here to heal units, but also to convert right now because you are going totally stable, and then in even numbers, and they have similar numbers. The monks are crucial here.
Map positioning wise, I really like that Villese already got a foothold of the crater area.
Yeah.
Just so nice when it comes to gold. And look at that one. Villese is like scouting around like, where are you getting gold? Did you really set yourselves up to not have any gold control in the long run?
Okay. Can we see Villese fog of war? Perfect. He's exploring absolutely everything. He's getting more map control here, knowing all the resources. And TheMbL is still not going to the center, still a little bit on his pace, but he's usually doing this, and then he's going later into the middle. 26 on foot is quite a lot already. Wheelbarrow, no heavy plow. He has bow, so I like that.
Well, no Bozo for Villese, and for now, I mean, it's a very important match. And they are not taking any risk at the moment.
Oh, look at that beautiful placement by Villese. One unit at each gold spot there. Could send another one in the center, but that's where most of his army is going to be anyways. And 7 villagers on stone. So castle will happen at some point.
Castle and Camel Arches. I don't know if he's going to go very aggressive or he just want to secure the map. Camel Arches are obviously going to be great units. But for now, numbers belong a little bit better in military for TheMbL. Not by far, you know. But as you can see, 8 camels. Now the monks are going to help a lot. He's going to get a conversion. There you go. Okay. Did he get the conversion?
Nope,
I'm not
nope,
sure.
nope,
No,
nope.
he didn't. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, game is pretty slow right now. Both players, as you said, knowing how important this game is to their tournament life here. And now going down, instantly scouted by Villese. Now the question is, how are we responding? Forward siege workshop, waiting for the castle, maybe some more barracks. Lots of options here. Interesting decision making now for Villese.
Yeah, I mean, I like the economy from TheMbL. You know, I mean, if he's 6 villages behind, he still have Bozo. He has Wheelbarrow for quite some time right now. And those spears, pikeman upgrade? Oh, he's not finding that TC. That's great for TheMbL. It could be a big problem if he denied that TC. And as I was telling you, pikeman upgrade now?
I think Villese doesn't need it. And TheMbL, if he feels like there's the castle going to come, it might be a mistake as well. So it's simply the fact that Camel Archers is an option for the Berber players is kind of taking that pikeman transition out of the equation. Normally in those matchups, if it was like an Indian mirror, we would already see barracks being added.
Okay, but now we have heavy plowed there, and great economy going for both players. Obviously, with 8-9 villages more, keep the distance because he has been with the 3 TCs already for a longer time. Not a lot of idle TC. They are having, well, it's a full macro game right now.
And I think Camel Archers could be a really good unit there. Camel Archers, some pikemen in the front. Now villagers are moving. This is going to be an aggressive castle at the left-hand side there onto the gold. TheMbL just oust again.
Oof, he's trying to go to make a castle on his face, yes, but he's gonna make the pikeman upgrade. I think he's gonna notice that castle for sure. This is so many camels, he need to go there, he need to deny that one. He's gonna be able to deny that one. I don't think so either. It's so many units here from Villese, also 3 monks. The castle is also blocking that area with the palisade.
Just wall the wilds and run. Just wall the wilds and run. You don't need to take any fights there against the pikemen. But yeah, he wouldn't even be looking too bad there. And now the big question there, how is TheMbL still getting onto gold? Probably going to the right-hand side. But again, Villese will see that one. Still has a spearman over there.
Yeah, and he can see TheMbL that goal. Fog of War from TheMbL, please. And we see what he can see in the middle. TheMbL, Fog of War, no! He cannot see. Well, he has one in the middle, in the center, but he cannot see the one on the right. That probably is the safer one, because this one is very, very tricky. So TheMbL need to do something else. There's so many monks, but the pikes now can do a good job. Let's go. He has the kill advantage. So many units. He need to kill the monks. He's gonna take that battle, I think. TheMbL is going to commit.
But why are we taking this fight if we are Villese here? Just wait for the Camel Archers to deal with the pikemen.
Yes.
And indeed, Villese is running away.
Late.
That was unnecessary.
He lost a lot there. He lost quite a lot. Look at the dead bodies there from Villese. The score is also getting lead for TheMbL. Obviously, TheMbL need to take another TC, and he's gonna make it. No, it's not a TC. It's a mining camp. He has no stone. Oh man, I just check it out. He's going up to Imperial.
Is he? Where's the second building?
Yeah. Well, he can. He just can. Let's check this phase because 1,200 food. 800 gold. That army now is enough to dominate, I believe. And where's the building?
Building just finished.
He's finished right now. He's up to Imp. And now what? Halberdiers? Heavy camels?
Oh, he has 19 on stone, so first the castle, and that feels like Halberdiers should be a good option. And the camels to deal with the Camel Archer numbers. And maybe even the second castle for Villese could be pretty good here. And then the trap war will start, and TheMbL will most of the time have the hill advantage, but still not a lot of gold control for him.
Okay, let's see what is going to happen. The game is so damn interesting. Villese is not super far to go up. He has 36 on food, which is quite a lot. He's now doing camel arches, so he's gonna save some economy. And he's gonna make another castle on gold from TheMbL, and TheMbL cannot see. Why? Because I don't think he has the Tone Watch.
But this is not a great castle. Yeah, you think, okay, it's blocking the gold, but actually TheMbL, if he builds his castle on his own hill, like he most likely will, he will kill that one with the hill advantage.
And now he can see the castle. Okay, there you go, a lot of camels. The pie is not a good battle for TheMbL. He needs to go back, and now he's sending all back. He will make the castle on top of that hill, I believe. No, he's doing already. There you go. Oh, baby. It's gonna be lovely, the battle now, but Villese is about to go up to Imperial as well.
Yeah, but he will lose both of his castles here, I believe. TheMbL just needs to focus on the trap production, then go full Halberdier. But look at the score. That's brutal. How is that happening?
Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's exploration. Can we check both point of view? Because we want to know. I mean, it's 20 villages ahead.
Okay.
He has 20 villages ahead. He's gonna be now in 30 seconds in imp. Now he can't take the goal there. He just can't take the goal. And he can even make another castle there, and he's on the way to Imperial. Like, he bought it. He bought it, the castle, because TheMbL feel what is happening here.
Oh, Camels don't want to take this fight. Camel Archer still lacking ballistics. That's really hurting now, and he could easily come into the castle. I think this is solid for Villese.
Okay, let's see what Villese can do here. But this is another castle. I mean, as you said, even now he's losing both castles. It's really big for TheMbL.
I think that's what we will witness, yeah. Third castle now being built way more defensively there in the back. And this gold could have easily been denied by Villese with the Camel Archers anyways. So we didn't need to see that one.
Okay, fletching now. The trebuchet are just going to be there. Obviously, TheMbL need to be quick. Right now, need to take all this fast, because otherwise, it's 22 villages ahead. Amazing population for Villese. Very interesting game.
Absolutely. And another big question is, once we reach imp, what upgrades are we focusing on? I think I probably even want to see Camel Archer upgrades, like Chemistry, Bracer first. It feels like those are the real damage-dealing units right now.
Do you think TheMbL should do what unit first? Halberdiers or heavy camels?
It feels heavy halberdiers can't force any fight right now. So I think going into heavy camels, maybe even imp camels, is the better thing and the only way to guarantee any damage.
Okay, he's doing the +2, so he's probably going for this kind of approach. He's bringing the camels. I think he just needs to keep now with his traps. He cannot take any risk with his army. TheMbL, if he's losing something here and lose this castles, it's gonna be terrible.
Well, let's see if Villese would even dive. Let's quickly explain what Casbah is doing. That's the unique attack in Castle Age for Villese. Allows his castles to produce faster.
Okay, let's see, because remember that now the camels doesn't have the +4 for Indians, but one castle is down. I mean, the greatest units here for Berbers is the camel archers, but if you don't have castles,
it's tricky. Indeed going to be tricky. Camels now, no heavy camel. It takes so long. It's ridiculous how long that upgrades take. And now go back. You really don't want to fight against the pike. Villese is staying a bit for too long. Okay, now doing a better job. Still lacking ballistics.
Wow, the heavy camel upgrade is so damn slow. Yes, it's still without ballistic, as you point out. Population very, very close. 106 villages. Probably TheMbL need to boom a little bit more. Still, I don't know. I mean, only one castle with Berbers. If TheMbL is able to do, of course, his economy doesn't look so great, but we all know TheMbL. He's going to keep doing TCs, as you can see, booming a little bit more. Imperial camels here, Berbers don't have halberdiers. Imperial camels here seems like a very solid choice.
Yeah, but pikemen are still having crazy extra damage there, and it's tough to overrun then if the opponent is getting to like 6 defensive barracks. But the way Casbah, the castle, did die, the beautiful thing that Villese is doing is picking up all the relics. We'll get at least, I think he will get all 5. The one at the top is the only contested one right now.
No, and I think he's gonna take it now. You look at this.
Yeah.
Sneaky mode activated, and TheMbL, maybe he's gonna see now the monk. He can see, look. TheMbL react. The gift to TheMbL, okay.
No, but now the pikes are coming. Those camels are now heavy camels. Remember that they get some pierce armor extra, but those heavy camels, no, you don't want to take that battle. It's still 1,000 score ahead for Villese. I don't think that this really say what is happening in the game. Well, it's still 25 villages more, but now MBL a lot more army as well.
Now we have the resources to tech into Imp camels. Indeed, only 25 seconds for an Imp camel tech. Heavy camel takes ages, and this one just flies in. Really good for Villese there. Obviously, with Casper, will be researched faster as well.
Elite camel archers, crazy.
And yeah, he has to be happy with that one now.
Okay, elite camel archers, crazy resources. Now he has again 3 castles, Nelly, and he can build another 4th. Whoa! Man, this is looking solid now. We still don't have Imperial Camels. Remember that Imperial Camels is an expensive upgrade. It's much faster than Heavy Camels. But now he's gonna be very, very likely if he can save some villages here. Well, he's gonna save it, but another TC going down.
Heavy Camels allowing all camel units to heal, and that's just crazy for the camel archers. Or let's go back there. Was it only camel archers? Not 100% sure right now. Another castle, hallelujah. And yeah, he will be fine with taking that fight with the hill.
Yeah, Imperial Camel is going to be there. If he's doing Imperial Camels and halves, I want to see that battle. I want to see that battle, you know, with all the techs, basically for both players. We see Heavy Camels and Imperial Camels coming. I don't know, Elite Camel Archers, Thambrin, he was missing Thambrin as well. So what do you prefer right now? What army composition? Because at this point, 70 military from MBL, 60 for Villese.
I think Villese simply can dwindle MBL down. That's the beauty of this army, right? Move in, kill some units, go back, and he should just skyrocket with all his resources. As we can see, he's already banking up quite nicely.
Okay, the pikes are coming and going to jump into the battle. The East is still not Imperial Camel. It's a pity. Imperial Camels give you a lot of extra HP. The Imperial Camels are going to be there in 4 seconds, but he will have Camels left. That's the question. And now the pikes are going to do the job. Ooh, this battle, man, this battle for MBL is not bad at all. It's not bad at all. There's a castle to protect, but the pikes and the Imperial Camels together, deadly combination, or it's not gonna be enough.
And also 4 traps behind this one for MBL. He can push this one. Look at that one. Guilds even being researched. Villese is thinking about the very, very long game, and MBL is committing quite heavily. He is trying to get a big control. Now 40 population behind.
Wow, I mean, it was needed that battle under the castle?
I don't think so. He was trying to distract because there's a trap push happening in the center there, as we can see on the mini-map, and he's trying to make lots of stuff happen, and oh boy, that is costly for Villese. That's a lot of map control gone for him.
Yeah, he lost a castle, he's gonna lose a TC, he's going with the Imperial Camels. I don't know if he's gonna make now halves. Hussars, it's still not so many farms for MBL. MBL need like 70 farmers right now, Nelly.
And now it's way easier to play if you're the Indian player, right? You can produce Imperial Camels out of your stables. 35 on the map, 8 more in the queue. On the other side, Camel Archers, you always need to babysit them, always need to run around. And Villese, yeah, he has a lot of stuff that's for the late game, but I think the next 2-3 minutes, as long as MBL has gold control, he will push this one quite nicely.
Yeah, and that's why he's sending Villese to kill the traps. It's not gonna happen. If he's taking the castles, those Imperial Camels are doing the job. The trebuchets are going to take that castle and now moving there. Like you say, much more easier. Hussars incoming. But Hussars, if MBL keep doing Imperial Camels and maybe halves, the problem is that the MBL economy is definitely not the best. Well, it's balanced. 0 wood, 0 food, 0 gold.
26 on food. Certainly not the number that he wants to have here. He ideally wants to be like around 50, I would think. So, oh man, untypical for him to have that low farm numbers, especially because he was not getting raided for quite some time.
Yeah, well, it's crazy. MBL usually go for these kind of late games, and having only 26 farmers is too little. You need a lot more. Let's see if he's gonna be able to keep producing more villages. Now getting raided, action all over. The thing is that yeah, it's getting some raid, you know, not massively, but it's still going.
You say action all over. Look at the population of MBL. There might be a second thing being over pretty soon as well, and more raids here. MBL is trying to get some clear-ups, but that Imperial Camel Archer count is getting out of hand. Look at that, 46 on the map, and Villese is now just toying with MBL.
They are using everything, both players, Nelly. Look at the resources. They still have a lot more now for
for Villese. If he's losing those trebuchets, I don't know, 20 army, 51, the population, MBL population is dramatically low. We are going for a decided game, really.
And that's another MBL home map. Let's see if that's going to be a banger. This one was a real good map for sure, but it's just like going down. MBL still stays in this one. He sees like 40 camel archers in his face. He's at pop 80. I'm not really sure what he's thinking, but now he comes to the realization, I believe.
Yeah, he was talking, I don't know what he was telling there. Obviously, we cannot hear him, but 40 farmers now, but with 75 villages. 75 villages, his opponent 75 armies. Looks solid.
How's he still in this game? Where is he looking at? I'm really surprised. Look at that one, like, his body language is like, oh god, I lost this game. Is he going for the exhaustion strategy again?
Obviously. I mean, obviously. No, he's calling now. I think he's calling the GG now. There you go. GG call. Decided game. The decided game 2-2 is going to be Acclivity. Which one is the last one? Acclivity. Well, Acclivity only bring good memories, guys.
With Britons for MBL.
With Britons probably for MBL. I mean, Bears might have an incredible good ratio in this tournament.
Yeah, I think so as well. They are really strong civilization, right? You can skip Dark Age, where you don't have a lot of bonuses. You can wall quite easily, and often in those Empire War settings, we see lots of fight in Castle Age where Berbers are just crazy with their reduction on camels and knights.
Yeah. And look at this economy. The military, we have seen already great numbers. Economy in everything in favor to Villese. Really goal also with 3 relics. The timing, obviously, in the technology was a little bit faster for MBL. He took some castles, some TC, but the advantage were there, and he built a lot of castles fast. And well, Villese took back again the map with 4 castles in total and 140 Villese. MBL was always at the limit with the resources.
Yeah, he's just so good at putting all those resources on the map, right? And that's why he gets housed so often. When I once asked him, like, why do you get housed so often? Yeah, because he's so fast in production. Yeah. He says, at least.
Crazy stuff. Well, hopefully you enjoy. We're going to have a Decider now, and Decider is the most exciting game.
Yeah, I'm always getting
that. It is. I want to see the game number 5. Game number 5 that is going to be Acclivity, Britons, and what civilization for Villese?
We can take a look at that one, and it is going to be Franks or Khmer. So it feels like potentially scout opening into some skirmishes there. Britons feel so incredibly strong in Acclivity, easy to wall, short distance. The extra range for the archers is just or for the crossbows then is just crazy, and also faster production out of the archery range. TC is cheaper, so much lining up for you there. Franks and Khmer both should struggle with that one quite a bit, and the intensity of this game. Loser is out. The winner still has a shot to win the whole tournament.
0 chances to pick Magyars, because I'm thinking on Magyars could be a good one here. No?
I won't say 0 chances, but
okay.
Very little.
Okay. In late game on MBL, I'm surprised that in the previous game he didn't have more economy, but let's see. I'm looking forward. Come on, MBL might be thinking, I want to finish that fast. Let's go. I don't want to have a break. He loves to jump into the next game for sure. And Magyars, they are really good the more open the map is, right? Cavalry civilization, and you go for lots of aggression, but then you are kind of playing mirror with Franks, playing mirror with Khmer, with Britons. It just feels so good, and you saw even in the free pick scenarios, we saw lots of players going for Britons on Acclivity. So if you get them in the draft, you are so happy. Well, let's see what is going to happen. I mean, that range also cheaper TCs for Britons is give a good plus. And you can expand in that map like all over. There's plenty of resources, so you can go for heavily boom with a lot of army at the same time.
Yeah, the thing is, Britons, they kind of shine even with small economies as well. I really want to see high crossbow numbers, and MBL is so good at preserving his numbers as well, and it will be a big task ahead for Villese to dwindle down those numbers. Elite skirmish has to be researched, +2 attack, +2 defense, early ballistics, and try to make something happen, but MBL, he will micro in, micro out, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a Night Switch or some Magnolds added along the way.
But we didn't say yet, what you prefer, Britons or the choices for Villese?
Britons. It's not even close. Like, this is arguably the best civilization on that one. Unless you want to go for some counter picks, maybe Vietnamese could be good. Maybe Koreans if you go for some wild approaches. Maybe Mezzo hasn't really been explored that much, but Franks and Khmer, I will agree, probably top 10 picks for this map, but Britain's feels a level above.
Yeah, and also do you feel like with France and Khmer's, you feel forced to go more aggressive? Like Britons can chill a little bit more, no? Because you need to make damage on Britons. Well, we are getting there. We're getting there.
Please no Magyars, please.
All the answers. If now it's Magyars, I will mute you. France versus Britons, you can feel.
Keep my job.
You can feel safe right now. And RT range, obviously, for TheMbL, and Franks for Villese. Franks, for you, better choice then or Khmer?
I think it's pretty even. I would think. Like Franks just plays very smooth, right? You could go for the stable. This time we see the approach of the archer range to counter the archers here, and well, simply skirms is going to be the play. TheMbL on his side is opening with 3 archers already going for the walls. This might be 1 archer range versus 1 archer range and trying to rush to Castle Age.
Okay, let's see if they are going to try to rush to Castle, as you say. Probably some walls going to be needed. Remember that Frank's scouts got more HP, so you can make some more damage if you make a scout, because the opening that we have seen there is archers and to Villese idle. You need to be in these Empire Wars. All need to be so quick. Like so much idle time can snowball a lot.
Really unfortunate map generation here for Villese. As we said earlier, likely that we will see lots of crossbows here by Mr. TheMbL, lots of control, and all 3 wood lines.
Oh my God.
All 3 lumbercats
spot.
at the same wood line at the front. This one will be basically impossible to defend. I think Villese even needs to commit way more to feudal age than he initially wanted.
Yeah, because remember, guys, that with that wood there, if TheMbL achieve Castle Age in a good time or, well, simple faster than Villese, imagine the damage he can do with the crossbows there. Anyway, we're seeing some aggression right now into the berries, and the military numbers is pretty much the same, okay? But, well, he provoked him to go back. Gonna make a palace, and it's few skirmishes. Shouldn't make big damage there.
This wood line, I think even adding a stable, maybe even second archer range. You can't really allow crossbows to take the hill. If crossbows take the hill, I think the game is over.
Okay.
Ah, this feels so bad. I think this is the spot where Villese could even build a market, sell some stone, and maybe sell some wood as well. Try to play 1 TC Castle Age all-in against this.
Yeah, but is Villese this kind of player? You think he will commit? He usually going for the meta. Well, he can do it. He has done some crazy aggression. I remember the last weekend with the Vikings when he was all in and recover. So let's see if he's going to be able to do it. For now, he's been really aggressive, attacking, and resources looks very solid to him.
Oh yeah. I'm really impressed indeed. And why is that? How does TheMbL not have that much food? Probably because his berries are getting denied that heavily.
Yeah, he's not losing. You can see, guys, the KD 0-0, but it's not only about the kills, it's about all the idle time that he's provoking, and it's a lot of idle time right now. He's hitting some villages on the wood, the village from berries. Yeah, as you can see, he's not able, and forcing him to create more farms, and the resources looking so damn smooth. Remember, with horse collar for free, while TheMbL, no double tags, no horse collar, not a single upgrade.
Wow, and really late archer upgrades now. Only 100 food. I think Villese is playing this one beautifully. I would have approached this one completely differently, but it is really paying off. Full skirms, and TheMbL, if he was going for 2-3 scouts, he would completely clear this up, and look what's in the production tab.
Yeah. Oh man.
But now Spearman added as well, because he sees the scout. Uh-oh, tricky spot.
Yeah, it's a really tricky one. He's not going to take those units, but still he's on the way to Castle Age almost, and now double stable probably, and that can be deadly for TheMbL, because TheMbL is far from going up without a single economy upgrade. These 2 minutes, 30 seconds are gonna be too long for Villese. He wants to be Castle Age already, and look at those 2 stables right away.
Yeah, but 0 villagers on goal because he's trying to push out the defensive tower, and I think he has enough army to defend this one. I'm a bit surprised. Woodline will be exposed. I don't think that tower was needed while he's still ahead on
a little bit of panic.
Yeah,
a little bit of panic here, overreacting. Okay, resources. This is the magic of Empire Wars. It was looking so far behind, but look how fast you get the resources. And TheMbL is about to click up, and now with some map control.
And Spearmen maybe were a bit late. 6 skirmishes still out and no more in production. That means Villese is going for full control there when it comes to Knights, and probably will add a siege workshop. Some idols here, and yeah, those ugly woodlines. Oh boy, do I feel for Villese.
Yeah, well, I like him, Nelly, that the one who is fastest to castellate is Villese himself. In mine, it was the opposite situation. With the Krobos there, it will be out of all the woodline. He's already in some problems, and this is a 3rd archery range, I believe. Palisade Gate. Oh, wow. Well, who has the better position here right now? Because we check the numbers, and TheMbL clearly ahead, clearly ahead for Villese, more and more military.
Not sure why we're adding market there. Spearman 1 down, Spearman 2 down. Oh no, what a misplay there! And
Oh
he
my
needs to
God.
focus on the archers. Don't go back, Villese. You will never save those skirms anyways. Those skirms don't matter, but every single archer you kill is so much better. Oh
And
no,
now he's gonna lose the Villiers.
Man, it's time to sing.
No, I'm not gonna sing. I can't sing, or I won't come back to the Red Bull. It's not ideal, you know. And now look at those scouts. He's gonna take the Village, but now that was a misplay for sure. 6 Village ahead. Look at the military numbers. Yes, he will have the Knights there, but he's taking a lot of damage right now. A lot of damage. Not only the Village he killed, also all the idle time.
Yeah, and Knights have to clear up at home first, can't really pressure at the front, you can't get the siege workshop out. Villagers now so inefficient, look at that, still going to the bad lumber camp there, and holy moly, still 10 crossbows behind siege workshop. He couldn't even build it because he was pushed so far back.
And he won't be able to do it. I mean, I want to save guys, but I can't. Okay, Okay, let's go. TC in front of that one, TC in the goal. The siege workshop is there, but it's not happening. He removed it, he canceled, because now WTI scores color, but those are crossbows and Botkin arrow.
Oh no, and now with 2 skirms out, he goes for elite skirmishers.
No, man!
+1, plus...
Well, let's see, because now, I mean, it's game number 5, and you can see how in game number 5, anything can happen. The plays are under the pressure. You can see how focused both are. So many crossbows, forging, because he's gonna go spears as well. He's doing forging.
For the crossbow, he's just floating so much gold.
But look at now.
Oh, that's
man.
what we saw coming.
Oh man.
Oh, no.
1 down. Not more because no ballistic. Ballistic would be great here, but now he has to be careful. The Knights are going to be there taking the hill. He has to be careful really because those Knights are going to be so strong. Well, it's +1 armor only, not +1 attack. Taking more Village. Whoa. This is a big problem. 10 Village ahead and double the army, and now is when Britos are starting to shine.
Oh yeah, and he will find some more Knight kills here, I would think. Indeed, that's what's happening. Villese now with way more army value, as you can see, but the TC will defend. Some Knights being squeezed in, and TheMbL, he has such a good army to defend now, under TC with the extra range for the crossbows.
It's not pikes, he's doing also some Knights. Probably he's doing the Knights because maybe he's expecting some siege coming from Villese, and maybe he's thinking, well, with the Knights I can't try to snipe potential siege workshop, because otherwise right now the Knights, well, I mean, it's always helped against the skirmishes as well. Okay, has to be careful. 30C or ballistic?
I like ballistics in those situations. Just protecting the wood and gold at the front makes lots of sense, and it feels like ballistics just gives you so much more damage output.
Okay, let's see now, because there is more and more Knights. Usually in the tournament, the Knights and the skirms composition, and we saw Daut before, is giving a huge result.
Well, crossbows are doing more damage against the Knights, right? Especially because they're still lacking the 2nd armor upgrade. The only good thing is that most of the shots of TheMbL not hitting.
Yeah, and it's Britons. We have seen the nice skirmishes, not against Britons. Britons with extra range is so solid. That TC definitely makes Villese to go back all the time. The score is just switching all the time. What a decided game, guys. It's just the winner will advance. Sadly, the losers go home. And, keep trying. Ballistic here will be massive, as you say. And those Knights are without +2. Like, a bad battle here for Villese can be definitive.
Yeah, but something we didn't mention yet, and something that Jordan might still have nightmares of. Frank Castle is around the corner. He could easily buy one. He has enough villagers at the front there. I think if he gets to like 4 or 5 more skirms, now finally the armor upgrade coming in. I think Villese, if he pushes back TheMbL for another half screen, he could push him quite nicely with a massive castle.
Imagine a castle there right now is gonna be deadly, but we can see now more Knights. I like that he's doing more and more Knights. With this amount of Knights and the crossbows, he can maybe hold the position. What do you think?
Will be tricky. Crossbow number simply is increasing. 18 now. That's some reasonable damage output, especially because the skirms are still lacking the second armor upgrade. Now going for the fight here, Villese. I'm not too sure about that one. Knights lost so many HP over and over again, not having the armor.
Yeah, now he's doing the armor now, but Ballistic is gonna be there as well. Crossbow with Ballistic, the skirmishes are doing a really good job. He's not with the +2, and no Ballistic as well. He's killing all those skirmishes now, and the castle can happen at any moment, but he's going all in, Villese.
Yeah.
Not even a single second tone center. The monastery is there. This battle.
TheMbL,
Oof,
not
this-
really taking care. Now the monastery at the front won't really help too much if there is a castle exactly at that spot, what I think could make sense, but then again, crossbows can probably kill all the villagers. Skirms can't really protect it.
Yeah, it is so complicated. 16 villages more. Even if he's doing the castle, this is a map that he can expand a lot. So he can expand it at the back, and he's still with solid amount of army and 16 villages more. I really like MBL position here.
Another stable there. I'm not sure if he can fuel that one. 15 on food, 11 on gold. Now floating enough stone to build the castle. Remember, Franks have the discount there. And with ballistics, so many more kills are coming in. And Villese now having some problems disengaging. This game will end any second. Villese is going all in.
He's going all in, guys. Look at the castle he's trying to make on his face, but that castle is gonna be able to happen. Daut is gonna be here, guys. Let's see how many villages he's bringing. A lot, so many, but MBL got ballistic, got knives, got so many crossbows. He might kill absolutely everything. He cannot make that castle. That castle is impossible to happen. Come on, he's not just real. Yeah, it's the MBL game. It's an MBL game. Unbelievable. The guy that don't practice at all, this is what he say. It's almost getting the game. No more knights anymore. Even converting now with the monk. And those snipers gonna take absolutely everything. Villese, desperate mode activated. And the GG call could happen at any second. This is a total domination.
Oh man, Villese, he is giving this
domination.
one up.
Whoa, look at TheMbL. No practice, and look at the smile. Well, we want to see people happy, and MBL, look at MBL. Yeah, I can't believe this. See, I can't believe that I won. Well, MBL versus Leary tomorrow.
Oh boy,
oh,
that's
man.
going to be a crazy, crazy map.
Whoa.
Oh, serious.
Yeah, mad, serious, whatever.
Everything.
It's everything. Whoa. Well, that was incredible. Sorry for Villese because he has played an incredible tournament, but Britons only. In this one,
they're crazy good, right?
And the map generation.
The map generation was horrible. Then obviously moving in there at the house, deleting that one. We did build the defensive tower at the gold, which was not needed. I thought he had enough army. MBL with a nice surprise there, killing lots and lots of skirms with the scout switch. And then the control. I said Villese, I felt like he needed to commit more to feudal age. He did get to Castle Age earlier, but then gave up the map control. And here it felt like he was lacking 2 armor upgrades, lacking the second armor for the skirms. And that's so important, right? You do 3 damage, or no, you do 2 damage or 1 damage.
Yeah.
And then with the knights as well.
But he was reading the game properly. Like he was feeling, I know what is going on, but I just can't. I mean, like, he wanted to do the castle because he knew that he was in a position to do something, to dominate, but he couldn't. Military, well, more kills for MBL, obviously, more, and the economy should be a big lead here for MBL as well. Yes, as you can see, well, not in the foot, Frank's solid, but gold and wood, and he was doing archers. So this is what he needed, mostly wood and gold, really big lead. Technology, as you can see, and well, Castle's time didn't matter too much. Man, he was looking strong in the start, but that was some fight there, and he gave up all his army. Maybe that overreaction with the tower. MBL never even went there. So, aye. Well, and the APM. Well, you can see APM how it was floating and switching for both players. Solid, and hopefully you have enjoyed. We have seen how MBL was really happy. We don't believe that. Empire Wars tournament, and you have seen his reaction. Lovely today to see. I don't know if we have we don't have yet the interview.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. I'm checking in the other monitor. Oof. What do you think? I mean, this series.
I don't understand MBL. It's just so crazy. Over and over again, he surprises me. He is so good at delivering. Those maps were really good for him, right? I don't think Lowland was the greatest pick still. Both home maps won, right? It is simply MBL winning his meta maps and won Arabia. Or like Runestones.
How
as the
important,
start.
right?
So this is like... It was a nice execution by Villese, winning both of his home maps, but MBL just so incredibly solid. And tomorrow against Leary.
Tomorrow versus Leary, I want to see those series. Like Leary with the clean gameplay, super aggressive, solid, but MBL with his, I don't know how defined his style. I mean, he's special. He is the one, but
winning somehow.
Yeah, but I feel MBL is one of those players that is uncomfortable for almost everyone. If you ask to the players...
I hate to play him.
Yeah, well, nobody wants to play against MBL.
I'd rather die to Leary than to MBL.
Yeah. Nobody wants to play against MBL, and that is a compliment. For the player, it's a compliment.
Yeah, probably.
It's a compliment. I mean, if someone wants to play against you, it's like telling, I want to play against you because I can win to you, Nearly. I'm sorry, man.
Let's hear from the man himself. Riley will talk to MBL.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back to the desk here, Riley Knight, joined by the winner of our Marathon 5-game series there. Welcome, MBL, and well done. Mate, I've got to ask you, heading into this tournament, heading into this weekend, I know you're a bit blasé with the preparation, but when you found out you were playing against Villese, you lost 2-0 earlier in the group stages. Did this affect the confidence going into a much longer best of 5?
Not really. I think that I was close last time, and I just did some mistakes, and it could go either way, as you saw. It was a close set. So yeah, that's all.
Yeah, it really was it was a hard-fought battle for sure for the pair of you there. I want to ask you about Eruption, the map we saw with that big gold pile in the middle there. Obviously, on Eruption, the common approach is to take map control with an army and then follow it up at the castle. But your castle was a lot earlier than most. So why did you do it this way as opposed to waiting? We know you love to sow chaos. So was that what affected you there?
I don't know. I think it was because I really didn't know where to put my 6 villagers, so I just put them to stone and went for it. Just YOLO. Hopefully it went good.
It paid off in dividends for sure. All right, I want to ask you about game number 5, the one that we just saw there as well. In game number 5, obviously there was a lot of intense early pressure. You had to weather the storm there with Villese managing to get to the castle age. What swung the game back so heavily in your favour after that initial early push?
I think it's because I could push back his skirms, and also he went out and let me come into his base, which was a huge mistake. He should have just stayed inside his base. But I guess he thought he could fight with the two spares he had and the skirms, but the spares got micro down by the archers, and the rest the scouts could do. And from there on, I felt like I had a good lead, and I knew he was going all in, so that's really scary. I was really afraid of a siege push, but that never happened. But I guess my knights could have dealt with that, but it would be scary. Siege monk is probably what he needed in his push.
Well, look, mate, no matter how you've done it, well done indeed, even after such a marathon effort there. Our attention now turns to your next match, which is up against Leary, arguably one of the best players, not just in this tournament, but on the face of the earth. How are you feeling about this match? Are you relaxed, optimistic? Is the pressure starting to get to you a little bit, maybe?
I think I'll just play and see how it goes. I have huge respect for Leary, and it's probably the worst guy I could face because he is a counter to me. So we will see, though. He's a great guy, and he's my kind of teammate, And I just like, if he wins, it's okay. If I win, it's okay. So I won't take it.
That's a good attitude to have, no matter what happens there. Congratulations, mate, and we'll see you again very soon. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, we'll bring in the other two casters here now to talk about what we've seen today and maybe get their final thoughts on the progress of the Red Bull Wololo 4. Before we do, of course, I want to thank everyone for joining us this weekend and make sure, or for today at least, and make sure you clear your calendars for the coming weekend because we've got our playoffs kicking off tomorrow. We'll bring in Mem and Nilly here if possible to get, again, once again their thoughts on the weekend. Mem and Nilly, There they are. Look at this. Nilly is... oh, my goodness
I didn't know
me.
what to do with my villagers. That's why I put them onto stone.
Hey, listen, man. Listen, this is something that... so those of you may know, I have a background in Magic: The Gathering. I've worked as a Magic caster for a long time, and we have this concept in Magic: The Gathering called results-oriented thinking, and it means that if you look at the results that you had, right, and you go, okay, I won, therefore I did everything perfectly, and I should never change anything. So obviously it was the correct play, Nearly. Obviously it was the correct play. He won, right?
Okay.
Yeah, it's a good way to say this, right? Well, but what we did today, I mean, both cities, Jordan, what happened, Vinchester, and now TheMbL winning. Like, what we can expect tomorrow for the games that we're going to have, we're going to cast, because it's going to be absolutely crazy. I don't know if we're going to see the brackets now for tomorrow, because, well, there you go. Oh, my God. Mr. Joe versus Vinchester, Lear versus TheMbL, the Viper ACCM, and Hero versus Daut. What matches there, Mr. Nelly?
Yeah, this is pretty damn crazy. And the order of the games are going to be Yo and Vinchester starting at 14 UTC or GMT, followed by Viper, ACCM, Leary TheMbL, and the final, the dessert of the Saturday, will be Hera versus Daut. Crazy sets. Let's start off with the first one. Yo against Vinchester. What are your expectations after Vinchester looked so strong today?
Well, if he's playing today like he showed against Jordan, we can have one of the best series in the tournament so far. Yo is looking so strong. You have seen how Vinchester has been. Now we demand that Vinchester keep that consistency, Nelly.
Yeah. And Riley, I know that you're following all the games. Like, do you have any favorites yet? Are you cheering for anyone specifically?
I've been really impressed, even as a newcomer, just by the way that Leary has played. Honestly, this bloke is just... It seems like... I don't know if you've seen that hacking scene from like CSI where they have two people trying to type at the same computer. I just don't know what this guy's about.
We need to hack faster.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, is he like the final boss from Mortal Kombat? He's got 2 hidden arms and like 3 extra mice that he uses. I don't know how the guy does it, but honestly, even as someone, who I don't have a lot of experience with Age of Empires competitively, but it's just been so impressive to see the way that he works. But obviously, I mean, Nilly, you've already mentioned the headline act certainly tomorrow is going to be Daut, the defending champion, and Hera, someone who's in such good touch, arguably, again, one of the best players in the scene right now.
Yeah, crazy.
Hera could have won Red Bull 2, and I think he could have easily done great in Red Bull 3 as well. And yeah, this is going to be a crazy day of matches. Viper ACCM, probably something that most people will have Viper as a reasonable favorite, but ACCM looked strong again today.
I mean, after losing the first game against Dogao, he came back and won 3 games in a row, super solid. And with the surprise from today, we have to be careful. In theory, the Viper is the favorite. A lot of people is thinking this is the Wololo for the Viper. He didn't win any. He has to prove tomorrow in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, sweet. And Riley, you will have a lot of history, I assume, tomorrow again. What will you have prepared for us?
I tell you what, I'm spewing because I love talking about we just saw the Franks and the Britons fight, right? And I mean, if we're talking about historical realism, I know I've taken pot shots at the historical realism of Age of Empires 2, but that is a classic medieval matchup. And for those of you as well, this particularly goes out to any of our American friends watching. They love to talk about how, the French are bloody surrendering and losing wars, all that sort of stuff. I'll tell you this. They won more wars than you blokes, and they have a very positive winning record when it comes to war. I'll talk about French history all day long. Anyway, I did miss the chance to talk about Franks versus Britain. So a plea to any of the players who are watching, let's get that Franks versus Britain's matchup happening again tomorrow. Let's get some 100 Years War history in there. We'll see how we go. Anyway, finally, I turn. Let's ask our 2 casters here what their sort of, excitement is for tomorrow. Nearly, we'll start with you. What's the matchup that you really just can't wait to see tomorrow?
Hera Daut. It's that easy, right? It's Daut. He has so much time to prepare. It's way better for his sleeping schedule that it's the last match of the night. I think today he went to take another nap at 6 a.m., although he had the first set of the day. So that's really good for him. He will have a lot of confidence after turning around the set. And Hera obviously a strong contender to take down the whole tournament. My set of the day.
Yeah, he wasn't looking really fresh today, you know. And tomorrow, I think Hero versus Daut is gonna be epic. But all the cities are looking really nice.
Yeah, is that the one that stands out for you as well, Mem? That's the one you're looking forward to?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I really want to see the Viper versus ACCM because Viper, I think he has to prove nothing, you know, because we all know how strong he is. But there's a lot of surprise, you know, and let's see the Viper versus ACCM.
He has to prove something in Red Bull.
Yeah. But
last time he went out in quarterfinals where everyone said
for that reason,
Viper is easily winning Villese, and suddenly he has had a kind of breakdown performance there. So it's important that he's sharp tomorrow as well.
He might feel the pressure, the Viper.
Maybe due to the upsets in the earlier ones. I think if it was a random like the Viper against ACCM show match, it would be like Viper just playing it down and I would see him as the heavy favorite. But ACCM looked pretty damn good in all Red Bulls.
Yeah, well, tomorrow is going to be absolutely epic. And leader MBL, you have seen Riley with MBL. Anything can happen, you know? Anything can happen.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
That's right. Well, anything can and probably will happen tomorrow and indeed on Sunday to round out our championship here. And we do hope you'll join us for both of these days. On behalf of the entire broadcast team, I want to thank you for joining us today. And we do hope to have your company tomorrow and indeed on Sunday as we crown a champion of Red Bull Wololo 4. Above the cast is the production team. We hope you've enjoyed today's broadcast and hope to see you again tomorrow. In the meantime, we're going to leave you now with some highlights from today's action. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow. I'm going to double check the time. It looks like we are kicking the first game off at 1400 UTC. 1400 UTC. Mark your dance cards and we will see you then. Until then, take care of yourselves. We'll see you next time for more Red Bull Wololo 4.
This is my highlight.
So many villagers.
So many, man. So many. What was that, 6 on that TC? 6, 7, 8? Like, how many did he lose there? Oh my goodness. Full numbers from Daut again.
Oh, you're kidding me. Daut doesn't get a single conversion. He was very late to the reactions, and he loses another expensive army again. Your Hussar will be able to take out those traps. Magyars are the ultimate cockroachy stay-alive civilization. The population's higher for Daut. The killer blow the first time, but he couldn't place it? That is in the middle of everything. This is the new town center for Nicov. Sorry, Nicov, your town centers don't count as that anymore. The stable, the university. Oh no, ACCM converted one knight with 3 monks. 300 gold down the drain. He needed those monks, and now Dogao has +2 armor.
He done it. They're trapped.
No way. What? You micro, I micro, I trap, and that's such an important trap, Dave, because he...
Maybe scream a bit louder that he can hear you in Russia as well, because he certainly needs some support, he needs some advice, and is trying to go for some aggression, but Mangalo shots on the bottom right panel. We want to see how many Villese Vinchester has killed. 26 Villese! Oh god, Jordan's still 6 ahead, but
the blue, he's taking the battle with the +2. Is that a suicide by Vinchester, or is taking all the battle? The +2 is doing the domination.
That was
the camels,
so
man.
bad for him. It was the fight for Bloodlines, so it could have been even better for Jordan. But Vinchester, that felt so off. I'm so surprised that he's going for the fighting without his mom's lights in that fight. Jordan still holding on, but look at his army numbers. It's all over the place. Skirm, crossbow, knight, spearman.
We're gonna lose that relic. Look at the battle from the relic. Okay, now send the units there. All the relic is gonna be taken. Finish maybe the game for MBL, or it's too tricky because he doesn't have the full control right now. He's gonna lose the Onegas, and this is very expensive, nearly.
Oh, so much damage out of the castle there. Look at all the
holding galleys. What is going on with him? And now building more on the land, 3-tone centers, and trying to do the job. He's still behind a little bit in the economy, but getting closer. The DC is gonna go down. The castle is already down. The Eagles keep raiding. The numbers in military is still ahead for Villese, but for how long, Ele? Good job, let's go. He has the kill advantage. So many units, he needs to kill the monks. He's gonna take that battle, I think. MBL is going to commit.
But why are we taking this fight?
Look, this is a total domination.
Oh man, Villese, he is giving this
domination. Whoa, look at MBL. No practice, and look at the smile. Well, we want to see